Good morning, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at WFA, and I'm joined today by Cody Skipper. He is a former state and federal prosecutor, now in private practice here in the Dallas area, and he will be our legal expert for the day, helping walk us through what we will be seeing and hearing as the defense begins day 3 of their side. And of course, it is day 14 of this trial, and it is expected to go until at least May 5th, when the judge has scheduled closing arguments. And we're going to start off by playing Rebecca Lopez's story from yesterday so we can get everybody up to speed.
We are ready to proceed. Mr. Goldman.
Defense attorneys say Tanner Horner grew up in a violent and dysfunctional family.
He is my brother's son.
His aunt took the stand, describing the chaos his parents, Terry and Melissa Horner, created at home.
Stoned all the time. Him and Melissa both were always stoned. The house was horrible. There was trash everywhere. It seemed like wherever Terry went, he had to bring a bunch of junk. There was a bunch of trash.
She told jurors Horner's father was in prison the majority of his life.
Now, what did your brother do for a living?
Steal.
And she painted a picture of her own childhood, saying she grew up just like Tanner, beaten and abused. But prosecutors pointed out she didn't murder a little girl.
And you've never killed anybody, have you?
No, sir.
Okay. And you've never sexually assaulted or molested anybody, have you?
No, sir.
Who do you have next?
The defense then called in a scientist to say Horner had high levels of lead in his body that could have caused brain damage.
To a degree of an exact measure of 12.1 micrograms of lead. The same age group as Mr. Horner would have had about 0.5. His level was 24 times higher.
The defense is trying to show the jury Horner has mental health issues, and that should be a reason they don't sentence him to death. In Fort Worth, I'm Rebecca Lopez.
Now that Tanner Horner has pled guilty to capital murder for the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand, the trial has gone into the punishment phase. That's where jurors must answer 2 critical questions that will determine his sentence. They're called special issues. First, jurors must decide whether Horner would be a continuing danger to society. If even one juror says no, the death penalty is off the table, and the sentence automatically becomes life in prison without parole. But if all jurors say yes, they move to a second question. Are there reasons to spare him from the death penalty, including evidence about his character, background, or mental condition? If all jurors reject those reasons, Horner will be sentenced to death. If they cannot agree, the sentence again becomes life without parole. Attorneys say much of this phase could hinge on expert testimony. Horner's lawyers have argued that his autism should be considered as a reason to spare him from the death penalty. Jurors will now weigh those questions as they decide Tanner Horner's final punishment. Will he spend the rest of his life in prison or be sentenced to death for the killing of Athena Strand? And again, I'm joined by Cody Skipper, former federal and state prosecutor. Cody, I want to start off just saying, what do you think about this case?
Well, it's horrible facts. A beautiful little 7-year-old girl violently murdered by this lunatic who is having a trial. His defense team is in a tough spot because they don't have much to work with.
It's almost like negative.
It's negative. They're in the hole, I would say, would be an understatement. And it's really horrible in this family, like all these cases, but
right.
A 7-year-old little girl doing what she should have been doing is playing out outside, 10 acres,
Yeah.
beautiful home. And you have this man cloaked in a FedEx uniform, legitimately, by the way, which no one's talking about, is this company is about to get bankrolled in a civil suit and its subcontractor. Coming to her home and delivering some Barbie dolls that had been ordered for her for Christmas, and taking her and doing what he did to her, and this family having to watch this every day, and look at this photo of this.
I see you printed that out.
I did print it out because it's very important to think when this family has to look at this every day, That's the last thing they see of this little girl. And then they had to hear the audio.
Well, they didn't hear the whole. They left the courtroom.
Well, they left.
But to even know that the audio
But
exists.
to know that it exists, it's
Right.
like the black box from a plane that comes down, and they offer the family, if you don't want to hear that. They know it exists, and so that's always going to be in the back of their
Right.
mind. And so the jurors are there to hear and see all of these things. But that photo that I have here is what that family has to see, for the rest of your life. It's Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, and then the evil component next to her.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the evil prevailed on this one.
No. Yeah, it's that image kind of lives rent free in my mind right
Yes.
now.
Yes.
I mean, I can't get that image out of my mind, and I can't get the images of him driving around in that FedEx truck after
Smoking a cigarette.
smoking a cigarette,
Yeah, I mean, the thing
making
is,
phone calls, nothing's happened, cleaning up the back. You
yeah,
know?
and people don't really, I don't think, appreciate you and I sitting here and in the confines of a set, or even in a courtroom, and you're just talking about things, even though you're hearing and seeing evidence. It's a real thing, and the selfishness of this person. Everything he said, every word he breathed in his statement was about me, was about losing my job, seeing my son for Christmas, what you can do for me. There's nothing about this case that helps him.
No.
And it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, I mean, I can clearly see where you think the jury's going to end up.
Yes, I mean, you're looking at the experts. Take the penny swallow guy yesterday. I mean, look, at some point,
That was almost ridiculous.
it was ridiculous. You've got to make a strategic decision to see, okay, is this the right move or not where we are? All right. He was a boy. Okay, I was a boy. Okay, I've swallowed quarters. It's a game we used to play. Didn't have lead in it. Also drank from a water hose outside. Had high chlorine content. A lot of boys do things
Right.
because they're boys when they're little. The fact of the matter is that this expert didn't testify to any frontal lobe damage of the person he's generalizing about. So you have experts who are giving generalized opinions, which is fine. You can educate the jury about it, but it had no impact on Tanner Horner. Just like he has no multi-personality disorder. I mean, the rebuttal witness is going to say that he has no. Their own witnesses have said that. The defense, he has no multi-personality disorder. This Agent Zero was made up by a cold and calculated evil individual. That's why he's evil. They exist.
Yeah.
And the prosecutor has done a very good job. Wise County, their team, very impressed. Moving through this trial, and what I say, taking care of business. It really is the worst case I've seen in a long time. I mean, Casey Anthony was bad. Mm-hmm. But every part about this case is just it's chilling. I mean, the lack of remorse, going back the next day, when the person said there's been a kidnapping and he's acting surprised, everything that he did from the minute he brings up the green van, it's blamed on this Agent Zero, and how disgusting it is when the ranger has to. When he's building that rapport.
Oh,
okay. We've been to this bamboo thicket 3 times already. Okay, let me just talk to Zero, which is completely made up.
I think we did it twice.
I'm
but
sorry,
whatever.
twice.
But whatever it was.
Multiple occasions.
Yeah. Right.
All he's trying to do is find this little girl.
Right.
And bring her back to the family, and get the motive,
And
which you're
and
never
this
gonna
monster, evil monster,
That's right.
is dragging them twice to
Yeah.
this location.
Yeah, and using them again because he knows I can get a cigarette. I mean, let me out for a month. That's what he said that. Let me out for a month.
And he actually seemed to think it might be a possibility.
He did. But that's where closing argument comes in when a good lawyer, particularly a good prosecutor, will go through every conscious act this man took. Mm-hmm. When you line this thing up, every one of those acts will be worthy of both of these boxes he's going to ask this jury to check. every one of those cold and calculated decisions will be worthy of that ultimate verdict. And he had every opportunity to not do those things. And so all of this stuff that the defense is trying to put on, again, they're in a bad position. They have no cards to play. You've got to understand, he claims to, that's fine. He's been diagnosed with autism when he was in Azle.
A lot of people got autism, and they don't run out
That's
and
right.
kill and sexually and do whatever. We don't know what he did to her. He did something sexually.
Well, he tried to break her neck first, and when
Right.
that didn't work, he strangled the air
Right.
out of her
and then he
lungs.
stomped her. And you can hear
Yes.
him stomping her on the audio.
A 7-year-old child.
I know.
And what it comes down to is this man was a FedEx driver. This takes significant brain capacity. You're driving a truck with routes that changed, he admitted to, with packages
Right.
that are being delivered to addresses. This is not a low-functioning individual, despite he told the Rangers that, that he's not a psychopath. I do honestly
I would beg
believe
to
that.
differ.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly a psychopath, but that he's normally functioning, he does. So it can't be lost on everyone that he's not just some transient who walked up to the home
Right.
and did this. He used and abused his position as a driver of probably one of the most, or formerly, profitable businesses in the country. I think they're going to hopefully get maxed out, whatever their insurance policy is on
Well, I'm not going to touch that one.
the civil case, but
You say what you want.
you
but-
know.
Of course, the interesting thing about him was he had no criminal history predating this. Like, that's interesting to me. Like, there's not anything. The allegations of sexual assault come forward after. Like, so he doesn't, on paper, prior to this, he would seem like somebody you could hire.
Yeah, which is to my point on that issue, is that there's nothing that, I mean, I don't have a copy of his employment file, but that prevented the subcontractor of FedEx from hiring him
Right.
and relying on him to do his job.
Right.
Although you have these young girls who they put on during the trial, they were 16 years old, that's a crime. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
They can't consent
They
when they're
cannot
16.
consent legally. And so attempts to cross-examine them on credibility issues, again, that's strategically, I never would have touched that. I mean, it's
Do you think the defense made a mistake on that?
well, I mean, for the jury, if you're at least trying to keep them in whatever pool you have left to swim in at this point, you're trying to put forth some type of defense to get the jury to that mitigation component of that second issue, to say he's being diagnosed with autism, he swallowed pennies, he has alcohol fetal syndrome because his mother was a stripper and drank alcohol when she was pregnant, which happens to a lot of kids, unfortunately.
Right. And they don't go out and
No, they don't.
they don't
It happens.
necessarily. Yeah.
It happens all the time. Unfortunately, that's just
And she didn't drink her whole pregnancy, according to her.
According to her.
If we believe her, she says when she found out she was pregnant, around 8 or 9 weeks, she quit drinking.
yeah.
That's what she said.
But when you're, my thing is that these girls are coming in, and it serves you no purpose to try to get into their credibility issues about doing drugs. That's the life that they lived. I mean,
Right.
and that's the issue when lawyers either don't grow up in a community like that, or they're not familiar with the culture like that of a rural area. Growing up in a place like that, they don't get out there and kind of see the community, and it's like, all right, is the juice worth the squeeze? I mean, why would you do that? They feel horrible, number one, because they were raped, and number two, because they didn't say anything. Look at where we are now.
Right. And even if they had, they may not have been believed.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, they may not have been.
We don't know.
We don't know, but again, strategically, lawyers disagree on things all the time.
How would you have done this differently if you were the defense? Would you have even taken it?
No.
You wouldn't take this case?
No. But, I mean, hypothetically, I would not have done those two things that I just mentioned with the girls. You knew they were coming in. Just take a pass. Sit
Right.
that one out. Just like
Yeah.
mom and dad, I'm very sorry. That's your recollection of events, and move on. your position is now everything that happened to this man in his past is a reason to mitigate his sentence.
Right.
However, you're just not to believe those 2 girls. You can't reconcile those things. You're either in
I believe
or you're
those
out.
girls.
Yes.
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 Jen Falk was with me. She was with me yesterday too, but she was with me last week, the day that those girls testified. And Jen Falk has prosecuted in many sexual assault cases back when she was in the DA's office. And as we were watching it, it was just clear those girls, well, they're women now. It had the ring of truth.
Yeah.
You know, because they weren't trying to sugarcoat their own past. They weren't trying to pretend like they lived some sort of like model life at the time. He's a predator.
Yeah.
And he took advantage of them in situations where they were intoxicated.
Yes. I mean, he is a certified sexual deviant, and those people exist. I do believe those girls were credible. And like I said, at 16, you can't legally consent. And again, his actions that on both girls. Hey, if my mother asks or grandmother, tell them you're 18. I mean, those are just like what he did in this case.
Right.
He's taking conscious actions, decisions to cover up, what he did. Even, going so far as to clean up what he caused. On the back of, and that's really, in this argument, these things need to be pointed out again, and what he caused this little girl to do. The bite marks on her own tongue caused by her own teeth.
Right, because of the torture she's going through.
Yes. And just his cavalier attitude when, saying that he knew what the goal was, and he knew the steps to achieve that goal is to eliminate her, and when he couldn't break her neck, then he suffocated her. But
you think he could have done this before? We had Jen and I had that whole discussion yesterday.
I do believe it's in him. Yes, I do believe it's consistent with
it's possible.
It's certainly possible. I mean,
you believe he would have done it again if he had not done it before?
Oh,
this
sure.
Would he have done?
He is the pure definition of a future threat. I mean, this guy, you don't have to have a record, and that's the problem. Defense will try to use this, with one of their future threat experts.
Well, they had the first expert
sure.
from Wednesday was like a guy saying, done all these studies and that showed that criminal act is not a future indicator of their violence. Of course, I guess in prison you don't have 7-year-old girls you can kill.
No, but you have other inmates,
right?
And
people that are coming
sure.
in to do civilians that are coming in to do various things.
Sure, and so that's the whole point. Is even if you're back in a it's based on prison population, do you still pose a future threat? And the answer, yes. And it's they're defense experts obviously are trying to say something different. Again, a guy reading a book or a peer-reviewed journal has no idea how this system works. Probably never seen or tried a case in his life. But just because you don't have a record or have never been caught doesn't mean you're not a future threat. But I mean, I was shocked when they asked him had he done it before. He said no. It is telling to me that you recall the constable the day before when his kids were outside.
Oh, yeah.
There's a reason why that man testified. And I think the jurors are pretty smart about that. Nothing happened, obviously. But
because there was another little girl
exactly right.
And Dad
walked outside. That's the reason why, again, smart play by the prosecution. It's horrible when you watch that because, even with another kid outside, when the dad walked out and said, hey, pull your thing down on the back of the truck, didn't think two things about it. And nothing stood out at the time. Then the next day, we see what happened.
Well, and then we know he had covered up that front-facing camera.
Right.
And then he'd done it, actually, I think, maybe 2 days before that. I'm trying to remember. I'm going on my memory here. Why would you be covering up that camera?
Yeah.
There's a reason why you're doing it. It's interesting to me because he clearly believed the video, the vehicle had some capacity for video, but it also seems that maybe he wasn't fully aware of its full capacity, right? The audio and
Well, clearly, I mean, he's not as smart as he thought.
No, he is
I mean,
not. He is not
we
bright.
They don't catch the dumb ones, you know. Smart ones, I should say. But yeah, I don't know why he wouldn't think that the audio wasn't on. It almost makes it worse, you know, when having to hear that without the video. But clearly, that's another step that he took in his brain to try to conceal.
And then he's Googling it, like
yeah,
looking
I mean, that
it
was
up.
the thing on his
Like, hey,
on his search terms, exactly.
because after the fact, he's like, "Ooh, I wonder if there's is that vehicle continuously recording?" The answer's yes.
Right.
The answer's yes,
Right.
dude.
And then you've got, well, similar to law enforcement body-worn cameras, you know, you've got the 15-second after
Right.
it's off, right? The
Right.
vehicle, you disengage, and so, yeah, thankfully that was there. I mean, ultimately, you know, if you remove that evidence, I would like to think this case still gets solved, you know, because you hit him first with the lie about him hitting her with the vehicle. But if they don't have that leverage to lean on,
Right.
you know, just pull this back as a former prosecutor, you do wonder this thing would have moved as fast as it did, and that if they would have found Athena as fast as they did. So I am certainly thankful that at least that truck had the surveillance.
You think, 20 years ago, this case gets solved?
That's a very good question. You know, in a rural area like that, she's there at the time by herself. You know, that Wednesday, November 30th.
There's no tracking on the vehicle.
No tracking.
There's no video.
That time of day.
No witnesses.
Daylight savings. That's a very good question. Very doubtful, I would think.
He keeps his mouth shut.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I've asked a lot of the lawyers that have come on that, and I think a lot of us agree that it is highly possible that it doesn't get solved.
Yes.
And that you end up with basically a serial killer on the loose.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I mean, I can imagine an alternate world where that doesn't exist, he doesn't get caught, and you end up with like North Texas in complete and utter freak out because you've got things like this happening, you know.
Yeah. Well, remember Amber Hagerman,
Oh, I do.
still unsolved. I mean, you've got.
I think Amber Hagerman, if it happened today, it would have been solved.
Yes, but you've still got the components of what you just described.
It is absolutely
it's
an Amber
on
Hagerman.
the money, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And people just forget that the Amber Alert still that's an unsolved crime.
Oh yeah, I covered that when I was Amber Hagerman predated me, but I was a Star Telegram reporter, but 2000 to 2002 is 100 years ago, and I remember covering the 5-year anniversary of that case and talking to the back then the lead detective who's since passed away, and I mean it killed, like he was tortured by the fact of being unable to solve that case, and worked on it for years and years and years, and I don't know if that case will ever get solved. But you're right, it's a heartbreaking one. And then you've done this a long time. I've done this a long time. I've never seen a case with this level of evidence. It's a lot. It's overwhelming.
It's a mountain. It is a mountain.
I mean, because the thing Jen and I talked about yesterday is just imagining these jurors sitting there last Thursday and listening to this audio.
Yeah.
It starts off with audio and video, and then he covers up that the dash camera, and then you can hear it. Yeah. And of course, Rebecca and Cherry Bentley Hill, the attorney that sat in court for us, came out and described. You saw that. I mean, they were, Terry and Rebecca. These are veteran. Like they've been around a long time, and they were shaken.
Yes.
By that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just to have to listen to it. I mean, whether you have kids or not, certainly if you have kids.
Well, Terry has kids, and Rebecca has kids.
And Terry has her own special story that you're aware of, and so sure, Rebecca has kids. You and I have kids.
Oh, yeah.
I've got a kid right now that is exactly her age.
Wow.
My middle kid was 7 when that happened. My son. So this Athena's mother is a strong woman. Obviously, you saw her testify, and looked over at him, and I mean, she let him know what time it was. You know, I mean, she did.
Her testimony was
She
really,
did very powerful. You know, and you need that.
Really powerful. And when she apologizes to everybody in the courtroom, who's going to have to see and hear that video, you know, it just broke your heart.
But I mean, to your point, even though I know they walked out, but knowing it exists and knowing there's a transcript of it and a summary, and the things when she's asking for her mom, you know.
Oh.
I mean, it's just something that you can never remove from your brain.
No, you
I mean,
can't.
it's just, and these jurors are a conduit to that, you know, when you have these trials.
Well, and they can't talk about it right now.
Right.
They can't talk about it. I mean, that's something I've talked about with all the attorneys, that they have, we are veteran people, right? We're denizens of the court system. So we've been exposed for better or worse to a lot of stuff. And so I don't want to say we have a greater capacity. We're still human beings, but we've been exposed to a lot of stuff. But these people, most of them have probably never really had any interactions with the criminal justice system. And suddenly you're in this trial, you're a juror, and you're watching the most awful thing. It is not a movie, this is real. And you can't talk about it to anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody.
And they're having Amazon and FedEx deliveries as we speak.
Yeah.
Which is a whole separate issue, obviously, with what's going on in that industry right now. I mean, it's an implicit invitee. I mean, that's what people, it's shocking to some still. When you order something from these companies, it's an implicit invitee on your property. They are coming on your property because you've ordered something in interstate commerce.
Right.
Not knowing, just like when you and I drove here today, you have a trust that the other drivers on the road will be responsible.
You hope.
You have a trust that the vitamins you order will not be contaminated.
Right.
And all it takes is one opportunity. And I do believe that when that constable testified from the day before, that was an opportunity that was lost, thank God, because he was there.
Right.
I mean, that's just the way it is, straight up.
So you listened to most of yesterday's testimony. The only part of the testimony yesterday that was even moderately compelling to me was when I listened to his aunt, and probably not for the reasons that the defense would have liked, was when you know, she's describing how screwed up their life is. I mean, clearly Tanner screwed up on both sides of the family. I mean, it's a mess. But she talks about how when her mom died, she didn't want to live that life, so she got out. And so at the end of it, the prosecutor asked her, well, he basically said, you had a bad growing up. Yes, I did, something like that. And then he says, have you ever kidnapped anybody? No. Have you ever killed anybody? No. Have you ever sexually assaulted anybody? No. And so, I mean, to me, the implicit what he was saying is, you had a horrible growing up, a horrible circumstance, and you didn't go out and do all these awful things. And he could have done the same too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the way you handle that examination is, you know, you again, there's nothing really to work with here on the defense. I mean,
No.
You okay, he had a horrible life, and you are a cause of that, like a lot of kids, unfortunately, in the country. It happens that way, but you know, we all have our own brains, and we have the freedom to choose each and everything that we do every day, and he made a lot of bad decisions, and that's the most compelling part of when you go back through the evidence. Just take his statement alone, trace evidence, and compare that to what these purported experts are trying to get this jury to come down to, and it leaves you with a goose egg. I mean, there's nothing close to come down and check that second box of mitigation.
Hey Zeke, we want to show the feed so that people can see. We're starting to see that door that Tanner Horner will come through. It's almost 9 o'clock. It's 8:59. So this judge is starting up pretty much on time. So I would expect we'll see him coming through that door here pretty soon, and we'll get underway. We don't yet know what witnesses we might have. because the defense doesn't have to say. It's kind of, we during the prosecution's side, we every day we kind of had a much better idea of like what was coming.
Right.
But my sense of it, from what Rebecca said, is we're going to see a lot more of what we saw yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah.
As Jen said, a lot of excuses, not a lot of
Not explanations. That's what Jen's hit the nail on the head, and that's what any trial
Not that
lawyer
there
would
is
tell you.
ever an explanation.
No,
for this.
but if in this position where you're seeking mitigation,
Right.
There are 12 people who are the gatekeepers of your fate. That's it.
Right.
And it is important how you present this.
There he is.
At some point, you've got to consider, is this just getting worse?
Right.
And I haven't
was
seen
kind of
anything-
irritated by the end of the day, and I wonder how the jury felt. I was kind of like,
I'll tell you, the pennies guy, that was a bad move. I mean, there's just...
you thought that was ridiculous.
It was beyond the pale. I mean, there's no planet in the solar system where we've been a part of a litigation team and said, you know what, let's put a guy on.
All right, let's go.
All right, well, I think we're getting underway. You can take our mics off.
Everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been sworn to testify truthfully. Okay? Mr. Goebel.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Kristen.
Good morning.
Being here.
Good morning.
Let me just start by asking you, how do you know Tanner Horner?
He was in my 5th grade class. I don't know exactly how many years ago, but he was a student of mine.
Can the members of the jury need to speak up a little bit? They're having trouble hearing you.
Okay. He was a member. I was his teacher in 5th grade.
And because of all the publicity and stuff, I'm just going to call you by your first name. Is that okay? Okay. And you said you were a teacher in 5th grade, and I'm going to kind of skip where you work now, but you went on and did other things in education, correct?
Hang on. My bad. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and how long was Tanner a student?
As I recall, I did not have him for the full year. He came to us and then he left, I think, before the end of the year.
And from your memory, was he moving around a lot?
I mean, I just know from that, he wasn't with me for a full year.
Okay, and did he make good grades when he was in your class?
That I don't remember.
What about his home life? What do you remember about that?
I don't remember a lot about home life. I just remember being in the classroom.
Did you ever meet his parents?
If I did, I don't remember.
Do you remember where he was living?
I remember that he was living with a cousin that was also in the same grade, or maybe a grade below. He was living with a family where there was a cousin that also went to the school, but wasn't in my class.
How would that living situation be classified now?
Homeless, or I can't remember the politically correct term, but when you are a multi-family sharing a home space.
And when Tanner came into your class, was he diagnosed with a developmental disorder by that time?
I do not. he was diagnosed as being on the spectrum. I cannot remember if that happened with us. I kind of feel like it did. And then, or it was like a newly diagnosed. So, but on the spectrum, high functioning on the spectrum.
And was he referred for special education?
Oh, yes.
Was that kind of new for you, having a student on the spectrum, or a lot?
Yes, he was one of my first ones.
Now, when someone has that situation where they're not in stable living, stable housing, did that make it harder to identify people who needed special ed at the time? Special education at that time.
For those of us in education, when we know how to serve the kids. So I would say not necessarily. I would say that when you are in the classroom and you are seeing social interactions in classroom management, you can see things that may need to be looked at a little deeper.
So describe that for me with Tanner. What was his classroom behavior like? His social interactions specifically.
So Tanner struggled socially, partially, I'm sure, from moving. Coming in the middle of the year is hard to do. And so struggling with social norms, I would say.
Do you remember having friends?
I do not, but I don't think he was with us. I feel like, I know it wasn't the beginning of the year. I know it wasn't the end of the year. So I don't remember exactly the time frame. I just remember that it was kind of a chunk in the middle of the year.
Can you recall like how other children were treating him at that time or not?
They thought he was they thought he was odd. He didn't. When you're in 5th grade, you're starting to recognize like that maybe you shouldn't announce to the class that you have to go to the bathroom, that kind of stuff. So maybe a little standoffish, but we also, there were a lot of things that I did to try to build community.
Okay, tell me some things about that, about the structure of your classroom.
We did class meetings every morning, and which composed of a greeting, where we worked on making eye contact and greeting each other, and then we would do a one-word check-in so that people would know, hey, and people could expand if they wanted to on how they were doing that day, so that the class would know if someone's struggling a little bit to maybe give some space. And we would usually play some sort of little game in that little morning meeting.
And did you think that structure that you had going, the routines you had going, were those helpful for Taylor?
I couldn't say. I think that they were helpful. Morning meetings were something that I did for years, and I think they were helpful to my class.
And you mentioned like one of the social norms he was violating was kind of blurting things out. Was that common?
Yes.
What about, did you have art and music in your class?
Yes.
Did Tanner react to either of those well?
I can't remember specifically Tanner, but the children, we would listen to Disney soundtracks for group work, and then classical music for independent work. And that was just something that I would play lowly in the background so that it wasn't so distracting, like if you heard pencils dropping and things like that.
Do you remember what your relationship with Tanner was like?
I enjoyed being Tanner's teacher.
You think he enjoyed you teaching him?
I thought so, yeah.
Did you ever see Tanner get upset?
Actually, I don't recall, no. Nothing that sticks out.
So for you, you were able to keep him calm and motivated?
I think so. I do remember when he left that the school he went to called us pretty quickly to ask what were some things that we were doing to help with classroom management. So I enjoyed I enjoyed being a teacher.
It sounds like you put a lot into it. Were you able to try to talk to the other teachers and try to tell them about your relationship with Tanner and what had worked well for you?
Mm-hmm. I called them.
Do you think Tanner knew that you loved him?
I hope all of my kids know that I love them.
When you talked about Tanner learning out that he had to go to the bathroom, briefly, how'd the other kids take that? That held a little up for us?
That was, I would take the class to the bathroom. I would only send them in a few at a time. You don't send a whole class into the bathroom together. The rest of us would sit in the hallway and play a game while we waited for our rotations. The time I remember, we were coming back from the library and everybody had their books. And when it was Tanner's turn to go in the bathroom, he brought me his books and said, "Can you take these back for me? Because I'm going to be in there for a while." And which made me laugh. And the kids kind of giggled about it too. So.
Was there a story about the Mad Libs?
Yes, Mad Libs was something that we would do in our morning meeting. It's a good way to learn parts of speech. And Tanner I remember him really loving to do Mad Libs. And we were having a class party. I'm assuming Valentine's, because you only get 3 parties. He really wanted the class to do Mad Libs. And I said, "No, the class doesn't want to do that. We're going to do this." But I said, "But you can take the Mad Libs book and you can do it if you'd like to." And then
Could you spell that?
Mad Libs,
Uh-huh.
like the old from the 60s, like the MADLIBS.
Okay.
Mad Libs.
I said that for her. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I told him that he could do the Mad Libs by himself if he'd like to, and he did, and he was very much laughing and enjoying himself, but really I could tell he was trying to sell it to get everybody, because doing a Mad Libs by yourself, you know what your adjectives are and your nouns are. It kind of, it's not as funny as when you're doing it with someone who has no idea what the story is.
I remember Mad Libs.
Mm-hmm.
What about the story about shampoo?
There was a day where Tanner came and he had his snow hat on, and he came to school and he sat down and he took his hat off, and I looked at his hair and it had some dried bubbles in it, and I said, "Tanner, honey, do you still have shampoo in your hair?" And he immediately felt it and said, "Oh my gosh, I forgot to wash it out." And so I sent him to the nurse so that she could help him get his hair washed out.
You take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, may I first?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is Defendant's Exhibit 70. Kristen, are you able to identify that for me?
That is our class picture.
And can you identify Tanner in the photo?
Yes.
Which one is he?
He is on the second to the back row, and he is second from the left.
Thank you. Your Honor, I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 70 and publish the jury.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense Exhibit 70 is admitted, and you wish to publish to
Yes.
point the two jurors?
Yes, please. Second row. Yeah, what's the jury to be better?
Okay. pass the witness?
Yes.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Ma'am, I just have a couple of questions for you. My name is James Stainton, and I'm the district attorney for Washington County. And I get the idea, ma'am, that you love all of your students, don't you? You're one of those teachers, right, that loves all your students. And is that, yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I get, even though, you said that you only saw Tanner for, it would seem like a few months in the middle of the year, is that right?
Yes.
But you put the same effort into him as you do to all of your students, don't you?
Yes.
Of course you do. And you said a little bit, and just to be sure here, it's not unusual for kids that kind of move in the middle of the year to have problems adjusting and socializing, is it?
No, that's not unusual.
Not unusual. But it seemed like that whatever you did for your students, including Tanner, like the morning meetings, you did that for their benefit to help them socialize, right?
Yes.
And you don't have anything to say, even during that short period, that you knew the defendant, Tanner Horner, that he had any problems with that?
I'm
having
sorry.
the morning meetings and doing the things that you needed him to do?
Yes, he enjoyed the morning meetings. Yes.
That's what I was asking.
Okay.
He was able to participate with the other students
Yes.
and communicate whatever you had asked as far as giving their one word. I'm assuming that's good, bad, or happy or unhappy. Is that right? And he was able to do that.
Yes.
That's a witness.
Redirect.
Nothing further, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Hang on just a minute. Okay. You'll follow deputy. Who do you have next? Yes.
Effective, nor is it working. This is used for separation, so you have a witness that is put up that has added absolutely nothing, and in fact, from my perspective, you have 12 jurors watching a former teacher of this defendant who's crying. I would have asked one question on cross. Are you crying for this innocent 7-year-old angel who was murdered? Or are you crying for your former student? That did not go well, in my opinion. It's not adding anything to any type of mitigation box. And frankly, again, I don't know why she's crying. It did not come off well.
So he likes
at
Mad
all.
Libs. Okay.
Yeah, I did Mad Libs too.
I mean,
didn't we all?
Yeah, I mean, and he was a little standoffish. Okay, he was a new kid in class. I mean,
Hang on.
hold on a sec.
Weaver. Okay. There's a rule of evidence that's in effect says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers. Okay? So we're going to ask you some questions outside the presence of the jury to start. Okay? All right, Ms. Anderson.
I'm not sure, Your Honor, what you would like me to ask.
Well, I'm going to kind of treat this like a 705 hearing. So, I mean, or I can let the state go first. It's whichever way y'all want to do it.
Oh, well, Your Honor, it's not my objection, so, I mean, they have asked for this to take her on voir dire, so
Okay.
I think they get to go first.
Okay.
And Your Honor, for purposes of the record, the witness has requested that we use her name Beth
Okay.
instead of the full name,
That's fine.
and we'll provide the full name to the court reporter.
Okay. Mr. Staten.
Thank you.
Is it okay if I just say ma'am? Is that okay?
Ma'am's good. I'm old. It works.
I'll make sure of that. And ma'am, it's my understanding that you are a speech language pathologist
I
by
am.
training. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that, do you have a master's in speech therapy as well?
Yes, I do.
And I think there's something that you also get certified, you get your C's.
I have,
Is that right? What does that mean?
I was the in-home facilitator for the autistic students.
Okay. In-home facilitator.
Yeah,
What is that?
that didn't tell you too
Hang
much,
on,
did it?
hang on. Got to have one person talking at one time, so let him finish asking the question before you give the answer. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Staten.
I'll start. What is an in-home facilitator?
An in-home facilitator works with the classroom teacher and works with there at the school to make sure behavior is being reduced in a proper manner, to make sure that that the student is there and learns, basically is what it is, without all the erratic behaviors interfering with the ability for them to learn. Plus the rest of the students in the classroom don't want to be interrupted either. And then they also go into the home, work with the parents, set up a behavioral program so that the parents will know how to react to inappropriate behaviors. And then I also took certain students into the community to make certain that they understood how we behave in public. And then I go home.
Okay. So let me ask you, as part of that, with regard to these students, do you do any testing of these students? Did you do any testing?
Not for autism. That's the diagnostician.
Okay. And you did you make any conclusions from that testing as to what you were going to do with those students?
That's correct.
Okay. So you took what the diagnostician said and used your training to form a plan.
Exactly. Plus, before I just jumped in there with the diagnostician's recommendations, I went to the classroom and observed.
But you wouldn't be able to testify as to what a diagnostician recommended because you're not the diagnostician.
That is correct.
But you used their expertise in what you're doing.
That's correct.
Okay. And as it applies to the defendant, Tanner Horner, what type of, let me just ask you, what year did you first come into contact with him?
I knew you were going to ask that. Either 2003 or 2004, somewhere around there.
When was the last time you had contact with him?
Probably the last month of school, the last month of school in December of either 2003 or 2004.
And so you only had contact with him during that one school year?
That's correct.
And what school was that at?
Azle Junior High.
It was a junior high. And with regard to your contact with him, did you take the diagnostician's opinions and things and form some form of plan for him?
Yes, sir.
And was that you that did that or somebody else?
That was me.
That was you, okay. There are a lot of people involved when we do special education, so I want to make sure it's you. It was you?
It was me.
All right. And from that plan, what are you going to testify to today as to your interactions with Tanner Horner?
I have been asked to just talk about Tanner, how he was, his behavior, if I had difficulties with him, if I saw erratic behaviors. And I'll be real honest with you, Tanner was a great kid. Great kid. We enjoyed each other's company. He behaved. Now, sometimes when he was playing games, because I would take him with another student, and we would go out in the community and we'd, go to a park and perhaps play a game at the table, or go to a restaurant, learn how to order, how to sit and wait for that order to be served. We went out to my place one time because I had pet deer. Pet deer.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about it. No, just kidding. Go ahead.
I just worked with them, with these students, to help them learn coping to whatever the situation was. Because cognitively, you throw something in on an individual who has Asperger's, Tanner especially, you throw something out of the ordinary into his daily schedule and he's off. He can't adjust to it quickly. You need to slowly get him used to it, help him to think about what his behavior is going to be.
All right, and so the summary of your testimony is only going to be that which with you saw him and
That's
observed
correct.
him. And so you're not planning on testifying about what the diagnostician said?
No.
And you're not planning on testifying about all the plans that you created from that diagnostician's recommendations?
Would you repeat that?
Are you planning on testifying about whatever the plans you created relying on those diagnosticians' opinions?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Anderson?
Hi, Beth, how are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Hold on one moment, let me get to my other notes. In formulating a treatment plan, are you required to rely, or is it necessary for you to rely upon the results and reports of other people, such as a diagnostician?
The diagnostician and the teacher. Yes, ma'am.
Are the treatment plans that you provide and that you perform and develop, are they based upon your training and experience?
Yes.
Are they based upon your personal observations?
Yes.
Are they based upon your interviews with the student or with the family and teachers?
Yes.
And for today, let me back up. Are all of those things that you obtain, are those necessary in order for you to provide a treatment plan and develop a treatment plan?
Of course they are.
Are your treatment plans tailored to each student?
Exactly.
And why is it important to tailor it to each student?
Repeat.
Why is it important to tailor it to each student?
Well, to meet their needs.
Are you here to offer an opinion whether the diagnoses that was given to you from the diagnostician were true and accurate?
To the best of my knowledge.
Well, are you here to give an opinion about the diagnoses?
Yes, I can do that.
Well, have you been asked to give an opinion on that, I guess I should say? Or are you here to talk about the treatment plan that you provided for Tanner?
I haven't been asked.
Not yet, anyway,
Not
right?
yet, that's right.
Okay. But is it your understanding that today, when we get in front of the jury, that you will be asked to tell the jury what your role was in Tanner's life during that time you spent with him?
Yes,
And are you here to tell the jury about the activities that y'all did?
yes,
And are you here to tell the jury about why you chose the activities that you chose?
yes,
And are you here to tell the jury about, again, your observations as to how Tanner responded to those activities?
yes.
I have nothing further on.
Anything else? Is there an objection?
One thing I would object to is any testimony based on what another expert told her or anything else. Obviously, that would be hearsay and additional expert testimony based upon her experience. But if she's just going to offer her impressions of being around the defendant, I don't have any objections.
I don't have any problem with that. I don't want her testifying from anything not in evidence that somebody else may have done. So in other words, she can't go into what the diagnostician's records or reports said. She can testify, I received the diagnostician's report, and as a result, here's what I did.
I don't believe I was planning on going into that anyway.
Then we're all on the same page.
Okay.
We are.
And if
Yep.
I could have 2 shakes to run to the restroom?
Okay. Anybody else? Nope. All right, 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes.
We may need 3 now that he's spilled.
Okay, Cody, first we had the 5th grade teacher, now we've got the speech therapist.
Yes, yes. Again, this is, I guess, a strategy of the defense, providing more separation from all the bad evidence that exists in this case. I don't believe it's effective, but
Well, yeah, and
they've got their lineup, and the cross-examinations, again, speak for themselves.
Yeah, of course the jury's been out for this,
Sure,
and
sure.
so now we'll bring the jury in and they'll get
Sure,
to hear it.
it's a repeat, yes.
So is it? I don't know. I don't know what you do in this case. How do you even defend this guy?
Well, I mean, it is his, obviously, he has a right to a defense. The lawyers they're doing what they can. I mean, it's sometimes you just have to go with what you got, and I'm just giving a suggestion that's different than others, and other lawyers will disagree in how to do that, but they think this might be the most effective tool to do it. There's nothing of substance being added, but it does, when you hear and see everything that you guys have been hearing and seeing, provide separation and daylight between those events, and they're trying to.
In other words, let's drag this out.
Yeah, and use that to an advantage. I'm not saying it's working or even effective, but that's the only explainable thing that's going on.
Yeah. I don't think that the jurors will ever get the images of what happened to little Athena, or both the images and the audio, out of their minds.
No.
Because from what Rebecca said and what Terry said, when the jurors saw that, people were sobbing. It was a lot of visible emotion. I mean, you can't see and hear that and not be affected.
And then their response is going to be like, just a normal person's response when you're seeing these witnesses come up. The expectation is, from the juror's perspective, that they're going to hear something that might push them toward that mitigation component in box 2, if the jury even gets there.
You hear any mitigation so far?
No. No, I mean they're making their best effort. Again, like, he's entitled to a defense, and sometimes you just, like I said, have to go with what you got. But not any significant mitigation, because again, a lot of kids have these issues. It's.
You like to eat coins.
I mean, I've eaten a quarter before when I was a boy during a truth or dare, and like I said, I think it's not comprised of nickel. With lead, it's got nickel in that as well. But
yeah, because Jen Falk and I Googled that yesterday. We're like, is there lead in coins? And
yeah.
it's like, no, okay.
Yeah. And of course, that's after all the quarters used to be silver. But the point is, yes, young boys are going to do crazy things, and ultimately, the expert's job is to say that it had an effect on the result in the case in question. They're offering testimony as an expert, and his expertise is in the area of the effects of lead on the frontal lobe of the brain. And when it's developing at a young age, that's why that purported expert kept trying to come back to this defendant when he was young, and the toxicity of the lead when you're young, because the brain is still developing. It's kind of like microdosing with vaccines. You know, you have to take into account the body mass index of the subject. And so, but if you were listening to the evidence, he didn't offer anything of substance to move the needle.
There's no medical records.
None. He's literally reading studies that a lot of these desk jockeys do, and giving a general opinion. Well, yeah, I mean, we all know that lead is not a good thing. We take it out of paint, and not saying it causes, everyone who swallowed pennies to do those things. He's not the only boy who's done something silly in his childhood, or sat in a corner while the babysitter watched him. So it's tough, because the jury is waiting for something, and from my perspective, they have not received a something yet that would
justify this,
even register in the other part of their brain. No.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I've been a police reporter, crime reporter, covering courts and stuff for about 30 years, and I cannot ever in my career. I mean, certainly, I've covered cases that were similar, like Siobhan Randall and others, but a case where you just have this level of evidence. Yeah. From start to finish. I mean, it's just extraordinary.
Yeah. And even the defense experts who are very clear about, there is no multi-personality disorder. I mean,
well, he couldn't.
You can't even get past that hurdle. Again, these are the defense witnesses.
Right.
Okay, so that's very crucial. And when they're saying that this was made up, okay, that doesn't help you. And again, the defense team is just going with what they have,
which is very little.
Very little if your own defense experts are helping the state.
Exactly. And what Cody's talking about is on Friday, Monday, and Tuesday they had what's called Daubert hearings, which are basically hearings that they use to pre-qualify experts that are going to testify. And Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, sat in all those hearings, and from what she said, none of those experts, ultimately they all agreed, these experts, he doesn't have multiple personality disorder, he knows right from wrong, so it doesn't feel like even the experts that they're going to line up are really going to help very much.
Yeah. This is just the mitigation evidence they're putting forth so far isn't really mitigation evidence. It's just he was a troubled young boy,
right,
who was on the spectrum, perhaps still is. That's what he said in his interview. But this same individual in this photo, clearly driving a truck for FedEx with pre-designated routes, with deliveries, with boxes on them and addresses. His brain functions like a regular delivery driver.
Right.
So I mean, whether he disclosed that in his employee interview or not is irrelevant to the law in this case. He's making conscious decisions. The synapses in his brain are firing to his hands to do physical things of a very evil nature to this young innocent child. He did those, and he's going to suffer the consequences.
Well, and he had enough presence of mind to be like, okay, I need to go clean that truck.
Yeah.
You know, I need to cover the camera. I need to do all these things.
Yeah. I mean, the obstruction component is just the cherry on top. You know, you're put aside the fact that it's always a me issue with Tanner Horner. You know, I'm worried about losing my job. I'm worried about this. I want to see my son for last Christmas. By the way, you know, what do you think about Athena's family? They'll never see this little girl again for Christmas. And those Barbie dolls that were a Christmas present. I mean, you can't write this script any more evil than it already exists. And everything he did, going out the next day, calling these people on the phone, talking to presumably his boss. It smells like vomit in here. I mean, there is no remorse. This guy has ice water in his veins, smoking a cigarette one after another, engaging law enforcement, the barricade, telling them to move.
Right.
I have places to be. Y'all keep looking for the girl that I just murdered and dumped in a river. So, you know, this guy's closing argument is going to shatter the roof out of this courtroom, and it will be loud, and it will send a message.
I feel like you could write that closing argument.
Well, it would be, you know, I hate to say it, but, you know, being a prosecutor is a very tough job, but the good trial lawyers, you know, they're the best, and it's nice to know when your tax dollars are being well spent. I'm very impressed with this team they've got. It's hard facts, and they've done a good job. And, he's gonna bring the pain train, is what I like to call it.
The pain to pain.
Wood to bottom.
Okay.
When he wraps this thing up, a paddle to the rear end, and that's the way it's going to go.
Wow.
Yeah.
I asked this question of Jen Falk yesterday. I asked her, would you replay some of that audio? Would you replay some of that audio?
Probably not. You know, that is a very dicey call. Another reason why you have experienced team you put together, and when you do these internal pitch sessions and components with the team, this is a collaboration. You know, you always have to get other people's input. You know, trial attorney is not a me.
Right.
You know, career. It's all about the we, and you're one spoke in a wheel driving that wagon forward. You know, I would like to think that the team that the DA has here, James Stanton, that they would make a wise decision and you know, really foster that credibility and trust they have with the jurors. So, you know, we're not going to do that again, because at some point trial lawyers, you know, can kind of put themselves ahead of the case, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. And it comes off as selfish, because you're there to represent your client, and the client here is the state of Texas and that little girl. And he can walk up there and say, I'm not going to do that again. Unfortunately, this man, he made me play that, because but for having that, there's only two people in the back of that van. One of them is dead. You know, his actions, you can put that in your future danger chart. Okay, put what he did. Mm-hmm. Okay, those are all future danger elements of that box to check. But I would not play that again. I haven't even listened to it. I just read it. I read it.
Well, and
you know, I haven't listened to it.
Well, and Okay, we're getting a little bit of audio from the courtroom. Yeah, they didn't live stream the that audio, thank God. Only the people that were in the courtroom
I'm
actually
sorry, Terry
heard
and
it.
Rebecca were, yeah.
Yeah, Terry and Rebecca heard it.
Am I supposed to stand up?
All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Ms. Anderson.
Good morning.
Morning.
Now, for the purposes of this hearing, we're just going to call you by your first name, Beth. Is that okay?
That's wonderful.
Well, Beth, if you'll please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Beth Weaver. I was an in-home facilitator. I'm a speech and language pathologist.
Now, you kind of jumped ahead on me. You said that you were a speech pathologist, and that you seem to use that in past tense. Have you retired?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
As a speech pathologist, what did you do?
I worked with, when I worked in the school district, I worked with students who had cognitive deficits, who had speech impediment, who had dysphagia or swallowing difficulties, who stuttered. I worked with a lot of the students from resource that just had a delay in language and difficulty understanding what was really being asked of them in the general classroom.
Did you work with students with neurodevelopmental disorders?
I did.
Beth, before you retired, you'd mentioned that you worked with the school district. What school districts did you work with?
All of them. Fort Worth ISD and Azle.
Now, Beth, you also had told the jury that you were an in-home facilitator. What is an in-home facilitator?
An in-home facilitator is an individual who tries to help the student adjust to the classroom, what's expected of them in the classroom, how to behave in the classroom, and also goes into the home, works with the parents, makes sure they have a program that would work on the behaviors that need to be worked on. And then I also took individuals out into the environment, teach them how to order at a restaurant, teach them how loudly to talk at the table and how loudly not to talk, and just teach them etiquette and go over situations that they have difficulty staying within the lines of what we consider to be close to normal.
Now, you said that you worked with the families as well. Why would you work with the families?
Because he lives there, and because that program that that student is working on in the classroom, the same type of reinforcement and the same type of punishment and the same type of results are expected out of the home also.
What happens if you don't have that balance where you're working with you in one case where the rules are enforced and then going home and the rules are not enforced? How does that affect the efficacy of the program?
It affects it for sure, because the student is at home much more than they are at school. I know that everyone thinks they're at school all day, so they're at school longer, but the effect of the home disciplinary actions affects what he's or she's going to do at school. if they get away with interrupting or whatever, losing their temper, getting their way, being a spoiled child, they're going to expect that very same behavior when they get to school at first.
So it seems that this program that you developed isn't just a behavior modification for the student, but also for the people at home.
That's right.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Beth, I'm going to hand you what has already been admitted as defense exhibit number 69. If you'll just glance through those for a moment for me, and you can keep those up there. Beth, while you're glancing through those, I was just going to ask you a couple of questions. One is, as an in-home facilitator, did you maintain records of your visits with Tanner and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you're looking through those records, I want you to tell the jury whether or not your records from your visits are contained in those records.
Give me a minute. Yep, they sure are.
Okay, I'm sorry. Are the records that you...
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. Beth, are the services that you provide to the students, do they fall into the category of being therapeutic?
Yes,
Why is that?
because we're changing behavior.
Did Azel always have in-home facilitators?
No, ma'am, I was the first. You have met the first.
When did they start using them?
2003, I believe. Maybe a little bit in 2002.
And what were some of the reasons a student might qualify for an in-home facilitator?
Behavioral issues. Let me just say, can I speak freely?
Yes, ma'am.
Autism is,
Well, hang on, let's do this. Let's do a question and answer, okay?
Okay. At the time that Azel ISD started these programs, were they having a lot of autistic students in the school? Or did they have a lot of autistic students in the school?
we had our share.
Were there any difficulties that these students were having in relation to mainstreaming?
Absolutely.
The program that was started to help these autistic students kind of navigate school?
Yes.
And your role in that was as a navigator?
Yes.
When the program first started, how many students were you responsible for?
in the beginning, 7 or 8. As time went on, it grew into the teens.
Now, Beth, what was the goal of the in-home facilitator program?
Is to help the student control their behavior, to help the student understand why a certain behavior is necessary, to help the student navigate through life using the behaviors they have learned.
How was it determined, or how did ISD decide who was in or wasn't in the program?
They were tested by another individual, a diagnostician.
And if they met the qualifications, then they would be admitted to the program?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Tanner admitted to this program?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you said that they would be seen by a diagnostician. Was it just a diagnostician, or were there other requirements that had to be met in order to be admitted into the program?
Phew. What do you mean by other?
Well, was it just one person, or did you have a team of people?
Team.
What other types of team members helped make that decision?
The teacher would be involved, the diagnostician, the school psychologist, and the school counselor, and the speech and language pathologist.
You mentioned a whole set of goals that the program had. What did you do to help these students achieve those goals, to navigate?
I worked with them on coping behaviors. I put them in situations that I knew would cause them anger or frustration, so that we could work through that and let the student understand, oh, yeah, if I do this behavior, it's a whole lot better than the other one I've been doing.
Now, you said that you had about 7 to 8 students. Did you have specific schedules for each student? Did you work with them as a group? Did you work with them one-on-one? How did that work?
Most autistic students I saw on a one-to-one basis. And when they reached a certain level of behavior, then I might pair them. You know, I did put a couple or several together, and because that only enhances their ability to be around people and behave correctly.
Now, Beth, I want to turn your attention to Tanner Horner. In your capacity as an in-home facilitator, did you ever provide services to Tanner?
Yes.
Do you recall what grade he was in when you first started the services?
7th grade, I believe.
Do you remember how old he was?
Lord, no. I don't know how old I am.
And Tanner had qualified through all of the diagnostics to get into the program, is that correct?
That is correct. Tanner had also gone to the Child Study Center and went through testing there.
You want me to have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all wake up. Got to stay awake. Can I clear something up? Can I clear something?
When you worked with Tanner, did you have the opportunity to observe his behavior with other students?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to observe his behavior with his teachers?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to go into his home?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to not just go to his home, but meet with his mother and grandparents?
Yes.
Did you take him out into the community?
Yes.
I want to ask you a little bit about your observations during these time periods. How would you describe Tanner's ability to recognize social cues?
Social cues, did you say?
Social cues, yes.
Not good.
Why do you say that?
I mean, at times it was okay, but his cognitive abilities stopped at a certain point for him to be able to understand jokes, teasing, bullying. He was definitely bullied through school. And those were aggravating to him. And he got angry, of course.
Did Tanner appear to be able to identify other people's emotions or feelings?
At times.
Do you feel that he was able to understand boundaries?
No,
Why do you say that?
because it's true. That's all I can say is, if he wanted to do something, and whatever he wanted to do was an item that belonged to someone else, it was difficult for him to understand that he couldn't use that item if they did not give him permission.
Beth, I wanted to back up just one bit. As a speech pathologist, did you often work with students on the autism spectrum?
Yes.
And how can a speech pathologist help an autistic student?
Training for a speech and language pathologist includes cognitive, includes emotion, how someone interprets others' emotions and how they interpret what it is they're feeling inside of them. And we were trained in methods to do that. That's about all I can tell you. We were trained.
So you had mentioned that Tanner had difficulty recognizing and following social cues. Is that uncommon with an autistic student?
No, it is not.
Now, Beth, what about concrete thinking? Can you explain to the jury what concrete thinking means?
I can. Well, as you know, the difference between concrete and not concrete. Concrete thinking is the ability to think on what goes on in the immediate. I'm not sure I know where you want me to go with this.
I guess what I'm getting at is during the time that you worked with Tanner, did he ever exhibit concrete thinking and taking things too literal?
Oh, yes.
Can you give me an example of that?
Well, if someone, if he were in a classroom and someone was playing a joke on him, number one, he couldn't interpret that as a joke if it was offensive to him. And instead of just dealing with that in a manner that would be accepted, he gets angry. His anger would be pretty bad at times.
Did you ever see him lash out at any other students?
I have never seen that.
Were you ever concerned that he might lash out at other students?
No, ma'am.
You had mentioned that when playing with students, other students, that he could get angry. Could you tell what the basis of the anger was? I mean, was it because anger to get anger? Was he frustrated? Was he annoyed? Could you tell the difference?
He basically he couldn't understand it. Just couldn't understand it.
When playing with other students, did you ever see him become frustrated with the process?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an example of one of those instances?
I can't remember the name of this game years ago. It was a card game. You collect the cards and then you play I can't remember.
Pokemon?
Might be that, for sure. When I had him with another student, they would play that. They couldn't wait. That was exciting to them. But if the other student did not follow the rules, and believe me, Tanner knew the rules. He just didn't understand all of them, but he could quote them to you. If the other student did not follow those rules, he couldn't take that. He just didn't understand that. No, you can't do that. I told you earlier, you can't do that. He needed the world to behave in the way he had learned the world was supposed to behave. And that's not the world.
Well, how important is structure?
Terribly important.
Why is structure terribly important?
Because it's the same thing over and over. There's no change. Tanner had difficulty with autistic students have difficulty with change in general. Any change in the routine, that will set them off. They can't adjust to that. If you sat down with them and you told them ahead of time and you kind of worked them through it and you helped them to decide, well, my behavior needs to be this and not this, then they would do all right. But if it was just a change, just happened, that just messes their day up. They cannot adjust to that. They have to learn coping techniques to do that.
Is this one of those things that you worked on with Tanner during the program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Beth, before I get into the actual program that you had with Tanner, I want to go back to you collecting all the information in order to develop that program. Okay. Now, before you had talked about the importance of going into the home and speaking with the parents and the grandparents and the caregivers in this case, did you, and I believe you told us that you had gone to Tanner's home?
Yes.
And you had met with his mother?
Yes.
And you met with his
I met with his mother briefly.
Okay.
Mostly grandmother.
How important is it to go to the place where the student lives? Why does that matter when you're developing a program?
Well, it gives me an insight into how they live at home, the circumstances and the environment that they live in. And all of that, of course, affects our behavior.
Well, you said that it can affect your behavior. How can home life affect the behavior of a student who is on the spectrum?
No different than from any other child. Okay? Home life affects every child. The difference is a child who is not on the autism spectrum can adjust to those changes and can go on with the day in a normal manner. Children with autism cannot adjust. They have difficulty adjusting to those changes, and it's frustrating to them.
And that's where you come in to teach some coping skills to help them adjust to those changes.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you briefly met his mother. What was your first impression of her?
I did not feel like I didn't see any display of mothering. I didn't see that. Tana was upset because she was there in the home and she would get into his things. He didn't like that at all. And she wasn't in, like I said, I didn't see her very often. I know I saw her once and I possibly could have seen her twice. She did not, she was not a mother. She just wasn't a mother. She just did not have the motherly instincts. She had problems of her own. And Tanner was put on the back burner.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Beth, I'm going to publish what has already been admitted as Defense Exhibit number 69. Do you recognize this document?
I sure recognize that scribbling, yes.
Is that your scribble?
That's mine.
Okay. You had mentioned that Tanner's mom was having some issues. Were there any concerns about her being in the home?
Tanner didn't particularly like it back then. Like I said, she got into his things, moved things around. I mean, he had a routine, and he needed to stick to that routine. And with his mother being in the home, and it was a small home, with his mother being there, it just put a stick in his spokes. He just couldn't roll with it.
Now, Beth, did the grandparents have any concerns with Tanner and the mom being in the home? Or I should say, I see you documented that there were concerns. Is that something that affected the stability of the home?
You need to rephrase that.
I think I do. That wasn't a very good question.
No.
I'll try again.
Okay.
Did the grandparents in this case have any concerns with the mom being in the home?
I don't know.
Did her presence cause any instability?
For him, yes, but I don't know about the rest of the household.
And in your records, you had documented that the mother had not always, or had been in and out of his life, and that he had moved several times during his youth.
Yes.
Why is it important to document that he had moved several times?
Kind of seems like we're just repeat and repeat, doesn't it? It is important because anything that happens in a child's life affects them. And moving around is not stability. And it would be difficult to continue a normal routine in all different situations because I don't know where they moved to. I don't know what that was like. He didn't either. He just had to go.
Right, so moving on to some more of your records. You had noted that the influence of Tanner's mother being in and out of his life was an area of concern, and that the grandparents believed that his aggressive behavior stemmed from the instability with the mother. Were you able to observe anything to support these concerns?
Where did I get, are you asking me where did you get the idea that they were concerned about the mother being in the home?
Yes.
Well, actually, the grandmother said to me at one meeting that when the mother was there, that she said her being here infringes upon Tanner's routines.
And we've already established that routines are important, right?
Absolutely.
Right. And I wanted to note one more concern where the parents were concerned that MDT for Thursday. What is that? What is an MDT?
I don't remember.
Okay. And did you, could it be multidisciplinary team?
Did I what?
Could it be multidisciplinary team?
Oh, I bet it is. We could just make something up. Nobody knows.
Now, Beth, one of the things that was noted in your records was that the mother was back home and therefore Tanner's behavior is not exactly the same as before. Would that indicate to you that the mother's presence caused these disturbances?
My opinion is yes.
And one of the other concerns was that the effect of mom being in and out of his life.
Sure.
Oops, it's getting ahead of myself. Okay. Did Tanner's mom ever get involved in any of the sessions that you had at the home? And Judge, we can turn up the lights if you want.
Okay.
Oh,
Let there be light.
let there. Ask that again, please.
Okay. Did Tanner's mother ever get involved in any of the sessions you had in the home?
No.
Did she ever make her presence known during these sessions?
She was in the room, and that's it.
And would she ever make any comments about what was going on during the sessions, even though she wasn't directly involved with
No.
them? You mentioned his, in your records, you talked about how his behavior seemed to change whether mom was there or not there. Based upon your observations, do you feel that he was doing better with your program when she was in the home or out of the home?
Out.
Why is that?
Because her being in the home interrupts his routine.
Also in that home was his grandmother. Did you, what were your first impressions of her?
She's a lovely lady, and she tried her best.
Did she have her own issues?
Probably. We didn't discuss them.
Did you have the opportunity to watch Tanner and his grandmother interact together?
Yes, a little bit. Sure.
And how'd those interactions go?
It's according to what she asked Tanner to do. But mostly, it was okay. I mean, I'm sure they had their differences, but I never saw him get angry at his grandmother.
Over the course of your sessions with the family and with Tanner, and based upon your observations, did his grandmother seem to love Tanner?
Oh, yes.
And did Tanner
Oh,
seem
yes.
to love her?
Oh, yes. They adored each other.
And did his grandmother seem motivated to try to help Tanner and to make sure that he gets the services that he needed?
Yes.
Do you think she was able to help the way she wanted to, or only the way that she was able to?
I can't answer that for her.
Hang on just a minute. Your objection's sustained. You don't need to answer that.
I'm not going to answer that.
Did you have the opportunity to meet his grandfather?
Yes, I did.
And did you watch the interactions between Tanner and his grandfather?
Yes, some.
What were those like?
The grandfather was a little more demanding, a little gruff with him at times, I thought.
Did you ever see him raise his voice or hear him raise his voice to Tanner?
Yes.
Did you ever hear him bark at him or snap at him?
Yes.
Did you ever hear him say ugly things to Tanner?
No. Just in an ugly tone.
When this happened, were you able to watch Tanner's demeanor and how he accepted this?
Yes.
And how did his demeanor change?
Yes.
How so?
You could tell it upset him. You could tell he wasn't happy with what he was being asked to do, and certainly not the way he was being asked to do it.
Was his grandfather very involved in this program that you
No.
established?
Not really.
Did you ever try to get him involved in the program?
No.
Did he ever express any interest in trying to help out?
No.
Did you ever meet with him to try to work with him on how to handle a child that was on the spectrum?
We talked about behavior and how one person's behavior can affect the other person's behavior. But no, we didn't get it. He was a serviceman. I didn't push him too far.
Did he seem receptive to your information?
No.
Did he seem to understand what you were doing was so important?
No.
Did he seem to care?
Well, I think he cared because I was in the home, in and out of the home, and it's not that we didn't get along with each other, because we did. He just didn't understand. He had no understanding. He just wanted Tanner to quit having his tantrums, to behave. And he was the one setting Tanner's behavior off.
So it was kind of like a vicious cycle?
It was, yes ma'am.
And so you have to work not just on one, you have to be able to work on both of them?
That's correct.
And if one is not willing or receptive to
Judge, I'll
help,
object at this point of meeting.
Don't lead your witness.
if one person is not willing to accept the help, how does that affect the other?
Well, the program can't work. Have you ever ridden a bicycle with one tire? It's a little difficult, and that's the way this works.
So let's talk about some of the other parts of the program that you worked on with. You had mentioned earlier about cognitive processing, and I think you also meant social skills. Also mentioned social skills. Let's start with cognitive processing. What did you mean when you said cognitive processing?
What I mean is, when we do a behavior, there's going to be a consequence. And in the normal way the brain works, you can foresee what that consequence may be. So you tell yourself, we don't want to do that. He doesn't foresee that. He just can't foresee that. He has to learn, he learned coping to stop and to think about it. What have I just done? And if I do this, what's going to happen? And that's a hard process for anyone. They have to stop themselves in the middle of whatever is happening. But he could not see, couldn't project what was going to happen.
So is cognitive processing, is that interrelated with the ability to problem solve?
Oh, absolutely.
And you mentioned that Tanner couldn't foresee consequences of his actions. Does that directly impact his ability to problem solve?
It can, yes, and probably does in many ways.
Based upon your observations of Tanner, could you see him attempting to work through the process to solve a problem?
I could. He was getting there, let's put it that way.
And describe that for me.
He would stop. He would always look at me. And I'd just look at him back like, come on, let's think about this. You got to think about this. So he had learned, at least to stop what he was doing if it didn't feel like it was right. He didn't, in the beginning, he could not do that.
Well, how do our emotions play into our ability to problem solve?
How do our emotions?
Yes, when we're talking about problem solving, you talked about cognitive processing, but do our emotions affect our ability to cognitively process?
Certainly.
And so were you ever let's try that again. Did you ever see a situation where emotions, or Tanner's emotions, got in the way of his ability to problem solve?
Yes. For instance, playing the game with the other student, you know. He knew those rules. He knew those rules, and that student just broke the rules. And so I would watch him, and he got to where, when that happened, he would stop and think.
Did you ever work with him on the importance of being able to compromise?
Yeah.
Why is that important?
Because when you're around people, you have to compromise. It's not all about you.
How did your sessions on compromise go with Tanner?
Well, we didn't have trash cans. It's not like we had a session, okay, today we're going to do nothing but compromise.
Mm-hmm.
The compromising goes along with the problem solving and hopefully the understanding of what's going to happen. If a certain behavior is displayed, this is going to happen, and that's not good.
Yeah, Beth, you had also talked about the importance of learning social skills. Why is it important that we learn social skills?
Because we live in a social society.
What kind of social skills did you work on with Tanner?
We worked on talking about what other people wanted to talk about, not always what we wanted to talk about. Allowing other people to join us. You know, if he's working on something, he's doing real well, and they come over and want to join him, you know, let's let them. Maybe they have some good ideas.
You had mentioned earlier about community outings. What kind of outings would you take Tanner on?
We went to the park. We went to restaurants. We went out to my house to see the deer. That's about it. We went to numerous restaurants. Some that were quiet and some that had a more noisy environment.
Why are these community outings important in your work?
In my work?
Yes, and your work with students.
Because it helps them to learn to cope and to adjust and to accept what's happening around them without having a meltdown.
Throughout these outings, did you see any improvement in Tanner's behavior and his coping?
Oh, yes. Yes, Tanner. At first, at first restaurant, he talked too loudly and, it interrupted people around us. And as it went on, he learned not to do that. And he would ask me, am I talking too loudly? I would say, a little bit, yep. And he would adjust.
Now, Beth, I have some more of your records here. And one of the things that was discussed was the ability to reduce Tanner's tantrums and increase socialization skills to allow him the privilege of having friends.
Yeah.
Did Tanner have a lot of friends?
No. Tanner was bullied at school. So, he might have had, I don't ever know of one, to tell you the truth, but hopefully he did have friends, but I don't know of a single one.
Now, you had talked about taking Tanner out to eat. And one of the notes that some of the behavior that you observed was he was excited to go with me to get a bite to eat. He was awkward when ordering his meal. He was not vested in any topic other than his areas of interest. I always initiated the conversation, and Tanner would respond, but did not perpetuate a stream of conversation.
Right. Not unless it was his interest.
Was this uncommon, or is this uncommon with a person on the spectrum?
No.
And as you proceeded with these community outings, you said that you were able to see some improvement?
Oh, yes.
And would that be noted by Tanner was being more talkative?
Yes. He communicated better because he talked with us, and he just had an overall improvement, really, which is why I recommended him continue.
And I'm not going to go through all of these slides with you, but I did have a question about these tick marks. What are these tick marks for? So, because when the jury goes back and takes these records back with them, I'd like them to be able to understand what it all means in there.
It means he did well. It means he entered the conversation well. He added to the conversation. He initiated. He talked loudly. Now that one's not particularly good. But his turn taking was really improving. I was very proud of it.
But in spite of some of these, he still had some issues. And again, the jury will be able to take these records back and look at them. But you noted that goals are showing good improvement and continue with the current plan. How important is it to continue with these plans?
It's important. It's very important.
Why is it important?
To strengthen the coping skills that he's learned, and to help build his confidence that he is communicating with others. He's doing a good job. He's turn taking. He's just behaving well.
At this point, you recommended that the school continue with the current plan. Do you know if that happened?
I don't know for sure, but I don't think so.
And what can happen if a person who is learning new skills, showing improvement, is suddenly taken out of that program? What happens to those skills?
Well, I can't really say. It would be the individual. Speaking about our individual, he will either continue with what he's learned or it will go by the wayside.
Well, let me ask you this. how difficult is it to transfer the skills that he is learning with you while in your presence in these semi-controlled environments? How difficult is it to take that and put it into another context where he may not be with you, may not be in a controlled environment? I guess the transferability of these skills.
Yes. Well, at first it was difficult, but when he learns how to behave in a manner that is acceptable, then he goes on and he uses them. It was, in my opinion, it was very important that he continue. And I just don't think it happened.
Now, Beth, it's been 20 years since you've had Tanner as a student. It's been over 20 years since you were his in-home facilitator. How do you remember him so well?
I liked him. He was a great kid, and he was mannerly. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. I'm sorry I did that. I just had fun with him. He was a fun kid.
Now, Beth, you understand that he has pled guilty to the offense of capital murder that involved a kidnapping.
Yes, I do.
And you understand that there have been other allegations involved with that kidnapping and murder of Athena.
I don't know that. I have not involved myself in anything.
Now, Beth, are you saying that Tanner's autism was, the reason why this incident occurred?
No.
Do you feel that it's an excuse for what happened?
No.
Do you feel that it justifies him
No.
doing what he did?
No.
Do you feel that it's a defense to what he did?
It's what?
A defense to what he did?
No, I don't. I'll tell you where it comes in my mind, is this young man should have never been in that truck by himself.
Now, Beth, I want to go back to one last question, and that is, when you were Tanner's in-home facilitator, did you enjoy spending time with him?
Yeah, what?
Did you enjoy spending time with him?
Yes, very much.
All right, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Staten, do you anticipate much cross-examination of her?
There's been a lot gone over, Judge. I don't know where it's going to go.
All right, let's take our morning break, okay? We'll start back up at 10 minutes to 11.
Yes.
Okay. This young man should have never been in that truck by himself?
Yeah, I guess she's had that opinion for 30 years. Quite convenient now. Again, more of nothing. I'm just not sure how effective this is. Defense has had her there. She's a speech pathologist commenting on autism.
Would you have objected to that?
At some point, I understand it's a death penalty case, so we're under higher scrutiny for appeal purposes, and there's a reason why all these people are allowed to testify, because the prosecution wants to keep everything buttoned up. It's got to be clean. A lot of taxpayer dollars are being used here. But at some point, we've got to raise the white flag and say, okay, Judge, I think we've got it now.
Right.
But that comment at the end there, the very emotional comment from, I believe her name's Beth.
Right.
This young man should have never been in a truck by himself. Well, he's been in a truck by himself his entire adult life. When those girls said that he raped them, those two 16-year-olds, and Beth never intervened and told anybody. I'm not aware of this woman, Beth, ever warning anyone of this man not driving in the car by himself. He was driving a truck by himself when he was singing Jingle Bell Rock while this innocent 7-year-old angel was screaming in the back of his truck and smoking a cigarette He's driving a truck by himself right now with a seatbelt around him, so he doesn't get injured. But this young, innocent girl, he's about to try to break her neck before he chokes her to death, and she soils her pants and vomits and bites her own tongue with her own teeth. This jury is tired of hearing these people who are adding absolutely nothing to this case. There's nothing these witnesses and purported experts, this Beth woman, I have no idea what she's still doing up here. The laughing that's going on, a lawyer needs to at least say, hey, can we cut down the laughing?
Exactly.
I don't know who's joking. I don't know what's going on in here. There's nothing funny about this case.
There's no laughing
and
matter.
no one should be cracking little jokes.
Right, like Let There Be Light or something. We got Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, who is at the courthouse. I've got Cody Skipper with me. Cody's pretty passionate about the kind of basically the pointlessness of this testimony today.
Yeah, Tanya, it's just like the other witnesses that we heard yesterday. No one understands the point. And I just keep wondering why they didn't bring in the doctor who diagnosed him as autistic first. Because one of the things that, I don't know if you guys heard, it might have been when we had the camera turned off, but they were discussing how much she could go into his autism diagnoses, because she wasn't the one that diagnosed him. She just got information and then she came up with a plan. And the judge restricted her testimony to just that, and not anything about his autism and how he was diagnosed. And so if you want to introduce that kind of evidence about, the severity of his autism or whatever, why not bring in the person who actually diagnosed him? And I'm not even sure he's on the witness list. So I would ask that of our expert. Would you not bring in that person first?
Yeah, what do you think, Cody?
Yes. I mean, you would bring him in first. That's the job. If this person, sorry, I thought Rebecca was still on. If this person is supposed to do that strategically, that's what you would be doing first. Fire off the most powerful bullet, strike with the sharpest sword. That is your job. I assume they don't exist in this case.
Oh, they don't want to testify.
Well, or the latter. You're right. But that is your job. If you have them, play the cards. Let's see them. We're not on the flop or the turn. The river just hit in this poker game, and it's time to go.
Right. What was
Tanya, because it just seems that, again, it's just so, it just feels so pointless. And I think everyone in that courtroom, probably including the jurors, are sort of scratching their heads as to what these witnesses are adding to the defense. I mean, these are people that saw him when he was a kid, that have not had any interaction with him whatsoever since then. And who he was then and who he is now are probably not the same person. And so it's just, I don't understand what this testimony is doing for the defense. And again, I told you that every witness that went up there that we heard during voir dire, when we did not have the jury here, when we were having the hearings, at the end, all of them said, this is not an excuse. This is not the reason he did it. His disorders or the things that he's been diagnosed with have nothing to do with what he did to Athena Strand. And you heard her say it as well. So I just don't see how helpful this is to the defense.
Cody?
No, it's hurtful because it keeps happening. Read the room. I mean, read the room. I had a speech pathologist. I couldn't say my R's. A lot of kids have speech pathologists. It happens. Again, you're making something out of nothing. Get to the point or move on.
Cody says he also ate quarters too.
I ate a few quarters. Yeah.
So I mean, it's apparently like I have struggled over, Rebecca and I both, we've struggled over the past 3 days. I mean, it seems like, I guess when you have nothing, you just throw anything that you can up against the wall.
Yeah, because one of the experts that they're going to bring in, Tanya, at the very end is a psychiatrist, I believe, and she is the one who says that he's got like these however many disorders she believes that he has and she diagnosed him with. But even at the end, even all of the things that she's going to throw in, she's pretty much the one that is most sympathetic to Tanner Horner, with if you can give him any sympathy at all. But she's the one that's most likely to be more helpful to the defense. But even at the very end, she says the same thing when pressed by the prosecutors. Does this excuse what he did? No. Does it, did he know right from wrong? Did he know taking Athena was wrong? Yes. Did he know kidnapping her was wrong? Yes. Did he know murdering her and strangling her was wrong? Yes. End of story.
Cody? I know you got more to add.
Yeah, I mean, remember, this is the same guy who, in his interview, Rebecca, I mean, let's just go back with the quotes here. I'm not a bad person. I've always done the right thing. I'm not some criminal. I'm autistic weird, yes. I was in a Christian pop band at some point. I have a conscience. I mean, this guy, he knows exactly what's going on. These are his words. I mean, the man drove for Amazon before he went to FedEx. So even Amazon thought he was hireable, and there were no observations that would lead a normal person to believe there may be a problem if he's delivering packages into someone's driveway, where he may have to have social interactions. And that's another point I keep stressing on, is that, I mean, you have social interactions as a delivery driver.
Right.
You meet with other human beings. You have to communicate. So none of these things, to me, in my experience, are going to go toward that second box to be checked if they even get to the mitigation. I mean, obviously they will once you go past one, but to me, it's not going to hold any water. That bucket's just going to be completely dried up.
Yeah.
Well, and Tanya, one of the defense experts that's going to get up there as well is just going to say he's a liar. He lies. He lies to cover what he did here. He lies whenever he is pushed against a corner. He lied about Zero and his alter ego that doesn't exist. He does not have multiple personality disorder. He's a liar. And his defense's own witnesses are going to say he's a liar.
I mean, when your own witnesses are going to say that, I mean, that's a heavy load there.
Yeah, I mean, this jail call where he says, quote, I guarantee they're making it worse than it is. That came out of his mouth.
Yeah.
In a jail cell. There's just no coming back from that.
Yeah. Do we have any sense on where this is headed for the rest of the day, Rebecca? Who else might be on the stand?
I think they're bringing in a couple of more civilian witnesses and possibly one more expert, but it's been kind of changing a little bit. But this judge definitely wants to get as many people today as he can on that stand and move this case along. But still, we are expected to be here until May the 4th because of the number of witnesses they are calling. I mean, I would ask our defense expert there, would you just rest your case at this point and move on?
Yes. I mean, there's just one answer to that. Yes. It's time to move on.
I mean, essentially, you've got to defend it.
I mean, if they don't have any other experts to try to dial in the specifics of fetal alcoholism, everything they put forth the other day. What were these other issues here? You've got the fetal alcohol syndrome, the Asperger's and autism, the young childhood because my mother was a stripper, lead exposure, the stripper mother defense. That doesn't require any expertise, so you can find that in a lot of counties in this country. It's just we're down to brass tacks right now, so. I would have fully expected some person to come in and say something of substance. Like we go back to the expert on a boy swallowing pennies. The whole purpose of that testimony is to say the effect it has on a child's frontal lobe and the developing brain. Well, he had no opinion on that. He just reading from a book, a peer-reviewed journal about lead exposure. Well, we all know about that. But, when ultimately he's like, well, no, I never even reviewed if it had an effect on Tanner's frontal lobe. He's trying to tie it back to how young he was because of the body mass index and that volume of lead purportedly staying in this system. We don't know how long it did, what his bowel habits were, but the fact of the matter is that purported expert, who I don't even believe was an expert, was allowed to testify in generic terms when he was supposed to have testified as the effect that it could have had on the brain development of specifically this defendant and his frontal lobe. That never happened.
I guess because they didn't have it.
They didn't have it. Another goose egg.
Yeah. Well, and
Tanya,
go ahead.
Tanya, we are going to hear from a couple of other experts that are going to talk about how they scanned his brain and brain scans and MRIs and other things that they did, CAT scans. But having listened to all of that testimony as well, at the end of the day, again, they're going to testify. Yeah, but was there a cause and effect? All of this stuff that happened to him and the brain scans and all of the testing, did he do that because of, these problems that he has, or that he has some sort of neurological damage that caused him to do this? And none of them will get to that point. At least when I heard them on cross-examination, when asked by the prosecutors, well, did it cause him to do this? They say, well, we're not here to say that. We're just here to tell you how he got to where he is today. And that's pretty much all of the defense's witnesses are
All
going
right, guys,
to say the same thing.
Rebecca, we got to let you go.
Say,
We're getting audio from the courtroom.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
What are we waiting on? Yeah, they're important. Yeah.
Everyone can be seated, and we can. All right, Mr. Statement, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
And your work with our youth for so long. I appreciate that. I'm going to go through just a couple things with you here, and we'll let you get out of here, okay?
I appreciate that.
Ma'am, it sounds like to me that even in the limited time that you knew the defendant, Mr. Horner, it seems like you put a lot of work into him. Is that right?
Yeah, I did.
And I take it from your explanations of things, this was not unusual for you to put this type of work into a student.
Don't ever get my job. Yeah. Well, you have to. You learn to love them, and you want to do the best for them.
Okay, go ahead.
Is your microphone on now?
It is now.
Do you sing?
I bet no singing time.
All right, back on top.
Back on topic.
And it's fair to say, though, that whatever you're talking about today about Mr. Horner is from 25 plus years ago. Is that right?
A long time ago, yes, sir.
And so I'm going to go through a couple of things here. But what you do remember, and you've looked at your records there, is that he had the capacity to change his behavior. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you
Not as easily as children that aren't under the autism spectrum. But yes, his behavior can be changed, and it was.
And you noted that in your report, and I think we saw the little hash marks and things on there where you're giving him a score that says he's doing better as you're working with him. Is that right?
That's right.
And it seems like for all your records, he continued to do better throughout your training with him.
He did.
And this is through, you said the 7th grade, is that what you said
Yes.
earlier? And at some point, it's up to him as to whether or not he continues with his positive behavior or not.
That's true.
Now, we talked a little bit about the family situation, and it looks to me from your records, and I think one of your records says specifically that the grandparents were always a stable factor in his life. Did I read that right?
That sounds like something I would write.
Okay.
Because I felt that way.
All right. I'll leave it at that. And because of that, I think you said that his grandparents, one or both, would at least attend your sessions or meetings or what have you. Is that right?
Except when we had our outings to restaurants, etc. But yes, they were there in the home.
And you'll agree with me, being there in that home, if you had seen anything that you felt was a problem in that home with the grandparents, with Mr. Horner in the 7th grade, you would have reported that, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would have.
Because that's because you're a mandatory reporter in Texas.
That's correct.
So you felt comfortable being in the home and working with Tanner in and out of the home.
Yes, I did.
And so as part of that, you said you taught him a lot of things about social cues, cognition, thinking, things of that nature, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, as part of your program, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seems like you're teaching them a lot about how they're supposed to act out in society. Is that right?
That is correct.
And this is not unusual for all sorts of kids with all sorts of other disabilities, not just autism.
That's correct.
And so in that vein, the things that you're teaching them is things on a basic level, like right and wrong. Is
yes,
that
sir.
correct? So not stealing. Is that right?
As far as behaviors go.
Behaviors, of course. All the way down to what voice level you're supposed to use in a restaurant.
Yes.
And those are those things that you are ingraining in them and giving them examples and showing them the right way to act.
Yes, sir.
And in this particular case, even though you had a limited experience with Mr. Horner, you've indicated that he understood and had the capacity to make those right decisions. Correct?
Yes, if I understand what you're asking.
Well, I guess you said a little bit that that if given your skills and given your training, that he had the ability to stop what he was doing if he didn't feel like it was right. That's what you said a minute ago.
Uh-huh.
And so you're teaching him what is right and what is not right.
When it comes to him, yes.
To him, of course. And at some point during that, you indicated that he was able to improve, and I think you said he was getting there.
He was. He sure was.
That's right. And that he can do these things, correct?
He has been informed. Whether or not he applies it, that's up to him. But yes, he had learned.
Now, went over a lot of things. I'm trying to catch up here. So we talked about kind of this relationship. It seemed to be a little bit of a tense relationship with the mom being there and the grandparents participating in these. Would you agree with that?
I would.
But even though that was going on, we still had the grandparents being active in his life.
Absolutely.
And this is not the first time you've had grandparents raise a child, is it?
No.
And even if mom was being disruptive or causing a problem, that was Mr. Horner's base, was his grandparents.
That's right.
And I think you talked about his grandma. I think you described her as a lovely woman. Is that right?
She's a very lovely woman.
And I think you described grandfather as a little more gruff. I think that was your word.
Rough, cranky. Yeah.
Cranky.
That was Bill.
kind of a get off my lawn kind of a guy.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
And given his military experience and where he had been in the world, did you blame him for being a little gruff?
Not at all.
Because you remember he had been a soldier at some point. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe in the Vietnam War.
Exactly. So when we're going through this and we're talking about Tanner, you at least attempted for the time that you were with him to teach him those skills that we saw up on the board.
Yes, sir.
Now let me ask you this. You also said that you taught him manners, right? And you appreciated his good manners. I think that was right, wasn't it?
I don't know if I said I taught him manners or not, but I taught him how to behave, was trying to get into his head how we behave in public.
Right. And I think you said that he was a yes or no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am.
Absolutely, but he came to me like that.
So he had some pre-training on how to act.
Yes.
But you also said he had the ability, when he had done something wrong, to say he was sorry.
That's right.
Now, in this particular case, you said something earlier, and I want to ask you about it. You said that Tanner should have never been in that truck. Is that what you said?
That's exactly what I said.
And I guess I need to know.
Alone.
Alone. Okay. So I guess what you're saying is that he shouldn't have been trusted to be in that truck alone.
Right. And that's not to say that he couldn't do that job and do it well. That's to say, when circumstances don't follow the norm for him, cognitively, he can't, what he's telling himself is, just fix it. Let's just fix this. And sometimes his fix is worse than the problem.
Right. And what's your understanding of what he initially did to Athena Strand that precipitated this event? What's your understanding of that?
Well, from the news, back when we lost Athena, it's my understanding that he was backing the truck up and bumped her, or I don't know, hit her with the truck some way.
Mm-hmm. And that's why you're saying that he shouldn't have been alone in the truck, because your understanding is that he hit her with the truck.
That's right. Think about it. If another adult had been in that vehicle with him, the outcome would have more than likely been very different, and we would still have little Athena.
You understand, if the fact is that he did not hit her with that truck, that creates a whole different situation.
He didn't?
If the evidence is that he did not hit her with that truck, and that did not happen as you understand it, that changes your opinion on things, doesn't it?
Well, it doesn't change my opinion, because my opinion will always be he should have had another adult in the car with him, in the vehicle with him. What it does, it makes me wonder what the whole thing was about. Why?
And you're not telling us today that his autism had anything to do with the criminal offense in this case?
With the outcome? You're going to have to ask that a different way.
I mean, are you saying that his autism caused him to kidnap and murder this child?
No. I'm saying it did not.
That's what it's wrong.
Read, Rick.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Oh, no.
Beth, I only have that many questions, okay? Do you think that Tanner would have been able to make the changes that you noted without intervention?
No, I don't.
Do you think he would have been able to maintain those changes that you saw over the 1 year that you dealt with him without continued intervention from someone like you?
It would certainly be a disruption in his ability to carry on with it, yes.
when the state asked you about teaching Tanner the ability to know right from wrong, were you talking about his ability to make the right decision in problem solving?
Yes.
And does that go back to his inability to foresee his consequences or the consequences?
Exactly.
Okay. That was 4 questions, so I still have 1, but I'm going to give that time back to the judge. I have no further questions.
Mr. State.
Hallelujah.
Nothing further on.
May this witness be excused.
No objections, Your Honor.
You're done.
I'm done. Well, I can't
What's that?
say I enjoyed it, but y'all have a good day.
What's your step?
All right.
Let me see counsel. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. And if you get to the point, Doctor, where you need to approach the board, please feel free to get up and walk around.
Very
Okay?
good. Thank you,
All right.
sir.
Mr. Goebel.
Thanks, John. Dr. Lewine, would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Jeffrey David Lewine. I am a neuroscientist by training, so I'm an expert on the brain.
Okay, can you, tell me a little bit more about what neuroscience is?
Yeah, so I do have some slides here, although it's not working. Just ignore these for the moment. Just listen to me. They're mostly for me. So neuroscience is the study of the brain, the spinal cord, and the nerves in health and disease. And it includes everything from the basic biology of individual brain cells to how brain cells are interconnected to form networks that support things like memory, attention, the emotional regulation of behavior, to clinical aspects of neuroscience, so how when the brain is damaged, that manifests as disease or injury. And then finally, the techniques that we use to look at the brain. So things like magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, PET imaging, something known as positron emission tomography, and also electroencephalography, EEG. These are all methods that we can use to give us insights into the structure and function of the brain.
Let's talk a little bit about your qualifications to do that type of work and to give those opinions. What's your educational background?
Yeah, so I actually have bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees in neuroscience from the University of Rochester in upstate New York. I was then a postdoctoral fellow in neuroscience and biophysics at Los Alamos National Laboratory. They got lots of people working on bombs and things, but they actually have a very large biology group, and neuroscience was part of that.
And are there particular areas of neuroscience that you specialize in?
Yeah, so I am generally recognized for my work in different types of imaging technologies. So again, MRI, PET, EEG. I do work on a number of conditions, most notably autism spectrum disorders, traumatic brain injury, epilepsy, and post-traumatic stress disorder.
And where do you currently work?
So I wear lots of different hats depending on what day you find me. So I am the Chief Executive and Chief Scientific Officer of the Center for Advanced Diagnostics, Evaluation, and Therapeutics, located in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Cadet is involved in the development and evaluation of new diagnostic tools and new therapies for autism, PTSD, and traumatic brain injury. I'm also the CEO of Neuroscience Expert Consulting Services of America. That is the small business that is involved in legal work, in this case here. I am an affiliate professor of translational neuroscience at the Mind Research Network, also in Albuquerque. MRN was established by a $60 million grant from the United States Congress to look at brain structure and function in health and disease, especially psychiatric disorders. I have faculty appointments in neurology and psychology at the University of New Mexico, and I'm also the director of research for a small pharmaceutical company, Beyond Barrier Therapeutics, where we're developing and testing new therapies for traumatic brain injury and something known as organophosphate poisoning.
Are you a medical doctor?
So I am not a medical doctor, I'm a PhD.
So you're not here to testify to a diagnosis for Mr. Horner, any particular condition like a doctor would do?
That's correct. So I don't do diagnosis. I'm involved in the science of treatment, but I don't do direct treatment. I don't prescribe medication. I don't do diagnoses for individuals.
Okay, so for this case, I'm here to use your expertise as a brain scientist, for lack of a better word, to talk about Tanner's brain.
Yeah, I was explicitly asked to use the technologies that are available in neuroscience to get an understanding as best as possible of Tanner's brain structure, brain function, and to, based on putting that within the historical context of the information that we have on him, to try and understand what might have caused these abnormalities in brain structure and function.
And is there any kind of independent evidence that you're qualified to integrate the types of information you'll be talking about here today?
Yeah, so I do this type of integration of methods on a daily basis. I have had faculty appointments at numerous universities throughout the country. I've had appointments in the Department of Radiology, appointments in neurology, psychiatry, psychology, even electrical engineering and computer science. So I've got a very broad background in neuroscience and integrating various different types of information.
And do you present your research at scientific meetings?
Yeah, so I have done invited presentations at more than 100 different national and international scientific meetings.
What about publications? Have you been published?
Yeah, so I've got over 75 peer-reviewed publications. I'm the co-author of a textbook on functional brain imaging.
And how is your work funded?
So my work is predominantly funded through research grants. So I've had funding from the Department of Defense, National Science Foundation, National Institutes of Health. I currently have a $2 million contract with Special Operations Command of the Department of Defense for developing and evaluating a new therapy for traumatic brain injury. And just earlier this week, I submitted an application to the Advanced Research and Project Agency for Health for $40 million to examine post-traumatic stress disorder.
Do you do mostly legal work?
So legal work is about 40 to 50% of my effort. Mostly I'm involved in doing these grant types of things. So again, evaluating new therapies, developing new therapies. I do some legal work. It's split between civil work and criminal work like this. About 60% is civil work, 40% of that is the criminal work.
So, have you ever testified as a neuroscience expert in court before?
Yes, so I've testified to my neuroscientific opinions.
No, I don't want things being displayed here that are not in evidence.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay, again, this is stuff that's not admitted into evidence. I mean, there's stuff on the board here that is not admitted into evidence.
I think all of that would be on his CV, so we can go ahead and move to his index.
Will you have any objections?
Well, I mean, it was shown to me, and I wasn't really understanding exactly where they were going with this. None of this is in evidence, and I guess it depends on what they're offering it for.
Well, it appears to be a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
So, do you have, you've seen it?
I have seen it.
Do you have any objections?
Well, my objections would be to anything in it that's obviously hearsay, and if it goes to his opinions that are expert in nature outside of his expertise, I would also object to it on that basis. But I don't.
All right, y'all retired to your end. Everyone may be seated. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I mean, he's flicking the deals, and I'm like, wait, what's going on? So.
Well, with the other experts, I'd introduce the CV first, but nothing on here wouldn't be contained on the CV so far.
Well, but I mean, he's testifying, and like this, I've been recently awarded $1.5 million from the Special Operations Command. He's not testifying. I mean, we got stuff up here on the jury that the jury's reading that he's not testifying to, and I want to clear that up. So, with this PowerPoint presentation, is there anything in here that the state is going to object to? I mean, I'm going to let him testify to it, but I don't want it being shown to the jury as an exhibit.
Okay. That's the last screen with anything about his career.
Okay.
The rest of it is the materials that we provided yesterday and today.
Okay.
With his finding. It's based on the radiology report of Dr. Bono and the PET scans and the EEG scan, and then the quantitative analysis that Luan did himself.
Okay.
Well, some of the stuff, I mean, we didn't go over all this stuff in the 705, if I remember correctly, but there's stuff in here about he's making assessments as a defendant as to what his toxic exposure is, what it's from, his neurodevelopmental disorders, which he can't diagnose. That comes from somebody else.
Well, but I'm assuming he relied upon the other reports that have been testified to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's correct, but he's not able to make any form of diagnosis and make any conclusions that Mr. Horner is suffering from any of these. He's not, he doesn't have that ability.
Well, that's already been testified to, so he can rely upon it.
May I ask?
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be, are they offering it just to be demonstrative, to just show certain things, or are we trying to admit it actually into evidence? What do we?
This is just demonstrative evidence. We have his 3 reports we're going to move to enter, and we have his CV that's already been entered into the record, and we're going to move to enter it for all purposes.
Okay.
And
Do
then
you have any objection to that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I had no intention of putting in every, well, I mean, the images he's going to use. I think the report itself probably contains.
As long as we're going to introduce it so the jury can have it if they deliberate, I'm good
I'll do
with
the
it.
next thing.
Okay. All right. All right.
Is that okay?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right. Sorry.
Demonstrative. I mean, I'm going to say demonstrative only on this as far as the power.
Yeah, this is demonstrative only. I don't intend for this to go back to the jury. That's why I supplied it to him.
But we will mark it. We'll introduce it for purposes of the record.
We can absolutely. Sure.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Can I just want to make sure I understand. So, information about toxic exposures that's in reports that I have read, am I allowed to?
I would next ask you to identify these, which will be your 3 reports and your CV.
And that came from Dr.
This is the one.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You can rely upon Spec because he has testified in front of the jury.
So Dr. Davies has not testified yet. He did a formal report.
Yes.
Am I allowed to talk about his
He is one that
observations?
we did a 705 on already.
You are allowed to testify that you received a report from Dr. Davies, but don't go into the report.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Would that include anything that he's going to testify as to potential conditions and results with regard to the defendant that you took into consideration in making,
You may
it's all-
testify that you received a report from Dr. Davies that you relied upon, but do not go into anything involving the contents of Dr. Davies' report.
No, but from his perspective, he had, from his neuroscience perspective, what he did, he will be able to say whether his results are consistent with FESD, ASD, those things, but not talk about what Davies is saying.
I'll let him do that.
Does that make
And
sense?
am I allowed to indicate that Dr. Davies' report indicated that there was likely alcohol,
No,
fetal alcohol
you're going into the report.
Okay.
Okay?
And some of that's on this.
Well, that's just for demonstrative purposes, so it'll all tie up, so let's go.
Okay, does that make sense?
All right, let's go.
I'm just gonna start here, so.
That's fine.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's what I get for doing something out of order.
I mean, I'm thinking around, but I'm like, wait, whoa, time out. So,
Well, after the one did off, just all that, just say it, or, you know, it's like, I just got it. It's just-
we're good.
Okay.
All right, everyone may be seated. We're ready to proceed. Mr. Cole.
Dr. Lewine, is Defendant's Exhibit 50 a true and accurate copy of your proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, that was previously admitted to the record. I move now to admit it for all purposes.
Any objection?
No objection to the
State's Exhibit 50 is admitted for all purposes.
Dr. Lewine, is Defendant's Exhibit 71 a true and correct copy of your MRI report?
It's the brain integrity check MRI report, correct?
Okay. Your Honor, I move to admit that at this time.
I'm sorry.
I would move to admit that report at this time.
71, any objections?
No objection.
All right, Defense Exhibit 71 is admitted.
Dr. Lewine, is Defendant's Exhibit 72 a true and accurate copy of the EEG, MEG physiology report?
Yes, in this case, it's just EEG, so the BIC EEG report.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 72 at this time.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
Defendant's Exhibit 72 is admitted.
Dr. Lewine, is Defendant's Exhibit 73 a true and accurate copy of the PET report?
It's my PET report, correct?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 73.
Any objections?
None, Your Honor.
Defense Exhibit 73 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we're going to, one more question. Dr. Lewine, did you review any other materials or records in preparing your report or preparing your testimony?
Yes, so I reviewed extensive records and also a number of expert reports.
I believe I was asking you if you had testified in court before, and you answered that. Have you ever testified in criminal cases in Texas?
Yes, on numerous occasions.
And I believe we have a PowerPoint presentation that we're just going to be using to help explain your testimony to the jury.
Yes, I'm going to go down here and go into a little bit of professor mode here for a little bit. The pointer doesn't work very well, so it's a little bit easier if I'm down here directly. Can you all hear me okay? Perfect, thank you.
All right, so can you start by giving us a little tutorial on neuroscience and what the relationship is between the brain structure, the functioning, and behavior?
Yeah, and so in order to understand what we're seeing in the different imaging techniques, I need to give you kind of a little quick tutorial on the brain, how the brain works. And so the brain really is the basis of all complex behavior. It controls how we interact with the world. It controls how we interact with each other. And when we think about the brain, so the brain is composed of different types of cells. The most important one are the neurons. So the neurons are the computational units of the brain. And they basically have three parts to them. They have the cell body, which is the command center. They have the dendrites, which is how signals get into the neuron. And then they have the axon, which is how signals get out to the neuron, go over to the next cell. And so the cells are basically interconnected with a little space here known as a synapse. And your brain has about 80 billion brain cells in it, 80 billion neurons, and about 100 trillion synapses in it. So it's an extraordinarily complex system. And again, it's got the computational units, the cell bodies, and they reside in what's known as the gray matter. And then they have the axons, which interconnect to different cells. That's what's known as the white matter. And so you're going to hear me talk about gray matter and white matter as we go on. And sir, I apologize, that is my glucose sensor alarm going off, and I thought I had turned it off, but I didn't. It's going to beep. Can I go in?
No, you're fine.
Just let it beep?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or can you turn it off?
I can't turn it off.
Why don't you go turn it off?
Okay, my apologies. I thought I had.
Sorry, Dad, it's been one of those mornings.
I agree.
Thank you, sir. My apologies.
Yes, sir. Mr. Coble, you may continue.
Dr. White, can you pick up where you left off, please?
So again, there's the computational units, there's the interconnections between them. And so if you damage the gray matter, the computational units, or you damage the white matter interconnections, that's going to disrupt function. And so, for example, the brain actually has some degree of specialization. There are certain parts of the brain that are mostly responsible for visual information processing. Other parts of the brain that are involved in auditory processing. And then there are networks in the brain. So the part of your brain that understands language is in the left temporal lobe. The part of your brain that actually lets you talk and communicate is in the left frontal lobe. And so those are where the computational units are, and then there's axons, white matter pathways, that interconnect those parts of the brain just like the telephone wires. So if you damage either the left temporal lobe, the left frontal lobe, or the interconnections, you get a disruption in language function.
When you're talking about language networks, are there other networks for the brain?
So there are many, many other networks. There are networks for controlling memory. There are networks for doing things like recognizing faces. There are networks for controlling emotion and regulating behavior. And there are also networks in the brain that support what we call social cognition. So this is just a caricature with the areas in yellow showing those parts of the brain that are involved in social cognition. Social cognition is your ability to interact with other people, to recognize their face, to recognize their emotions, to communicate effectively with them, to have empathy for someone. Something known as theory of mind, which is your ability to understand what someone else is thinking. All of those things are controlled by the brain, controlled by specific parts of the brain, interacting with each other.
And is everyone's brain the same?
So, no, everybody's brain, there's a general organization, but the fine details are different. So my brain has basically the same general area in the back of the head that's involved in visual information processing as your area, but my brain is wired a little bit differently than your brain.
So does that mean that people perceive and interact with the world in different ways because of the way that their brains are different?
Yeah, so there are a couple of things that are important. So one thing to keep in mind is that the brain develops. So the brain you were born with is not the brain that you end with. And there are many, many factors that influence your brain development. Your genetics is important. The environment you grow up in. So if you grow up in a nice, kind, loving environment, your brain actually wires differently from somebody who grows up in what we call a toxic stress environment, where there's not enough food, where there's violence. Toxic exposures, alcohol, drug abuse, all of those things impact your brain, psychiatric disease, and things like head trauma. And so as a result, everybody's brain is somewhat different, and this changes how you perceive the world. So I don't know if any of you recognize this, and I don't know how well it's going to show here, but this is the infamous yellow and white dress that was on the internet. I look at that dress, and it is yellow and white to me. Both of my daughters, when they look at that dress, it's blue and black. And I don't know if anybody here is seeing blue and black, but about a third of people see this as blue and black. And my daughter's like, Dad, you're crazy. That is white, that is blue and black. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's white and gold. It has to do with the way that my brain wired itself to perceive color and the location of light sources. Much to my chagrin, the actual fibers in the dress are blue and black. I'm misperceiving it. But the point is that how you perceive the world, how you interact with the world, is a function of how your brain is developed. And if normal people, if neurotypical people can have such widely different perceptions, imagine what happens when you put brain injury and dysfunction on top of that. So how you perceive the world, how you interact with the world, is a function of how your brain is wired and functioning.
Okay, so what factors influence how your brain develops and how it gets wired?
So again, there are all of these different factors that influence things. And so anytime we start to look at brain damage, we start to think about brain dysfunction, and we want to try and understand what the potential causes are, we need to look at all of these different factors.
Now let's talk about Tanner specifically. Can you tell me about some of the things that you've reviewed in his history and his records that have at least the potential to disrupt the brain structure and function from your point of view?
So one of the things that I do is I go back and look at medical records, school records, jail records, trying to identify all the things that we know of that potentially cause disruption in brain function. And there are a lot of those, and I try to identify the ones that may be relevant in a particular case, in this case for Tanner. And so based on these reports that I reviewed, there are certain things that are in the literature there. So he potentially had some toxic exposures. There are some records which suggest that there may have been some fetal alcohol exposure. There are records which indicate that there was probable lead exposure. There are records that indicate that he had this toxic stress, that he grew up in an environment that wasn't the ideal environment for raising a child. And you've heard a little bit about that, you're gonna be hearing more about that. He has what we believe are some neurodevelopmental disorders. So you've heard a lot about autism spectrum disorders. And so autism spectrum disorders really are a spectrum. So I do a lot of work with kids with autism. Some of these kids are completely nonverbal, don't make any eye contact.
Judge, I'm going to object to this. This is an extending narrative without any form of question, and it's non-responsive as well to the particular question.
All right, sustain. Let's keep it question and answer as much as we can.
Yes, sir. So as part of your work in identifying neurodevelopmental disorders from a neuroscience perspective, have you worked with patients who had autism spectrum disorder or ADHD?
Yes, so I extensively work with individuals with both autism spectrum disorders and ADHD. And in the records, there's indication that those are present for Mr. Horner. There's
Hang on.
And
Question.
is head trauma another area that you would look at for Mr. Horner based on his records?
So there's indications that there may have been some head traumas, not well documented in medical records. But again, I consider head trauma as a possibility for something that might disrupt brain structure and function.
And as a neuroscientist, how do you go about evaluating brain structure and function?
So there are a number of techniques that we use. One of the primary ones is something known as magnetic resonance imaging, MRI. So MRI is a technique for looking predominantly at brain structure. There's a big donut-shaped magnet. So you slide somebody into the magnet, and then you actually pulse at them little radio frequency signals. And the system listens for the radio frequency signals that come back. And those signals that come back are influenced by the tissues in the brain.
Now,
So-
are those images at the bottom, type of images you would get from an MRI?
Yeah, so these are not Tanner's images, these are just representative images. But so depending on how you pulse the sequences, you can get different types of images. These are what are known as T1 images. They're very good for showing the anatomy. There's something known as DTI, diffusion tensor imaging, which tells us about the white matter interconnections. And one thing that I want to make sure everybody understands, so this isn't like taking a photograph. This is measuring magnetic signals that are coming back from the brain and reconstructing these images. So it's a mathematical computational thing. It's not like snapping a picture. There are standard ways on how these signals get reconstructed and represented in terms of what the images look like.
And you said there's standard ways, so is this a technology that's widely used in clinical and research and scientific applications?
Yes, so almost every hospital in the United States has an MRI scanner. They all produce basically the same types of images. Not all scanners have the capabilities for the diffusion tensor imaging, but they can all certainly do these types of T1 images.
And this technology has been admitted to courts across the U.S.?
Yes, sir.
Did you do an MRI on Tanner?
Yes, so the MRI was actually done at the MRI center. I personally, about a year ago, set up the protocols on the scanner to collect these data. This is just an example of one of the images that comes from Tanner's brain. This is known as a sagittal slice, so it's in this direction here. We're a little bit off to the midline. The MRI data that were collected, there were two types in particular of relevance in this case. The T1 images, which were used for something known as volumetrics, which I'll explain, DTI, diffusion tensor imaging. These images were provided to a neuroradiologist, and the visual inspection of these images by the neuroradiologist is that they're within normal limits. So the neuroradiologist, just looking at the images, says there are no gross abnormalities here, there's no tumors, there's not a hole in the head, there's not multiple sclerosis.
Okay, let's back up for a second. So you set up protocols, kind of telling what you need the MRI to do, correct?
Correct.
And then a medical doctor, I believe in this case the name of Dr. Yon, signs an order for the MRI techs to do it. And then it's actually the MRI techs that run the machine. You're not running the machine off.
Correct.
And then they give you the data from it.
Correct.
And you're saying that a normal radiologist reads it and says, when you say there's no gross abnormality.
Judge, I'll object as to leading.
Let me hear the question.
I'm sorry, I thought he already said that the radiologist said there was no gross abnormality. What did the radiologist find?
The radiologist did not indicate any gross structural abnormalities in Tanner's brain.
And we're using the term gross like in the term of a large scale. What do we mean there?
What you can see on visual inspection.
And that's where you said visually you can look at it. He saw no tumors, no holes in the brain, those sort of things.
That is correct.
Okay. So let's go, and you talked about a couple other ways that you as a neuroscience analyze it. You mentioned volumetrics. Tell me what volumetrics are.
So one of the challenges with MRI is in children with autism spectrum disorders, even very severe autism, MRI shows things in less than 10%. In mild traumatic brain injury, MRI visually shows less than 10%. What scientists and clinicians have jointly developed over the last 2 decades are what are known as quantitative methods. One of those is a quantitative method known as volumetrics, where we actually measure the size of different brain areas. This is done by a computer. And then the values for the client are compared with average values from a normative database. So just like when you have neuropsych testing or you have your blood work done and they come back and say, hey, your white cell count is done, that's comparing your white cell count with the expected average for people who don't have any conditions. So
hold up 1 second and explain. You talked about using a normative database. Now, first of all, you said volume, and for a layperson, you're really talking about the size of each part of the brain?
That is correct.
And then you said a normative database. Explain how you create that, what that is.
So again, the normative database is created by MRI images from people without any history of head trauma, neurological disorder, psychiatric disorder, learning disabilities. And so for the work that I do, we're able to compare Tanner's data with a normative database that has about 10,000 people in it. Now from that, we extract only the male subjects who are within 5 years of age, but it's a very large database. And so we can look at the results and say, hey, this is within normal limits, or this value is too big, or this value is too low. And we can do statistical evaluations on it. And all of this is done by a computer. So the computer does the identification of the different brain regions. And so that's what these colors are. This is just showing the computer calculating these different brain regions. The computer system doesn't know if it's my brain, your brain, Tanner's brain. The only information the computer has, in this case, is at the time we did the scan, I think Tanner was 33 years old, male subject. That's the only information that it has. So it's a very objective, mathematical, statistical way to determine whether or not there are abnormalities.
And it's making a comparison between his brain, his values, and neurotypical people within 5 years of age. Is that above or below?
Yes.
And that are male?
Correct.
Okay.
And so again, so it's a statistical comparison. So this is just showing a subset here. So the open circles are the values for the database, the neurotypical subjects. And so if Tanner's values here are green, right smack in the middle, that's within normal limits. If his value is very large compared to the database, that's outside of limits. If it's very small, and we describe how abnormal things are using a statistical measure, something known as a z-score, which basically tells you how abnormal things are.
Okay, and what did Tanner's MRI show?
So Tanner's volumetrics show that things are mostly within normal. There's one particular area in the brain, the left orbital frontal area, that is abnormally low. His value is about 20% lower than what you see in neurotypical subjects. That translates into about 50 million fewer neurons. And again, this here, this underlying brain, this is a caricature based on the calculations. I'm the one who put these colors on and chose the color. So the way you get those colors is the science, and that is standardized. That's how we do it for everybody.
Now, so you're saying that it indicated that he likely had a volume loss, and you were using this to show which part of the brain that would be in. And what does that part of the brain normally do?
And so the left orbital frontal cortex is one of these key brain regions involved in the emotional regulation of behavior and social cognition. It is often disrupted in autism spectrum disorders. Again, that's based on the scientific literature. It can be disrupted in traumatic brain injury. It can also be disrupted in depression.
Okay, and once again, is volumetric something that just you do, or is that a technique that's widely accepted in clinical and forensic and scientific fields?
Yeah, so volumetrics is an extremely well-accepted technique. It is supported by over 5,000 publications. It is routinely used in hospitals throughout the United States. In the clinical world, it is used mostly in the evaluation of epilepsy and Alzheimer's disease, but it's seeing increasing usage in traumatic brain injury. And certainly in the forensic world, we see it being used very commonly with respect to psychiatric conditions, things like depression, schizophrenia, and autism spectrum disorder.
Okay, let me move on to I think you said you use another technique called diffusion tensor imaging. What is that?
So diffusion tensor imaging, it's still an MRI technique. It's just a different way of pulsing those radio frequency fields to emphasize different characteristics. In particular, the characteristics it emphasizes look at how water is diffusing in the extracellular space. And so remember we talked about axons. So axons travel in bundles. Because they travel in bundles, water within the brain moves along the axons as opposed to across them. And so we can use a measure known as fractional anisotropy, FA, to tell us about the integrity of the axons. And so just like we did with the volumetrics, the computer is going to calculate the FA values, in this case for 33 different fiber tracts, and compare the values for Tanner versus a neurotypical database.
Okay, and what is the DTI for Tanner show?
So the DTI for Tanner shows that most of his fiber tracts look to be intact.
Hold on 1 second here and tell me about the images. These are the computer images, or you've added color to help us understand?
So these are the images. So the underlying brain here is just a generic one. The color codes here are showing the tractography. So this is the computer's reconstruction of the fiber tracts in Tanner's brain. The color assignment, again, is very, very standard, not something I do, comes out of the computer algorithm. The different colors are telling you about the direction that the fibers are moving in, whether they're going front to back, up, down, or across. And then again, the computer extracts these FA values, compares it to the normative database, tells us whether they're normal, whether they're high, whether they're low. These blue boxes indicate that those fiber tracts had FA values that were abnormally low, in the lowest 5th percentile.
Okay, explain, let's start with what track we're talking about and what they control, those values you found.
Yeah. So in particular, Mr. Horner has low FA values for what are known as the right and left fornix. This is a fiber tract that's very important in short-term memory. And the low FA values indicate that there's a disruption in the structure of the fornix.
And did you tell us what the fornix, what did you say?
So the fornix is predominantly involved in short-term memory.
Okay. Now, this DTI, is that a technique that only you were using, or is that also common in clinical and research and scientific settings?
Again, this is also a common technique. Diffusion tensor imaging is used, is supported by several thousand publications. Tractography is routinely used by hospitals in planning surgery for people with brain tumors and epilepsy. These types of quantitative analyses aren't too often used in the hospital because they don't change medical care, but they are routinely used in forensic and research settings to understand whether or not there is evidence of white matter dysfunction, white matter disruption in conditions like autism, like traumatic brain injury, like substance abuse.
Now, I think as you explained that the volumetrics and the DTI are looking at brain structure. Did you also look at brain functioning, and how would you do that?
Yeah, so looking at structure is one thing, but it's only part of the story. So if you take a group of people with autism spectrum disorders, often, certainly clinically, the MRIs look normal. Even the volumetrics are normal in many of those individuals. You need to actually look at the function of the brain to understand more of what's going on. One of those technologies is something known as electroencephalography. So your brain cells work using electrical currents. So when your brain cells are active, they generate electrical potentials up on the scalp surface, and we can measure those using a special cap. I actually came to Fort Worth. I personally did the EEG exam on Tanner. What comes out from the EEG is a bunch of squiggly lines. These lines are showing how the electrical potential is changing in time at each location. We record from 19 different places over the head.
And are you doing an interpretation on that, or is this a computer?
So this is a computer analysis again. So one of the things that can be done with these signals, so if you have a very complicated squiggly line, you can describe the complicated line by a combination of simpler signals. We basically look at how fast the squiggles are and how big the squiggles are. So the computer can take the actual data and calculate how much what we call power there is in each frequency. Power relates to how big the signals are. And so we get values for Tanner for power at different frequencies at each electrode. Just like we did with the MRI, we can compare that with a normative database.
Now, can you back up for 1 second there? You put up there these different gamma, beta, alpha, theta. What are we talking about there?
So we generally describe, again, the signals by how fast they are. So delta refers to squiggles that are very slow, so between 1 to 4 per second. Beta refers to much faster signals in the range of 20 to 40 per second. And these different types of signals are associated with different types of activity. So delta activity in particular is associated with very significant brain dysfunction. We should not have a lot of delta activity in somebody who's awake. Beta signals are associated with brain hyperexcitability. We see that in anxiety disorders. We see that in autism spectrum disorders. We see that in post-traumatic stress disorders. So by looking at the different frequencies in the scientific literature, we can understand what is or is not abnormal, what it is related to.
The EEG is also a technique that's commonly used clinically, forensically, scientifically.
Yeah, so again, in the clinic, it's used predominantly to look at epilepsy and sleep disorders. Quantitative metrics are used in ICUs to look at epilepsy and stroke. These types of quantitative analyses are also used clinically in guiding a therapy known as neurofeedback. That's typically done more by psychologists as opposed to medical doctors, but still clinical work using these technologies.
And the Q up there, is that for quantitative?
Yes, sir.
And that's just kind of another way of analyzing an EEG?
Yes, so the EEG is the basic data, QEEG is the quantification of the data.
Let's move on, and I think you're going to tell us about what Tanner showed, is that correct?
Yeah, so I just need to tell you a little bit more about how we represent the data, and again, this comes from the computer. It's the same for everybody. The computer doesn't know whose brain it is. These are what are known as the power map. So these are looking at the different frequencies. So again, delta are very slow frequencies, beta are faster frequencies. If it's this very light green color, it means it's within normal limits. And this is not Tanner's brain, this is just a representation here. This particular case had a stroke in the right hemisphere, and so he is this individual has lots of abnormally increased theta power. That's what the red color is. Yet the computer's assigning these colors. These are standardized. This is using FDA-cleared software for these analyses. There's another measure we can do, something known as coherence, which basically looks at the interconnections between brain areas. And so we do those types of analyses. And so let me just, I'm going to show you Tanner's data in a second here. Let me just show you a typical control subject. So even a control subject, because you're making lots and lots of measurements, may have a couple of scattered abnormalities. Okay? That's common. It's known as the problem of multiple comparisons. You can get some false positive things. We have statistical methods for dealing with that. So here's just an example of a control subject. Here's what we actually find for Tanner. So Tanner has very significant increased theta activity all the way through delta and high beta activity over the left hemisphere of his brain. He's got some minor disruptions in coherence. They're actually not that bad. But his baseline brain rhythms are not neurotypical. They show significant abnormalities. One of the other analyses that we can do is to actually figure out where in the brain things are coming from. And again, this is all done by a computer using FDA-cleared software. This is looking at how abnormal the currents are and where those abnormalities are coming from. This is a generic brain, so the underlying brain is not Tanner, it's just for demonstrative. But the colors and the locations of the abnormalities come from the data from Tanner. And he shows in particular abnormal theta activity and abnormal high beta activity over the left hemisphere, temporal lobe, parietal lobe, a little bit of the frontal lobe.
And what can we learn from that?
So what these data are indicating are, so that the theta is indicating that there's some general brain dysfunction. Increased theta activity is often associated with traumatic brain injury, but you can also see it in other psychiatric conditions. High beta activity is very consistent with an autism spectrum disorder. Now, you cannot, and I can't look at the EEG in isolation and say, aha, this is autism, okay? These are not diagnostic techniques in that sense. They are supplemental information. These are patterns that are consistent with the presence of an autism spectrum disorder that has been diagnosed by people other than myself.
So you're looking at the brain. We know the brain controls behavior, can give you information on other psychiatric or developmental disorders, but you're not diagnosing solely based on this.
That is correct.
Okay, and what about, are we, yeah, there we go. We talked about this is QEEG, it's routinely used in clinical, forensic, and research settings.
That is correct.
Okay. And what about a PET scan? Was the PET scan done in this one?
Yeah, so the last imaging technique.
First of all, what does PET stand for?
So PET stands for positron emission tomography. So when your brain cells are active, they require glucose. Glucose is the energy the brain cells use. And so PET is a way of looking at metabolism and blood flow within the brain. You actually inject the radioactive glucose, and then the PET scanner images how that glucose is distributed. It does it in conjunction with a CT scan, which is kind of a very fancy X-ray to give you some structural information. So you get the CT structural information, you get the PET information. And I'm just going to show you some things, and I want to be careful to explain this if I may. So the images that get sent to me from the scanner are generally black and white and gray images. They don't have any color on them. There are standard color palettes that are applied to those data to just help to emphasize some things. So that's what the blue and the purples are, to just tell how much metabolic activity there is. So blue is low metabolic activity, yellow is high metabolic activity. just as we did for the MRI, just as we did for the EEG, the computer algorithms go ahead and calculate whether the values for Tanner are normal or abnormal relative to the normative database. And then the computer goes ahead and puts these blobs on. So these blobs are not inherent in the images. These represent the computer calculations, but they are identifying areas that are abnormal. And in this particular case, Tanner has what's known.
Before we get to that, 1 second. Sorry, I missed just some legal issue here. So the PET scan, you said that was another one where there has to be, you did a doctor's order, you set up the protocols, an actual techs who do the PET scan did the PET scan.
That is correct.
Okay, and then was there a separate reading on that?
So there was not a formal reading. The imaging center tells me if there's anything grossly abnormal on the PET. They did not tell me anything that was grossly abnormal. So the clinical read of the PET scan is within normal limits.
And is that once again talking about the same thing? We're looking for the big issues, the hospital issues.
Yeah, for looking at tumors, for looking at Alzheimer's, dementia. You don't see gross things on PET in general in psychiatric.
And then you get the data, the computer does its magic science here, and now that's what we're going to talk about.
Yeah, and so the data actually come to me. I actually send it to a company that does these analyses. So it's like a blood test. It gets sent off to a lab. The lab sends you back the results. And then I interpret those results from a neuroscientific perspective.
Okay, so now can you go ahead and proceed with your interpretation? Sorry.
So he has a number of areas which are known as showing hypometabolism. So these are areas of abnormally low activity. And again, the computer is putting on the color codes here. These are standardized codes. This is how they're always used. I don't choose the colors. This is all part of the software. Tanner shows hypometabolism in several areas of the brain, including the orbital frontal cortex, right and left, including parts of the right temporal lobe. He also shows abnormally high metabolism, overactivity. And overactivity is just as bad as underactivity. He shows that in particular in the back of the brain, in a part of the brain known as the cuneus. And then so one of the things that I have done is taken that information and just for ease of display, color-coded onto a demonstrative map. So blue is showing areas that are hypometabolic, red is showing areas that are overactive.
Now, you mentioned the cuneus there. I don't know if you had mentioned that before. What is that area of the brain?
So the cuneus is actually predominantly involved in visual information processing, but it's also involved in social cognition. In particular, things like empathy and, again, this thing known as theory of mind, understanding what somebody else is thinking.
Now, we previously admitted the 3 reports on these 3 techniques you talked about. How would you put them all together, and what does that indicate to you?
So when you put everything together, you basically get this. So the left orbital frontal area is actually abnormal on both the MRI and the PET scan. He's got a number of abnormalities on the PET, so right temporal lobe, bilateral orbital frontal areas, the cuneus is overactive, and he's got this general dysfunction in the left hemisphere gleaned mostly from the EEG. And because each of these techniques is looking at different things, it's not uncommon that there's only partial overlap between what you have. But across these techniques, he has evidence of either structural and or functional disruption in many, many areas of the brain.
Okay, and can you, and what do these parts of the brain do, and what does all that mean?
So remember that we talked earlier on about this social cognition network? the parts of the brain that let you interact with people, he has wide overlaps between his areas of abnormalities and the social network. So dysfunction, in this case, het abnormalities in the right temporal lobe, abnormalities in the cuneus, abnormalities in orbital frontal cortex. So he has very extensive overlap with the social cognition network. He has lots of the nodes that aren't functioning properly. You actually need only one node to be damaged to get dysfunction. And so the overall profile here is an indication of objective brain evidence of dysfunction in the social cognitive networks of the brain. From a functional perspective and a neuroscientist, that is most consistent with his history of an autism spectrum disorder. It's not to say that there aren't contributions from other factors like the ADHD, like the toxic exposures, but this pattern is most consistent with social disruption and ADHD.
And can you summarize your overall opinion and what you think may be responsible for the abnormality?
Yeah, so kind of as I just said, he has disruption in EEG, MRI, PET, which collectively show dysfunction and structural disruption in the networks that support emotional regulation of behavior and social cognition, a little bit in some of the memory system, the right temporal lobe, very important for pragmatic language. This is kind of understanding the nuances of language. So he's not, based on the imaging, he's got disruption in those networks. Again, profile most consistent with autism spectrum disorder. Other things might be contributing to this. It's my understanding that Mr. Horner does have a history of some substance use, mostly marijuana, but also some cocaine and hallucinogens. This particular profile is not a good match for those things. It's not to say he hasn't done those things. It's just to say there's not evidence in this particular set of data that his exposure to those substances have caused major permanent brain damage. It's really the autism spectrum disorder that goes hand in hand with these particular findings.
Thank you, Dr. Line. You're on past the witness.
Okay. Let's break for lunch. It's on its way. It should be here in about 5 minutes. So we will start back up at 1:15. Okay? See you then.
Data that his exposure to those substances have caused major permanent.
Okay. Okay, wow. Cody, I struggle with all this testimony this morning. It's hard to listen to. But before we talk about brain scan guy, you know, one of the things that people have really been upset about in the comments is a lot of laughter in that courtroom.
Yeah. Yeah, the laughter is just unacceptable. I mean, you know, maybe one, a free pass, a witness becomes uncomfortable, whoever, I think her name was Beth, the speech pathologist, who was also a quasi-autistic expert somehow. It's one thing to have nerves if you're a new witness from the top.
But we're making jokes.
Sure, I mean, that's unacceptable. And so, you know, at some point, I mean, maybe the prosecutor just says something, a little sidebar, the judge says, okay, let's level this out. Because it does become uncomfortable for the jurors. And especially when the witnesses...
Has to be.
Yeah, and she's looking at the jury, and so they're assuming they're awake still. They're looking at her like, why are we still laughing again? This, here we are again. This beautiful young girl, that's the last image, her family, who's sitting in that courtroom, is ever going to see
Yeah.
And then these people are laughing. I mean, levity is going to happen at some point, at some juncture. Something might be said or seen, but you've really got to dial this back. Any of the lawyers, just say, "Hey, relax. All right, let's stick to the game plan here. We're kind of getting off script, like a lot of these witnesses. Letting them just run wild in the courtroom. Like this guy's going to be a summary witness. It looks like for another hour at his pace.
Yeah, we're far from done. Well, we got Rebecca is on the line. Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter. Rebecca, me and Cody and I are struggling with this I'm calling him brain scan guy.
Yeah, I heard his testimony before when we had the hearings, when they were doing the voir dire on these witnesses before the jury got here. And I will tell you that the way that the prosecution is going to come back at this witness is they're going to question his credentials to even really talk about this, because they're like, you are not a doctor. Are you a doctor? No. You're a scientist, you're a PhD, but you are not a doctor that actually diagnoses autism. And so they're going to question a little bit of his credibility and how he reached these conclusions and his interpretation of these scans. And at the end of the day, again, they're going to ask him, but did all of this cause him to be violent? Because don't other people that have this, that are on the autism spectrum, even if you believe what he is saying, commit these horrendous crimes and such a horrific crime against a 7-year-old girl? And he's going to have to say, well, no, they don't do this. And again, the way that he's describing the brain scans, it's like it's really not abnormal. Just, I think he said something like 20% off in some areas of his brain. And so it's almost like they're struggling to find some sort of CTE or something that has caused this sort of reaction from Tanner Horner, something that you really cannot tell unless you actually dissect somebody's brain. Because you remember they're talking about how he's banging his head and he might have had some sort of trauma in his, when he's banging his head against the wall or banging his head with his fist. And did he have some sort of traumatic brain injuries that would have caused him to have some kind of CTE sort of thing? But they don't really get there with this particular witness, because again, he is not a doctor, he is a scientist.
Cody?
Well, I agree with Rebecca. Might have, possibly, could explain. I mean, there is nothing concrete from this defensive strategy that could connect or explain the result of this case, which is why you call experts. I mean, the same thing Rebecca keeps saying is that, this man's literally up here talking about a high glucose level. I mean, does a high glucose level cause you to lie about a green van? Does it cause you to lie about hitting her with a truck, lying about the route, lying about turning your phone off? I mean, this cross-examination is going to be surgical. You are not even a doctor. You didn't even look at this guy. You're literally, I could be this guy, Cody. I could read a book, I call them desk jockeys, and give an opinion. A lot of cases this wouldn't even be allowed, but because it's a death penalty case, there is a lot more latitude because of the scrutiny in the appellate process. That's just the way it is.
Rebecca, what's been the reaction to the jury of the testimony we've heard this morning, and also to the laughing? A lot of people in our chat have been very upset about the laughter that they're hearing coming out of this courtroom.
Yeah, not much reaction. I mean, I think at one point I did run in there, and it was at the point when I think that she actually addresses the jury like, "Oh, stay awake" or something like that, and a couple of them smile. But beyond that, they're just business like the jury is. I don't think that they appreciate all of the laughter and all of that as well. And I looked over at Athena's family, and I think we had a cutaway at one point, and they're just kind of stoically sitting there, because I can't even imagine what they're thinking, that this witness is, laughing and joking with the judge and all of this all of her behavior. And I'm sure sometimes that's the way people cope with being in a stressful situation. But in a court of law, when you have a victim's family who have suffered such a horrific loss, and we've all heard that. The people in that courtroom and the jurors have heard that 1 hour tape of this little girl dying. It's not a laughing matter. There's nothing funny about testifying in this trial.
Absolutely. Cody, I'm gonna keep asking you to jump in because I'm react to Rebecca, what she was saying.
Yeah, I mean, said someone has to get a grip on this and kind of just take the lead, and I believe the prosecutor, rightly so, is starting to object more, tighten this up, whether it be leading, narrative. I mean, look, in my experience, if you've got the grenade, pull the pin and let's get it on. So what you're going to do is put this guy up there. If you got 3 conclusions, state all 3, and then you're going to unpeel that onion to explain each of the 3 conclusions, and then you're going to come back to those conclusions at the end. Start strong, end strong, pass the witness. They don't have anything. That's why you've got this professor narrative there, like we're all back in college or high school, and you're losing the jury. And the jury, honestly, they're going to take it against the defense. You know, at this point,
they're going to get mad.
Yes, just do what needs to be done. And if you can't, that's fine. But at this point, it's a turnoff. You're trying to restore any credibility that remains, or maintain that, I should say. And I'm just not seeing this needle being moved at all. Right.
In fact, if anything, I thought with the speech pathologist, when she's asked at the end by the prosecutor about what is her understanding of what happened, and she regurgitates Tanner Horner's original story, and then she's told, well, that's not what happened. And then she says, it makes me wonder what the whole thing was about. Why? And then he goes on and says, did his autism cause him to murder and kill? And she says, I'm sorry, that it didn't. I was like, well, drop the mic right there.
He'll ask it of every witness. That exact question, and every witness will say, no, thank you, let's move on.
Yeah. Rebecca?
Yeah, Tanya, remember I talked about that yesterday, that having listened to all of the 8 expert witnesses that they took on voir dire before the jury, they asked that exact same question of everyone, even their top expert that's going to come up here and say that he has ADHD, he has all of the, he's on the autism spectrum, that he has the inability to feel empathy, which is actually also what this guy is saying. And again, remember, they're all reading each other's reports. They each sort of evaluated him, and then they shared their reports, and they're all coming to their conclusions based on each defense expert's expertise or their evaluation of their reports. And so they're all sort of coming up and saying the same thing over and over and over again. But again, the prosecution is going to ask that same question of every single one of these defense witnesses. But did it cause him to do this? And every one of them is going to say, well, no, it doesn't. So, and that's even going to be with their star doctor witness at the very end of this trial of the defense's case.
I struggle to understand how we could have days and days more of this. We're on day 3 of this, and I mean that means we're looking at an entire 6 days like this next week and Monday.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and they are going to throw in, the brother who's in prison. They're going to talk to him. I still don't know if Grandma's going to testify or Cassie's going to testify, but they are going to bring in and periodically between these witnesses, the expert witnesses, they're going to bring in some civilian witnesses and people that knew him.
Do you have any sense of who else we might hear from today besides Mr. Brainscan?
I feel like he's probably going to be the majority of the afternoon, and then the judge may go ahead and call it a day. He's been letting the jury go a little early on Fridays, also because the defense lawyers and the prosecutors, the prosecutors live in Wise County, and so he's been letting them, get home early. But that just means that this trial's lasting a little bit longer.
For sure. Cody?
We'll wait and see. To be determined.
Yeah.
More.
TBD, yeah, for sure. Anything else you want to add, Rebecca?
No, I'm going to sit in a little bit during the cross-examination. I'm going to sit in a little bit longer so I can get a better gauge of how the jury is reacting to this particular witness. I'll have more for you in the afternoon. But based on some of the other witnesses that I've seen and some of the testimony, they don't look too impressed. In fact, as I keep saying, this jury just looks tired. They're like exhausted.
Well, these people have seen and heard things that, people should never see and hear. And we've talked about this, you and I've talked about it. These are lay people. They're not denizens of like this system. They're not, they don't routinely probably go attend trials and see this sort of thing. And even you, I mean, you've been doing this for a long time. And I know how affected you were by that audio and video. And so I can only imagine where they're at with it.
Well, and Tanya, I think that the defense risk alienating this jury by continuing to, it's almost a little insulting in a way to keep bringing up these experts that aren't saying anything really about why he would have done something like this over and over and over and over again after they've heard from Athena's mom and they've heard that tape and they know what they know. And you scratching your head as to, okay, so why are you putting on this witness after witness after witness? It's not saying a whole lot. I don't know if that's going to alienate the jury, and it's almost insulting to them.
You think they've alienated the jury, Cody?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, they have a strategy. They're going to, so far, keep doing that. I just think if you have a group of witnesses, today may be a good day to do a post-mortem for the week and say, all right, do we need to cut some of these people? Who's the strongest that we have left based on the people that we have left? I have no idea why a brother or anyone else would come because they have to put on a defense. Obviously, that's not my point, is that how long do you want to make this defense by saying kind of the same thing? Or maybe do a little bit more prep on, can we restructure how we're presenting this, because the prosecutor is going to ask the same thing.
Right.
Could it have had some type of different effect? I mean, again, we're talking about a guy today that has not even really reviewed. He's just looking at these brain scans. The high glucose level, and like Rebecca mentioned, he's 20% lower on his left orbital cortex. Well, that's consistent with people who have autism. That's not a contributing factor to an act of violence. That's just a result of having autism, which we know that, right? So,
right, and just because you have autism does not mean you're going to be a killer.
Again, yes, exactly.
So, all right,
but
Rebecca.
Is it a mitigating? I'm sorry. Does it get you to mitigating? And would you execute an autistic person? I guess is what they're going to argue. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, that has to be kind of their main theme. When you get to assuming a unanimous 12, check that first box for continuous threat, and then if you get to that second level of mitigation, that would be the only point that burden shifts at that point. Has the defense? I mean, there's no burden of proof on the second prompt. They put forth enough mitigation to justify a non-death sentence, which would be LWOP, life without parole. And so that is surely what they're doing, trying to get the jury there. I just don't know the effectiveness of repeating this over and over through, particular family members that we've already kind of got the gist of how he was raised.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's an effective strategy. Perhaps they will go back this weekend and come out with a different strategy. Who knows? But that is definitely their angle, Rebecca, because you've got to get it on that second prong.
Right. Mm-hmm. All right, Rebecca, we're going to let you go grab a little bit of lunch and get a little break before this starts back up after lunch.
All right, thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't know, Cody. It's like yesterday we had the guy who was with the drug treatment place, and he's like, he remembers Tanner Horner's mom, doesn't remember Tanner Horner at all, and he essentially had nothing to say. And I couldn't, he was the one that came in by Zoom, and I struggled with why in the world, except for killing time. Mm-hmm. Because I've covered a lot of trials, and sometimes you'll have witnesses when you're trying to get in, crime scene stuff and you have to, lay the predicate
Right,
to get
right.
there. Like, I see that kind of
Yeah.
stuff, where you're just like, oh God, I really wish we could skip over all this. That kind of stuff. But just to have a witness who's pointless,
Yeah.
I can't even understand why this person's on the stand.
Yeah. Well, their strategy is that, and if they believe there are mitigation components here with these 4 or 5 items with, fetal alcoholism, with, I believe this latest witness called it some type of, stress-related issues from childhood. There's no diagnosis for that. It's just having a
I
bad
had
childhood.
stress.
Yes.
My childhood wasn't
Yes.
perfect.
Yes, neither was mine. But again, there's a lot of young people who get bullied and they turn it into a positive. They go to boot camp. They serve their country in the military, go to the Marine Corps, go become
Right.
law enforcement officers, go to the gym, go play sports, go camping with their dad. And they find ways to get out of it as opposed to leaning on a crutch their entire lives. For instance, Beth, an example of enabling and coddling of a 30-year-old man. I mean, saying in that courtroom, he should have never been in a vehicle alone. This man's 30 years old.
Yeah.
Even if you believe her statement is my point.
Right.
I mean, this man is 30 years old and people are still coddling, enabling that conduct.
Right. Well, he shouldn't be allowed to drive by himself.
Well, sure. I mean, but that's my point.
He's
is
high-functioning autistic person. I mean, come on, give me a break.
If every young boy wants to use that, and perhaps that's where we are these days, but I have, 1,000 more who have turned that around and done something positive with their
Right.
life, initiated that process, and use that to their advantage, not to just sit there on a crutch and say, okay, this explains my behavior, which is what he wants to do. He has classic narcissism. He's a guy. This guy is a me guy. It's all about him.
Right.
You go back through his statement, and you see it there. But
We haven't even talked about his letters. You and I were talking offline about the letters and how it was all about me and my problems, my wants, my needs. I didn't like the route they gave me, and then he made up a whole different story in the letter to the detectives.
Right. Blamed a violent person. Please take care of my family. Another person that made me do this. For the detective's eyes only. Now, granted, that was a situation where it was going to be another failed suicide attempt, right? He wants people to think that he doesn't have the brain capacity to go on and live. Well, he's done this before.
Right.
That's an intentional act of manipulation for someone with his psychological tendencies, I would say. And so he leaves those letters there, one to Athena's family, one to the detectives, and again, it's all. And the other one they put in from the jail that he wrote, I forget where, but it's all about me.
Oh yeah.
I can't believe I'm going to lose my job. These routes were difficult, and how I'd love to get back with my 1-year-old son for Christmas. Again, the man who has removed an entire family from seeing this beautiful 7-year-old for every Christmas they'll have for the rest of their lives, every Easter, her wedding. Mm-hmm. Learning how to drive, graduating, every milestone. That little girl never even had her first milestone. I mean, that's the thing about this. When you're really looking at permanency and taking things away, taking away people's purpose in life from that family that he did when he decided to do what he did and has still refused to tell officers or anybody else why he did it. As a baseline, and that's why the ranger kept coming back to him, and even for rapport building, and says, okay, his alter ego Zero, which we know is a lie, but saying, would you please tell me where she is, the same way why you did it, so I can at least tell this family what it was. If you could, he hasn't done it. I mean, everyone needs to realize this. So even if you believe there's some remorse with this man,
right,
which I don't, but if you do believe that, the first thing he would have said in that letter is, here's why I did this, and you will never forgive, but here's why I did it. He couldn't even do that. To this day, he can't do that. So that's the whole point of, if you go back to watch that interview, they always want to know. Again, you don't ever need to prove motive in a criminal case.
Right.
But it's for the family.
Right. I mean, I don't know why he did it, and I don't know that we ever will. He may not even really know why he did it, but there clearly is some sexual deviancy at play here.
Yeah.
And it seems like he had, based on the evidence we've seen, there was some sort of ideating, like building up into this, you know? Okay, here we go. I'm going to go through some questions folks are putting in the chat because people like it when we answer these.
Okay.
Somebody wants to know, do you and Cody think that the fact that the speech lady still thought Tanner's lie, they want to know what we think about that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we certainly had something to say when she said it, right?
I was like, wow.
I mean,
she hasn't been watching the trial, obviously, so she followed that rule.
Well, I mean, she still thought that, right, he had hit her with the vehicle, and of course the prosecutor did a very good job saying, well, if I tell you this fact does not exist anymore, and that he in fact did not hit her with the truck, and she stuck to her story and said, well, I still believe he should have had a 30-year-old man should have had someone in that vehicle. But that comment alone is from an enabling standpoint. Is that this poor little fella? Well, no, he's 30 years old. He's a grown man. He can't.
He's a big boy.
He's a big boy. He should have had someone watching over him. But for that act, that never happens. Well, then you remove that assumption, which again is false. Let's assume she thought it was true, and then she still says the same thing.
Yeah.
Which. And that's why what he followed up with, you're not saying it's the reason why no, I'm not saying that at all. And then there's no more questions. I mean, she was a defense witness who turned into a state's witness.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
it's like, why are we calling this woman?
I walked over to the producers and then I said, here's your sound bite for the news. Because that was how much it hit me. I was like, wow, okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, Cody and I are going to take a break. Because my understanding is they're coming back at 1, so we will come back. We need a good 20-minute break. We just need just go catch our, because watching these trials is it's a lot. So we're going to come back at 10 till 1, 12:50. Well, Cody, where do you think we stand right now?
Same place we stood when we started. Probably the same place you stood when you started yesterday.
Exactly.
You know? The pace of a turtle, I like to say.
Yeah, this has been interesting.
So I don't know how much longer this Jeffrey DeWine will be testifying. He did say he was an autism spectrum disorder expert. But what the disturbance was earlier in the testimony when the judge inserted himself was that PowerPoint, which looks like it was made in about 1989, was thrown up on the screen without even having the courtesy to speak with the prosecutor. That's commonly what you would do with your adversary. Obviously, the response later by the defense is, well, this is merely a demonstrative. But at the time, the judge, rightly so, is asking the defense, what's going on? This has not been admitted.
Right, and they had Daubert hearings, so why?
They've already had the 705 hearing, the Daubert hearing last week. All of that should have been brought up at the time. And if you missed it, fine. Just send it over to the state and say, hey, we want to at least offer as a demonstrative, because the state has the right to object, because you may have something in there that you have no basis to say, much like a lot of his testimony. But you're using that as a crutch. And under Rule 1006, you can admit summary charts, you can have demonstratives and all that good stuff, but at least kind of let the parties know, or at least the judge, and good on the judge for jumping on that, because the jury's going to want to know, okay, what is this before you start going through it, made on some type of beta platform, could be updated, so to speak. But that was the reason for that, and I think the prosecutor finds, well, that's fine if it's going to be essentially demonstrative of things that you're going to be discussing, or things you've reviewed, remember, because he's going to say he reviewed some of these.
And some of it, what he was not allowed to get into is what he said.
Yeah. Base your opinion off of this, but because the experts are allowed to sit in the courtroom to listen to other experts and then comment on that if asked during their testimony. But for how much longer this guy's going to go, your guess is as good as mine.
Well, however more he's going to go, it kind of feels like maybe too long.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to go through some questions. Would love to hear thoughts on the defense's decision to play the son's first steps. That was during his mom's testimony, I believe, on Wednesday, when we heard Tanner Horner's mother, and then they played that little video of Tanner Horner with his son.
That again, it kind of cuts both ways. I'm not sure how that gets you any mitigation. I have expectations that grown men are going to be good fathers. I mean, as a person, I have expectations that's going to happen.
Except for she also testified. He told her that he thought he might hurt his son, he wanted her to come over.
Right. Yeah, even more to that point, if you believe he's that, you have these competing views, but I'm just putting it in the forefront of his mind and consistent with his statements throughout, from the minute that the Rangers sat down with him. I just want to be out, for one more month and spend Christmas with my son. Showing those steps, I don't know if it had an effect. I mean, baseline, it's to humanize him. I mean, that's what it's usually shown for, like you would in any punishment case when all the cards are on the table. But whether it had any impact or not, it's hard to come off of audio like that, because you're spinning that around. You're saying, oh, I'm glad you like being with your son.
What about Athena?
In front of Athena's family,
right,
staring at them the whole time.
Right. And you just heard, a few days earlier, the audio of Athena being killed.
Yeah.
So it's hard it would be impossible to separate the two.
Yeah. And the Ranger, he did a great job in doing that. If you recall, he keeps coming back when he's building the report to say, look, you can imagine if the roles were reversed. All they need to know this. And he stuck by his gun and said, no, Zero made me do it. This, which we know is a lie, this alter ego, he does not suffer from multiple personality disorder. I mean, that's what they're going to say. So it's hard for me to really pinpoint if anything has had an effect so far.
Here's somebody else. Could testimony like this, quote-unquote expert be used to try and overwhelm the jury?
Yes. Yes. I mean, all you need is one. All you need is one. So, you know.
Try anything, see if it'll stick against the wall?
I mean, against the wall, all you need is one, because that first element, you know, there with continuing threat, it's got to be unanimous.
Right.
And if you have anyone that's, which is possible, who has not been vetted, I can't imagine on a death pick with jury selection that these people haven't vetted the way those are done. They're so thorough that you would get a sleeper on there.
It took 5 weeks. It took 5 weeks to pick this jury.
So, sure, possible, probable, no.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you, you know, and just while we're chatting, waiting for court to start back up, when you think about this case, what are like the 4 or 5 things that just like live rent-free in your mind?
This photo that I brought with me because I think it's important, and that's why it's important, is because the entire family, this is what she's had to share with strangers.
Right.
However many people are online watching this, this is her beautiful baby that she's been forced to share with people, uninvited.
Right.
And the other thing is that what I think gets lost in translation, or when we speak in the, you know, cold confines of a studio or in a courtroom with people who've never been through something like this. You know, when identifying a body, and that witness who described her skin as being angelic, you know.
I remember that.
Very, I mean, that's piercing testimony, you know. But you have to legally identify the body. And her mother, again, this man caused all of these things to happen.
Right.
And caused her mother, who's a very strong person, to go in there and find this 7-year-old child naked in a cold autopsy room with sterile instruments all around. It's freezing. I've seen autopsies. I've watched them.
Right. Because you were a prosecutor.
I was. And then no one understands that. And then guess what? She gets a blanket and covers her up because her daughter's in there naked and she's cold. Because she has nobody with her. The same person whose name was screamed out from that little girl in the back of that truck is now, the only time she can help her is putting a cover over her cold and naked body in the ME's office. And then the worst part is leaving that child for some stranger to grab a scalpel and open up her body and tell the story to all the viewers who, again, this family is sharing for free. They didn't ask for this.
No.
They're sharing these things for free. These autopsy photos that no one should ever have to look at. They're forced for these strangers to look at their beautiful little girl's body. The damage this man did when he first was unsuccessful in breaking her neck, which caused her to create bite marks on her own tongue when she soiled her pants. And that violent evil that's exuding from his body caused her to vomit as well.
Which is what he's cleaning up later.
That's right, which he actually had the wherewithal. That's one of the most, of the list of repulsive things we have in this case, it's quite long. That would be on my top 5. He's going to stop and clean that up, and then get on the phone with his boss and talk about how it smelled. He got sick. It's all about him, right?
Right.
He ate some bad pink hamburger.
Hamburger, yep. That's
and then it smells like vomit here. He needs that truck, folks. The whole reason is he needs that truck because it contains evidence of his vile actions. And he hasn't had time
to clean it.
But then he hangs up the phone, he smokes another cigarette. Just like when he sang Jingle Bell Rock, when this young, beautiful child was still alive, screaming to live.
I know. It makes
So
my-
this argument will cut this courtroom in half, like a samurai sword.
Yeah.
This is all aboard the pain train. That's what this is going to be. This is a very, very bad set of facts.
I don't know that I've ever seen a set of facts as bad as this.
No.
It's almost. I've been a crime reporter, police reporter for 30 years, and I'm sure you've been doing this a long time. And I mean, we've all seen a lot of bad things, but this ranks, for me at the moment, at the top of the list.
Yeah.
It really does.
There's no, if you look at the continuum, and earlier I think when I was telling you about when a trial lawyer will take every action this man took, and his brain is firing synapses to his other body parts to do things that he could have not done with those same synapses. And every moment from the minute he got in that truck, from the minute he picked up that package of Barbie dolls, he could have said no. This is another very effective argument. He could have said no. Just like he said no the day before when that constable showed up and his two kids were out in the front yard. He could have said no when he engaged with Athena, when she's out there doing what every kid should be doing. She's not inside on her little gadget phone, on her iPad. I grew up on 10 acres in the country. You know, she's out doing what our kids should be doing.
Right.
Playing in the woods, playing in the creek, building a fort, getting muddy, riding go-karts in a beautiful area of Texas. November 30th of 2022, you know, right when the Christmas carols start playing every time of year. It's daylight savings. It's starting to get cool, brisk. It's dark outside.
Right.
There's no suspicion whatsoever from her family that she's not doing anything that she doesn't ever do. She's outside. This is not in an urban community where you would be more worried because it's more densely populated. Everything about this case is bad because she, Athena, was doing what she should have been doing and what her mother told her to be doing. And when she asked him, "Are you a kidnapper?" That's what she asked him.
Yeah.
And he just diverted and said, you know, "Take your shirt off." Well, mom said no. You know,
that you can't do that to me.
You can't do that to me because she's an innocent child of God. And the thing is that these people on this jury have had all this nonsense time of separation. And you know what? The defense is entitled to do that. He's entitled to have a lawyer, but the jury, by their verdict, can tell that man, that defendant, but I won't say his name, what they think about it, regardless of what defense he put up. I do not expect it to take long.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I haven't had a guest on here so far who hasn't thought that this jury won't sentence him to the death penalty.
Right.
I mean, they may not say it publicly on the live stream, but we've all talked offline. And I mean, the evidence is, again, unless there's someone who, you know, has gotten through, who has some sort of objection to the death penalty.
Sure.
But I mean, the facts of this are
and you could have that.
You could.
You know, you could have that.
We saw it in Billy Shamir. Billy Shamir was a guy who, this was not a death penalty case. It could have been a death penalty case, but the DA's office didn't go for it. He was a guy who had killed a bunch of elderly women. Horrific case. He was like a nursing home employee, and he was able to use their vulnerability to go in and kill them and steal jewelry and other property, and it went on for years and years and years, and finally he gets caught, and it goes to trial, and the evidence was overwhelming that he had done this, right? But it was circumstantial.
Right.
It was circumstantial, but it was a it was a rock solid circumstantial case, like as good as I had ever seen. And you had one juror on that jury trial that had a thing against circumstantial evidence and would not convict, and it was a hung jury. And of course, they went back and they retried Shamir Mir, and he was convicted, and then later on killed in prison by another inmate. But it can happen.
It can, and fortunately, death penalty cases, there's a much longer vetting process.
Right.
I mean, the circumstantial, that's a question you would ask that should have been asked in Shamir Mir, and it whatever. One snuck by them, and they retried it. But
yeah, and they got him on the second.
Sure, but
yeah.
One would hope. I mean, the lawyers on both sides are going to cover that, and I'm sure they covered it here. You could just have a person who latches on to one of these things.
Right.
This autism spectrum, whatever they're getting at. I do wish they would pick fewer ponies to ride here. I think they've got about 5 they keep pushing out of the barn.
We got lead poisoning, we got fetal alcohol, and we got autism, right?
And then
that seems like
you've got they're using the stripper's mother toxicity as a separate category. They're using that, which is, I mean, that doesn't fall into a legitimate category, but I think they would be better off just focusing on the autism, Asperger's syndrome, leading with that, and kind of having some collateral output from there, just to kind of make it more efficient. As here, I think you or Rebecca were mentioning before about even during the testimony, it seems like it's so fluid. They'll go one way, then they'll go another way, then they'll add something here and there. So jurors might appreciate something a little bit more direct, because right now that's all they're working with is they need one juror, and that's it.
Right. Well, folks are asking what Cody's last name is. His name is Cody Skipper. He is a Dallas attorney. He is a former federal prosecutor and a former Dallas County prosecutor. How long were you federal prosecutor?
I was a federal prosecutor for 5 years. So I was here in Dallas for 3 years, and with the feds, I was in the U.S. Attorney's Office at Lubbock, and then I went. The main justice in D.C. has what's called a RICO section, a racketeering and corrupt influence organization. Did all gang cases, so they have the racketeering statute and what's called the violent crimes in aid of racketeering statute, and those are all death eligible cases, and much different than in the state, because with the feds you have to vet every murder with the AG's office, and so they have, what you'll do is the defense team will come in and present mitigation to the AG's office, then the prosecutors do the same thing, and then you wait for a decision from the Attorney General. Back then, Eric Holder, and then now it would be, as it goes from different administrations. But unlike in the state system, it's a bit more cumbersome. So, I do have a strong opinion about. I think leaving that in the purview of the state in most instances is probably the wiser decision. For many reasons. You saw the Boston bomber. I mean, you can take it either way, but sometimes they think one may be better than the other, depending upon what the pool is going to be. But in my experience, I like leaving that with the state for just several reasons.
Well, folks, what Cody is saying is that there are cases that are taken federally for death penalty. In this particular case, it wasn't taken federally. Of course, here he was tried in state court. How long were you a Dallas County prosecutor?
3 years.
3 years.
But in that amount of time, I was fortunate enough to work with a lot of good people, many of whom you work with, many of whom have been on this show, and collaborated with a lot of good people, good lawyers, great trial lawyers, learned a lot, great judges, staff. Dallas County just got a great group of defense lawyers. And that's the way it was when I was there. You could get in some good cases, tried some fun murder cases, and work with people who put in the sweat equity. And that's the thing. You want to work hard for the taxpayer. That's what I expect now, being on the other side. I want people to work hard, and you can't be a prosecutor and work 9 to 5. You can't do these types of cases, or being law enforcement, or a reporter, or a first responder. No. Because you do, you become a part of these families. It's just, they put their trust in you to make their little ones' voices be heard. And you assume that responsibility,
Right.
you know, and I think a lot of that just gets overlooked with the way things are these days. But these folks, especially, I've always said, the prosecutors who work in these child abuse cases with these little kids, it's just a next level that this is bad. Okay, what we're talking about is bad, but every single day, these prosecutors that have to work in these child cases, that's what they see every day. So it is really something that they're working hard and they're trying to protect the community, and just take what we're walking through and multiply that times 10 for a prosecutor. I mean, that is literally, you are in the child abuse section. That's what they do.
Oh, I know. I've known people
The stress,
like Jen and others who have done, child abuse cases, and it seeps into your soul.
Yeah.
And I know, just like for me, at the end of Thursday, when I took Friday off, I know that over the weekend, it really felt like it took me about 4 days to kind of come to a point where I kind of was like, okay, not that it doesn't still bother me, but it was as if when we got through Thursday, it was like I told one of my friends, I said, I felt like the darkness has seeped into my soul.
Mm-hmm.
Like it just, even though I didn't hear and see the audio, a part of me just can almost it's almost like in my mind's eye, like that picture you printed out, you could just, so that has been what I think has made this trial so different.
Yeah.
So folks have got I like to answer people's questions. So people want you to explain rebuttal, what's going to happen. So right now we got the defense, and then we're going to have a rebuttal. How is that going to work?
So rebuttal, they have, I did not watch the 705, or I know Rebecca
was in court for that.
Rebecca was in court for that. And there is a person, and correct me if I'm mispronouncing this, Dr. Rambula is going to be the state's rebuttal witness. And
I would definitely not claim to know how to pronounce that one.
That's yeah, the way that's listed there. But and again, what we would expect, rebuttal just means that the state's sitting back and they're going to rebut whatever the defense put on. So you can strategically use this, whether it's a death penalty case or not, to hold some things back, play them close to the vest. But this is what you would expect in a death penalty case. This gentleman, Dr. Rambula, is going to state that he doesn't believe Horner is autistic, doesn't believe Horner's marijuana and cocaine played a role in Athena's murder, that he does show signs of being a sexual deviant, which I 100% agree with. Show signs. I think the man is a sexual deviant. That the most important thing, he's going to discuss the future danger element.
Right.
And which that always involves a prison population, because obviously if you don't receive an execution date, you receive a life without parole sentence in TDCJ, meaning the community around you will be other inmates. And so this always revolves around this type of testimony. And this gentleman, Rambula, is expected to state that he's concerned about Horner's violent temper and inability to control it. You and I have discussed this erratic behavior.
Mm-hmm.
It's he has no, I call it a cooling mechanism, which we all could use more of, me included. So,
oh, believe me,
look,
I
need
somebody
more
who
of a cooling.
sometimes struggles with anger management.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, look, in general terms, it's nice to have a cooling mechanism. I'm envious of people who have a much cooler one than me. But in this instance, you understand my drift is the erratic outburst. That's a conduit and a catalyst of this violent behavior that he's reacting on. And that's the point. When I'm going through the progression of stages where he could say no, you can shut down the brain telling you things. He's choosing the alternative, the evil, because he wants to do these things. There's no zero, we know that. He made that up as a manipulation tactic to try to get his rear end out of a jam that he's in. But this guy, I expect this rebuttal witness, again, Dr. Rambula, to be very good because he will be more succinct, more efficient, and I think he will be surgical because that's all this jury needs to hear. Let's get
Would
it
you
on.
even do rebuttal?
Yes.
You would?
With this guy, I would. I think
Okay.
you need to talk about the future danger.
Okay.
You know, we always talk about kind of holding something back. They did arrest, obviously, without putting that on, and we're in a slow plea now. It doesn't really matter, but yes.
You would. Okay.
Yes. I mean, without
It does
I
make
mean,
sense.
the jury, we could. The jury's not going to hold it against him just for doing that because what he's doing is this rebuttal witnesses. He's taking everything the defense has said, and he's just going to turn
Flip
it upside down.
Right. And I know you answered this question earlier, but somebody put it back in the chat, so I'll ask it again for the folks that weren't here earlier when Cody answered this question. You're called, and you are asked to represent Tanner Horner.
I would take a pass. I would sit this one out. But I work for myself, so you know.
Then you have that right.
Well, I mean, I do. I mean, a lot of lawyers. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, he has the right to have
counsel
an attorney represent. And look, people know. Anyone who knows me, okay, I'm not. That's my right. Like, I don't do child cases. I mean, I don't. You could ask anyone. I'm not judging anyone who does.
Right.
A person has a right to have someone defend them 100%. That's a fact. I mean, why would I do that to someone?
Right.
It's not fair for them.
Right.
And I can do that.
And the reality is the lawyers here, folks, they are part of a special unit that works for the state that represents defendants in cases of capital murder cases. So they don't necessarily really have a choice.
Right.
So
right. Good point.
You know, as long as they want to continue to work for the state and in that unit, then these are the sorts of cases. Okay, so we can see Tanner Horner start to come back in the courtroom, which means that should be starting back up here pretty soon. I thought they were going to start back up at 1, or at least that's what Zeke told me. You know, I feel like I hope that Zeke gave me correct information because we've been chit chatting for a while, but it's all good. So. Do you? Oh, somebody. I don't. This is a little bit off topic. Somebody was asking if for some reason this jury came back and they weren't unanimous on the death penalty. Do you think Texas would consider changing it like they did? I think somebody said they did that in Florida.
I think they would, with the people in the legislature right now. I certainly think that they would.
Okay. Well, Zeke says okay, I think we're back. Mic's off. Let's go listen.
I wanted to be ready.
Yes, I appreciate that very much. All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to carry on cross-examination. Mr. Staten.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. LeWine, thank you for hanging out with us for a little longer this afternoon on a Friday. I've got a few questions for you here. How many times have you testified on behalf of capital murder defendants in Texas?
In Texas specifically, I want to say 7 or 8 times.
Okay. And how many total?
Probably about 15 total.
And in fact, if I remember correctly, you were in Eastland in January doing the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Testifying as to the brain abnormalities of that defendant, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And I noticed in this, I think you called it your professor. Is that what you called it?
Professor mode, yes.
All right. How many times do you think you've given that spiel of being the professor?
I think I've only done it like that 2 or 3 times. I typically do a PowerPoint though.
Okay. Well, you had both today. You had you and the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, who hired you in this case?
I was hired by the defense attorney group.
Okay. And who's that?
So Susan Anderson in particular.
And how many times do you think you've worked for them in the past?
Direction relevant, Sean.
Over. Go ahead, sir.
I think 4 times. I'm not absolutely certain on the number.
4 times, including the one in Eastland, or just 4 times, including today?
4 times including today. So I don't believe that Ms. Anderson was involved in the Eastland case.
Her organization was involved in that case.
Objection, Your Honor, approach.
Jury will disregard the last question asked by the prosecutor, okay?
Now, in this particular case, you had some scans ordered to be done on Mr. Horner, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and those were ordered by who?
So I believe that they were ordered by Dr. Yount. I think the PET may have also had an order from a Dr. Rouse.
Okay.
Rouse, R-O-U-S-E.
And in this particular case, just so we get this out of the way, what's your bill in this case?
So my total bill for everything has been about $40,000. That includes the costs for the actual scans.
Okay. And like I think we talked about in this case, you're not a doctor, psychologist, neuropsychologist. You're very clear about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can't make any type of medical diagnosis or conduct any type of neuropsychological or psychological tests.
That is correct.
And in fact, you can't treat or diagnose patients as part of your profession.
That is correct.
So really, in this particular case, you can only really tell us about what you found, but you cannot connect what you found to any particular diagnosis.
Again, I can talk about it in the general sense, as I did, that there are certain brain imaging findings that are consistent with diagnoses. You can't make the diagnosis from the imaging findings alone.
And by looking at something that you see, I'm just going to make sure I'm clarifying this here. You can't say that any particular defendant, including the defendant in this case, has any particular diagnosis just by looking at this.
That is correct. So I can't say that he has abnormal brain structure and function, but I cannot do a diagnosis.
All right. Now, the 3 reports that you did in this case, you said an EEG, I'm trying to do them in the same order, MRI, and a PET scan, right?
That is correct.
And with regard to the EEG and the PET scan, the MRI and the PET scan, both the doctors who read those indicated that the defendant's brain in this case was functioning within normal limits.
So the clinical interpretation of those scans is that there are no abnormalities there are no gross abnormalities on the MRI. There are no gross metabolic abnormalities on the PET scan. That is correct.
Right. And in fact, if now you don't have any report from the PET scan, right?
I do not. It is possible that the facility did one, but I do not have that.
You got a report from the one on the MRI, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was done by Dr., how do you say his last name?
Dwayne Buono.
Buono, B-U-O-N-O?
Yes, sir.
And he's in Florida, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said he's a board-certified radiologist?
I believe he's a board-certified neuroradiologist.
Neuroradiologist?
Yeah, I think so. I know he's a board-certified radiologist. I know he did a fellowship in neuroradiology. I'm not sure about the details of the certification there.
All right. And as a result of that, he says things in his report, I'm just going to make sure I get this right, that things are unremarkable, normal, so on and so forth. Is that right?
Yes, and that's very, very common in psychiatric conditions.
But that's what our medical doctor here says?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, I think that with regard to the MRI and the PET scan, you indicated that most of the things on there were normal and intact. Is that what you said?
Yes, most of the areas we look at are normal and intact. There were several that were abnormal, particularly on the PET.
And I think that we saw, and I'm not going to try to get into the beta, gamma, theta wave thing with you. You said there were some things that looked like they had fast squiggles and slow squiggles.
So those are the definitions of the beta and the delta waves.
Okay.
Yes.
But I think you also said that at some point that with regard to the test, you get false positives on that test at some point, correct?
So on any test, you can get false positives. There's a statistical technique known as a Benjamini-Hochberg correction for multiple comparisons that I also applied to the data. That isolates the ones that are more likely to be true positive versus false positive findings.
And you indicated that the defendant, I think, and I'm not trying to butcher your terminology here, but he had low FA values and that affected short-term memory.
So he has low FA values in the fornix.
Okay.
The fornix typically supports short-term memory. I can't look at the imaging and say there's fornix abnormalities, therefore he must have memory deficits. Again, these are neurobiological correlates of these things. It would be up to somebody doing cognitive testing to say that he actually has those deficits.
Right. And so with regard to that, that's not going to prevent him from having long-term memory that would keep him from understanding that it's wrong not to kill someone.
So generally, fornix damage does not impact long-term memory. That is correct.
And it's not wrong to kidnap someone.
Again, fornix damage would not have him forget that information.
Now, when I'm looking at all these abnormalities that you're talking about, and you described a whole lot of stuff, okay, and I'm not going to try to talk about all the technology behind it, but how is it with all of this stuff that the defendant is not just sitting in a room drooling somewhere?
Sure. Yeah, so there are levels of abnormalities. These techniques are very, very sensitive. This profile of abnormalities is still on the relatively mild side. So these are the types of abnormalities that we see in individuals with psychiatric dysfunction, with things like autism spectrum disorders. The fact that he has a lot of them, doesn't mean he's a fully demented individual.
Okay. And I guess what I'm asking is that, and in this case, I guess what I'm asking, how is it possible that he can function, for example, drive a car, read a map, things of that nature, if he has all of these abnormalities and things that you're talking about?
So again, it matters where the abnormalities are. His abnormalities are predominantly in the social cognition system. So he has orbital frontal cortex compromise, but he doesn't have compromise of dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. He doesn't have compromise in the brain areas that support the types of skills that you just mentioned.
So, but with regard to what you're talking about today, You haven't watched the videos in this case, have you?
No, sir.
You didn't watch any of the evidence as far as what happened in this case?
No, sir.
So you can't comment as to whether or not he has any specific real-world deficits. You can't make those comments.
I can't from the imaging. I can say that people in general with these profiles have deficits in social cognition. I cannot specifically say that Mr. Horner has deficits in social cognition other than from the information that's in the record. So the diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, the core feature of that is social cognition disruption.
Now let's talk a little bit about, we talked a lot about the human brain, okay? And you'll agree with me that the human brain has an amazing ability to adapt and function despite many factors that come into play.
It can, yes.
Right. And when we talk about, you gave an example, I think, of all the things you compare your test brain to. What was that called? The sample of all the people?
The neurotypical database.
Neurotypical data. And there's not really anything such as a normal brain. Nobody has the same brain, do they?
Not exactly the same. So the neurotypical database takes into account the normal variability.
And it is possible that everyone has potentially some form of abnormality going on, but that doesn't mean they have any deficits.
So again, what you would see is, depending on how many things you measure, you would see that an individual subject might have one or two abnormalities. And this is this multiple comparison problem. We use the Benjamini-Hochberg to address that issue. So the number of abnormalities that Mr. Horner has, we would see in less than 0.01% of the population.
So even with any abnormality and even with some deficits, you're not telling us that a person is going to act a certain way?
Again, I can only talk about the general, this is what it's correlated with. From the imaging alone, I cannot say anything specific about Mr. Horner's behavioral pattern.
I'm talking about anyone. You can't say any person will act a certain way?
Not explicitly, that is
You
correct.
can't say whether or not they'll commit crimes?
Correct.
And you can't say whether or not they'll engage in any particular conduct?
Correct.
And for example, I mean, we have individuals out there, let's say, my example I thought of was football players. You'd agree with me that they may have some brain injury at some point. Would you agree with that?
Many of them, yes.
But that doesn't automatically mean that they have deficits, right?
It doesn't explicitly and automatically mean that. It means that they are much more likely to, but for an individual person, I can't say, hey, I've got this finding, therefore this person must have this deficit. You can't do that from the imaging.
Right, and you said you got a grant from our special operations warfighters, correct?
Correct.
And in that particular field, we've got a lot of military service members and veterans that may have some abnormality due to a combat injury. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be somehow unable to continue defending our country.
Again, not necessarily, but on average, they have compromised skills that compromise operational readiness, which is why SOCOM is funding us to look for therapeutics.
Now let's break this down a little bit. We've been talking about the brain. Will you agree with me that the brain and a person's mind are different?
There's lots of theoretical work on that. That's a philosophical debate. I will say that the way that one's mind interacts with the world is through the brain. And so if your brain is damaged, how your mind is going to interact with the world is highly likely to be compromised.
But your mind, you'll agree with me, is where we get the person's reasoning, motive, things of that nature. Right?
But it's all filtered through the brain. So I see that dress as yellow and white. I cannot free will myself to think that that dress is black and blue. And so the way that your mind, if you want to call it that, perceives the world, interacts with the world, is through the brain. So if your brain is damaged, the information going into your mind, the information coming out of your mind is going to be compromised.
And so When you're talking about that, use the term free will. Your testing's not going to be able to determine free will in an individual, does it?
No, absolutely not.
And then neuroscience really doesn't have anything to do with person's free will, does it?
Again, there's lots of neuroscience written about free will and mental status.
But your neuroscience, you're not able to distinguish between those who cannot control their impulses and the people who choose not to control their impulses.
I cannot clearly distinguish between that. That is correct.
How many brains do you think you've scanned?
Across conditions, I've probably been involved in the evaluation of about 7,000 brains.
And the stuff you're looking at, what we're talking about today, in Mr. Horner's brain, right? This is not the first time you've seen stuff like that before.
It's not. This is one of the rare occasions where there are so many nodes, specifically within the social cognition network. But I've seen other abnormalities, again, more commonly related to things like TBI as opposed to autism spectrum disorder.
And you were in here and you heard the last witness in here, did you not? The nice speech therapy lady?
Yes, sir.
And you heard from her that she say that autism did not cause this crime. You can't disagree with that.
I do not disagree with that.
That's what it is.
Redirect.
Judge, I will have nothing further. Thank you.
May Dr. LeWine be excused finally?
You may.
Thank you, sir. Our next witness will be testifying remotely, so I need a few minutes to set up everything, okay? Okay, everybody, give me a few minutes. I need the state's HDMI cable.
It's up there, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, Cody. Apparently, if you got a damaged brain, that can affect your mind. I mean, right?
Right.
But he doesn't know anything about Tanner Horner.
No.
And can't make a diagnosis because he's not a doctor.
Right. He
Okay.
presented the same conclusions as the others. So those last three questions against surgical from the prosecutor, I can't say anything specific about Mr. Horner specifically, or anyone else specifically. They would act a certain way simply from reviewing the imaging. He acknowledged that from the prosecutor. The prosecutor also asked him, can you distinguish between people who cannot control their impulses and people who choose not to control their impulse, like I was talking about earlier with the cooling mechanism?
Right.
He said no. So then the prosecutor ends with, you agree with all the other witnesses the defense has put on that autism did not cause this crime? And he said, I cannot disagree with that. So, again, that's where we are.
It's like a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, but again,
It's a whole lot of something in the way that it's like.
Yeah.
Does that seems like it tends to help the prosecution more than the defense?
It helps the prosecution, but the defense has, like I said, you just have to go with what you got, and they're going with what they have. They're appointed on this case.
They're doing the best they can.
Sure. I mean, there's not, he has the right to a defense, and sometimes there's just not much to defend.
Right. You could be the best lawyer in the world,
Sure.
and if that's all you got, that's all you got.
I mean, that's their strategy, and that's the way they're presenting it. And there's always the possibility, I don't believe a probability, but there's a possibility that there could be a juror on there that's feeling feeling something that others may think they shouldn't be in light of that audio and video. I keep, the vector here for me is you have that audio and video. Usually something that strong is going to be a scar on someone's brain for as long as they have recall. So.
Oh, and the guy made $40K for this.
And he made $40,000.
That's a lot of money. Okay, so we've got Rebecca Lopez, who's going to give us an update. We're curious what you think about what we just heard.
Yeah, I mean, Tanya, it's exactly what I suspected, that they were going to challenge him on the fact that he wasn't really a doctor and that he can't diagnose people. And I thought it was interesting that the prosecution did bring up, well, there's football players that might have traumatic brain, which is exactly what I was talking about, CTE, before we went to break, and they're not committing violent crimes because of that. And so, or kidnapping 7-year-old girls. So I thought that was interesting that the prosecution brought that up. We are going to have one more expert witness testifying via Zoom. And so we probably will not have any more civilian witnesses until next week sometime, where we do suspect that they're going to bring in more family members, including his brother and possibly other family members that will testify on his behalf.
I think I'm most interested in hearing from the grandma. Well, and also Cassie, but it doesn't sound like we're going to hear from Cassie.
I feel like we're not going to hear from Cassie. I don't know that for a fact, but I don't believe that she is one of the witnesses that the defense is planning to call. I would suspect that they might call the grandmother because, she's the one that raised him. And usually if you're the defense, you bring up some of your stronger, more emotional witnesses that could give some sort of more of a sympathetic look at the defendant through their eyes, through someone that was close to him, and that would be his grandma.
Cody, do you think that in rebuttal, could the prosecution call Cassie? I mean,
yes.
They could.
Uh-huh.
Could you see that happening?
I'm not sure, but they can call once they're in rebuttal. They can, it's wide open.
Interesting. Yeah. That would be.
I do think that the prosecution only has 2 rebuttal witnesses that they're planning on calling, and one is we heard from during the voir dire part of this, and that was the first person that we heard from. I think it was last Friday, and it is an expert and possibly a second expert. I don't see them calling Cassie either, but I just don't think we're going to see Cassie in this trial.
And I guess what we want to hear, it's not like that's
right.
I mean, I'm interested in hearing from her because I'm interested in knowing more about what he was doing in the days coming up to this and after, because it's a couple days before he gets arrested.
Yeah.
Well, and she's the one that comes up with the whole idea of zero, because she claims to have multiple personalities. So, but I think strategically, and the risk of either the defense or prosecution calling her, I don't know if the risk outweighs the value.
Right.
Of having her.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you wouldn't need to, but the question was, could they? And the answer is certainly. They could ask for, and like Rebecca, I don't have the rebuttal list in front of me. You said there's only 2. They could request that the court give them some leeway and add an additional witness if, but also it's rebuttal, so it's kind of wide open at that point. I think it would be, I agree with you, and what Rebecca just said, if she was the architect of this Agent Zero personality, but I think a lot of the witnesses already said he doesn't suffer from multi-personality disorder, so anything that could agree with you, what you said about this, Rebecca, could just throw one little wrench in the way it's going. Why would you take that risk? Essentially, if you already have that in through someone else,
right?
Obviously, if it wasn't a death penalty case, maybe take a different strategy, but use those 2, and then just for the sake of the jury, close this out.
Exactly. Rebecca, what's been the reaction of the jury? You said, I know you were sitting in the courtroom during the last part of this testimony.
I mean, like I said, this jury just sort of looks tired. I think the judge this is the last witness for the day and probably going to let the jury go home early. But they are taking notes diligently throughout this whole trial. So they're paying attention to every one of the witnesses, even though at times the testimony can be a little cumbersome. And maybe because I've heard most of these witnesses twice now, the expert witnesses, but this is the first time the jury's hearing from them. But they are taking notes, and they do seem very interested. And I do believe that they're going to try to finish up this case a little bit sooner. I think that we'll be done with most of the defense experts by Thursday. We do know that this is going to closing arguments probably on Tuesday.
Okay. Interesting.
I can see that.
Anything you want to add?
No.
Okay. Well, Rebecca, we're going to let you go back and get seated back in the courtroom, and we will look forward to chatting with you when we wrap up for the day.
Okay.
Well, while we wait for this Zoom to get started, I'm rolling back in my mind some of the stuff from the first 2 weeks. Okay, wait a minute. Zeke put it up. I can see that they just zoned in on that door, which is usually indicative of now they go back up to the ceiling. Now they're back on the door. See, they don't do this for me, because they were setting up for a Zoom, so they should be bringing Tanner Horner back out here any minute, so we're going to get another expert via Zoom. We don't know what kind of expert. The prosecution, the defense, unlike the prosecution, they don't have to clue us in ahead of time, right?
Right.
So that's why we're, usually in the prosecution's case, we could be a little bit more definitive, but we just don't really know who this is going to be. But it sounds like we're going to end early, which I can't imagine. I would have been shocked if we'd gone till 5.
Yeah.
I mean, this
Friday. It's a lot of information, and it's not just some mundane, tax evasion case. It takes a lot out of these jurors. It's difficult. It's emotional. But Judge Gallagher, he's run an efficient court. I know they break every day and a little bit early, but things have gone efficiently.
Somebody's asking, do they have impact statements in cases like this?
Yes.
They'll do that, but that'll be after we have a verdict. And so after the jurors have been released. And so we have sound back in the courtroom. Let's take a listen.
Y'all ready? Yes, sir. Okay, let's go. See yourself on here. Let me hear this thing. See yourself on. Well, he has one. Oh, okay. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Well, as you approach, and then just head up there. Okay. Yeah. And I think the mic will pick you up. What? All right, everyone may be seated. I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goble.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Ziggler, could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Aaron, E-R-I-N, David Ziggler, B as in boy, I-G-L-E-R.
And you don't have to go into detail. The court's given you permission to testify remotely for some health issues, correct?
That is correct.
What are your major areas of training and expertise?
Well, I'm Professor Emeritus of Psychology and Neuroscience at Brigham Young University, and I was formerly Professor of Psychology and Neuroscience at the University of Texas at Austin. Also held an appointment at the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio when I was in Texas. I'm a clinical neuropsychologist, licensed, board certified in that specialty, and I'm a cognitive neuroscientist and researcher as well as a clinician.
And does that include expertise in neuropsychology and neurophysiology and neurophysiological diagnostics and neuroimaging?
Yes, those are all of my specialty areas. I was a postdoctoral fellow at the Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix, Arizona, before taking my position at the University of Texas and the State Hospital there in Austin. And then I was recruited back to Brigham Young University to help develop their neuroscience program in all of those specialty areas that you just mentioned.
And have you been published in those fields?
Yes, I've been a professor all those years and directed, I established and directed the brain imaging and behavior laboratory. I also developed the magnetic resonance imaging research center at Brigham Young University and directed that until my retirement in 2018. As a professor and director of large laboratories involved in research, I've published extensively in the peer-reviewed literature on the interface of brain imaging and behavior, which was the name of my laboratory.
Did you also publish textbooks or book chapters?
Yes, I've published 12 different textbooks, working on the 6th edition of one of the textbooks that I've co-authored, and 80 some odd book chapters and over 400 peer-reviewed articles in the field.
Have you received any awards or scholarships?
Yes, I've received a number of awards, both nationally and internationally, and I've lectured nationally and internationally and lectured at most of the major universities here in the United States.
And have you received any grants or fellowships?
Yes. As I mentioned, I fellowship trained in neurophysiology and neuropsychology. That was a long time ago, 1974 to 77. And I've been a co-investigator on numerous grants over the years. They're detailed in my vita.
And did you examine Tanner Horner?
I did not.
So were you asked to give any specific opinions or diagnoses of Tanner?
I was not.
Were you asked to testify regarding brain anatomy and brain functioning in neuropsychiatric disorders generally?
Yes, that was what I was asked to do to assist his counsel in understanding brain anatomy and brain function and contemporary methods for evaluating structure and function of the human brain.
Okay, and did you review some materials in preparation for testifying?
I did.
And did you observe Dr. Lewine's testimony earlier today?
I did.
So it was kind of a mouthful for what we asked you to do. We brought up to the jury in our opening about how important the brain is. Did we ask you really to educate on how the brain and behavior interrelate?
Yes. In fact, the motto of my research lab was every behavior has an anatomy. The behavior emerges first in the brain and then outwardly in behavior.
Now, I have a model brain here, so you can direct me if you want to use that to explain anything but can you please start by describing brain anatomy and brain function for the jury?
Yeah, so I believe that the model that you have is, I have an older version of the model that you have, and I'm holding that up here. We saw some diagrams in Dr. Lewine's presentation. This is a model. So it typically starts with the 4 lobes. So this is the frontal lobe, this is the parietal lobe, this is the occipital lobe, and I'm holding the brain here by the temporal lobe, and down here is the cerebellum, and this is the brainstem. And then if we turn it, this is called medial, if we turn it medially here, now we're looking at the inner part of the left hemisphere. And there's a couple of important areas here that were talked about. This area here is that orbital frontal area that Dr. Lewine was talking about. And then this area right here that looks like a curve here, or a bridge. In fact, that's actually the Latin part of it. It's the fornix. This is the fornix. And the back of the fornix comes out of the temporal lobe, and then it dives into a structure here called the thalamus, and then there's projection that comes up into the cortex, but in particular to this area right here, which is called the cingulus gyrus here. So that's a brief overview of some of the main areas of the brain, and I'm happy to discuss their function in more detail if need be.
Yeah, can you talk briefly? I think Dr. Lewine mentioned but didn't go into much detail about how different parts of the brain, he gave a few examples, different parts of the brain control different functions, and he mentioned sort of networks. Can you talk some about what neural networks are?
Yes, neural networks are very important because the brain functions always as a unit. Dr. Lewine mentioned that the brain processes 100 trillion signals every moment of our existence. It's incredibly complex. There's nothing more complex than the human brain. And so you have these major hubs in the brain, and then you have these nodes that connect to the hubs. Dr. Lewine used those particular terms. He also showed telephone poles or power lines. Now, of course, we have cell phones, so it's a little bit of an older analogy, but the connector part of the telephone analogy, that is that axon, and he showed a diagram of that axon. In the classroom, I would demonstrate it like this. So I'd hold my arm up. This is the cell body. This is where, of the neuron, this is where all the metabolic machinery is taking place. These are the dendrites. They're communicating with other axons. This is where the synapse occurs. And then there's one singular process that comes out of the cell body. It can branch into multiple areas, but then it terminates in the synaptic area to communicate with the next. And so you have major hubs and you have minor hubs, and they form these networks because they connect to all of these different nodes. So there's not just one area dedicated in the brain that carries out function. It's multiple areas working contiguously and simultaneously to generate first perceptions and initial processing, and then to actually generate behavior. I always like to use the analogy of roads, highways, freeways, interstates, When I was a professor at the University of Texas, I would drive up to Dallas often. I did things with the different universities up there. And, I-35 is a nice direct route until you get just outside of Dallas. And then all these other highways, freeways, and interstates start to connect. So that's a hub. Fort Worth is a big hub. But you can go anywhere in the United States now once you get to one of those hubs. The brain is exactly the same way. Everything is interconnected.
So can you describe, I guess, kind of how that, I understand the analogy, but how does that end up controlling behavior through the way that those networks connect?
Well, each one of those hubs, each one of those particular networks is subserving a different aspect of behavior. And so one of the areas that Dr. Lewine spoke of is this orbital frontal area. The reason it's called the orbital frontal area is it sits just above the orbit, the eye socket. And so this was referred to as the orbital frontal area because this is the frontal part of the brain. Well, this orbital frontal area has a direct connection with the temporal lobe. And the temporal lobe has these brain structures called the limbic system. And they're regulators of emotion, including emotional tone. This area up here is called the dorsal lateral, and then as you move forward, prefrontal cortex. This is the slower, more contemplative, decision-making part of the brain. This is the more emotional, reactive part of the brain. If there's an imbalance between these areas, then emotion can override contemplative behavior. And this is one of the things that Dr. Lewine was talking about in terms of social cognition, because social cognition gets tied in to emotional processing, emotional regulation, and emotional tone.
Now, if I can throw in a little question the state had earlier. Are there some ways that the brain can try to overcome any sort of issues with the network?
Yes, well, again, some of the things let me start back with the brain develops as an experience-dependent organ. So it interacts with the environment, and the environment changes the brain interacts with the environment. It's a back and forth process that takes place. This upper part of the frontal cortex, which is slower and contemplative, and the temporal area and the orbital frontal area are emotionally reactive. So one of the old adages of counting to 10, for example, before you say something, is allowing the frontal lobe to take better control and dampen down emotions. But if emotions arise, then they cut off that contemplative part of the frontal cortex, and inappropriate behaviors come from that.
So when you have the disciplines of psychology, psychiatry, medicine, trying to deal with psychiatric disorders or developmental disorders, is that where they're actually affecting the brain, correct?
Yes, that's where, all behavioral function, and from the standpoint of psychiatric disorders, it's really brain health. Psychiatric disorders are not some ethereal thing that's happening independent of the brain. They are, in fact, related to the brain. Excuse me.
And I believe Dr. Lewine referred to the philosophical idea of the mind, but we're talking about the physical brain and how it directly affects how we behave.
That's correct, because the brain is involved in perception. You have the perception, and then Dr. Lewine used the example of language processing, that in the right-handed individual typically starts here in the temporal area, but for it to actually be expressed as language, that has to communicate up here. Using various imaging techniques, one in the laboratory can actually watch that process happen, and then the behavior emerges, but it's the brain that's driving that behavior.
Tell the jury more about that. Is imaging one of the ways that you detect these, you determine the neural networks? Is that what the research has shown?
Yes, that's a major part of contemporary research looking at cognition and behavior.
And what kind of imaging are we talking about?
All of the imaging that was discussed today, electroencephalography, magnetic resonance imaging, positron emission tomography.
So those are commonly used in scientific and forensic setting and clinical settings.
That's all correct.
So can you please explain how quantitative abnormalities would affect the neural networks?
So where one has to start, if you go back to the actual imaging, so Dr. Lewine spoke of the T1 weighted MRI. Well, that MRI is showing you the basic anatomy. In fact, the anatomy is so good on a T1 weighted MRI that it approximates what you would do at postmortem. So you could have a postmortem view and a side-by-side MRI, and you would see that they're very similar. But the resolution on MRI just takes you down to a millimeter. Well, in a single cubic millimeter of cortical brain tissue, you have somewhere around 100,000 neurons, and you have somewhere around 5 million synapses just in that little 1 millimeter area. And so when you're looking at the clinical scan, which was discussed this morning, you're looking at the gross anatomy, but you're not looking at the cellular level. You're having to make some inferences about that. And where the quantitative imaging assists is it's like artificial intelligence in a way. It's taking a deeper dive into the data. And as Dr. Lewine explained, that T1 weighted image gives you 3 tissue types. Gray matter, that's where the cell bodies and the synapses occur. White matter, that's that singular process axon that then connects with other cells. And cerebral spinal fluid, CSF. The computer programs allow you to then what's called segment into white matter, gray matter, and cerebral spinal fluid. And then through a variety of very eloquent algorithms, it allows you to then classify those areas. You saw the images that had the colors. Those are classified images that are identifying specific areas of the brain. And now, because this was what's called a volume acquisition MRI, you know the parameters, and you can define these areas, we call them regions of interest. You can define those areas, and then you can quantify their volume. you can actually do even more. You can measure their shape, their contour, the surface area. So there's a number of metrics. The only ones that were applied here were volumetric analyses. But it's giving you a window into a more detailed aspect of brain structure when you're looking at the MRI. And the PET imaging is telling you something more about metabolic function, and the EEG is telling you something more about the physiologic function of the brain. This is what's called multimodality imaging, where you take this imaging and you integrate it to best understand what the imaging data is telling you about that individual.
Okay, and just to clarify real quick, when you're talking about the MRI was equivalent to a postmortem, basically saying if you took a brain out and looked at it and looked at the MRI, those are going to be match up, right?
That's correct.
And you're talking about the PET scan being metabolic. Can you tell me what that means?
Well, as Dr. Lewine testified, there's a radio tracer that is labeled to glucose. The neuron, and like Dr. Lewine indicated, there's close to 100 billion neurons. And there's another set of cells called glial cells that are just as frequent, sometimes more. So you have in excess of 200 billion cells. They have no capacity to store oxygen or glucose. They always have to have oxygen and glucose. And so if you have a radio tracer that labels the glucose, then you can monitor the uptake. And then as Dr. Lewine was showing, you're from a quantitative PET analysis standpoint, you're looking at either increased or decreased activity from whatever the basic baseline would be in comparison to that neurotypical normative sample.
That was the other thing I was asking. At a more basic level, your brain has to have glucose to function, correct?
Oh, yes.
And that's one of the reasons why testing where that's going and how it's moving is important.
It's measuring the uptake of that radioactive particle as it's being metabolized.
Can you explain to the jury how neural network pathology relates to psychiatric disorders?
Well, one of the very interesting aspects of psychiatric disorders is it almost doesn't matter which psychiatric disorder one is looking at. Some of the key areas of the brain that are typically going to be involved. And that's true of all of the psychiatric disorders that have been discussed concerning Mr. Horner. It involves that inferior frontal area, the temporal lobe, and structures inside the temporal lobe called the hippocampus and the amygdala. The fornix takes that information from the hippocampus and some from the amygdala and transfers it to other parts of the brain. These are parts that are referred to as the limbic system. And so again, whether we're looking at depression, anxiety disorder, schizophrenia, whatever psychiatric condition we're looking at, the more common aberrations that are shown with these kinds of quantitative and multimodality techniques is that these areas of the brain are affected in some way, at some level.
Now, you mentioned before that Dr. Lewine's combination of those three tests is kind of a model for how you look at neural networks. Is that typical in the forensic and scientific community?
That's correct.
And me ask you another question. As far as things that can affect the brain, affect the neural networks, does that include things like toxic exposure, examples of fetal alcohol, lead, or toxic stress?
That's correct.
Things like neurodevelopmental disorders like Autism Spectrum Disorder, ADHD, are those things that you can also show a neurological link?
Correct.
And we haven't talked much about psychiatric disorders, but are things like, I guess Luan may refer to mood disorders, things like that, or those are also things that actually are grounded in your brain and your neural network. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, there's, within those systems that I was talking about, there's a valence, a balance. And if there's underlying neurologic dysfunction, that balance can go off keel. And one can be overly emotional or emotionally reactive, or display deficits in judgment or conforming behavior to societal standards. All of those things can happen.
One more thing to clarify, I didn't remember the term, but I think it was multimodality. Can you just break that down for me real quick?
Well, yes. So MRI is considered to be structural when you're using that T1 and some of the other imaging sequences. But one of the other things that Dr. Lewine did is the diffusion tensor imaging, which allows you to look at pathways, and you can actually apply what are called diffusion metrics to assess the integrity of those pathways. So that's telling you structure. The PET scan is telling you about metabolic activity, and the EEG is telling you about the physiology of the brain, how the brain is reacting and connecting. And one of the things he talked about, Dr. Lewine talked about, is coherence. So areas that are showing connectivity will have somewhat similar coherence. So it allows you to look at how the network is connecting. And then as you go across these different modalities of imaging, you can make more inferences about how the brain is functioning and how that structural aspect of the brain relates to function.
Now, can you tell the jury a little bit about the difference between the clinical use of those imaging to detect gross abnormalities versus the clinical looking at more the quantitative, those other issues, and the forensic and scientific use of those different imaging?
Well, one of the things that's happening is a movement towards what's called precision medicine, and that's taking advantage of artificial intelligence, the power of these methods for rapidly examining the brain. And this is likely to become standard fare within, in my opinion, in the next 5 to 10 years. So that it's one thing to look at a brain and the first line of assessment of a brain is to see, is there a medical necessity there? Is there a tumor? Is there a vascular lesion? Is there something that needs attention, an infection? Once that is confirmed not to be there, then you're looking at, is there any kind of major developmental abnormality, any other kind of deviation? And when those things are not present, there's a tremendous amount of information that is in that scan, but it's not looked at. But it can be now with the technologies that we have. And and so what's happening in cognitive neuroscience, in clinical neuropsychology, is that it's moving in that direction. So, for example, Dr. Lewine mentioned Alzheimer's disease. This is one of the areas where it's really happening quite quickly. So as a neuropsychologist, I can administer tests that can measure memory, but I'm not necessarily looking specifically at the memory network. But with imaging, using especially diffusion tensor imaging, structural quantitative imaging, I can look at the different components of that. And so if I'm working up an Alzheimer's patient, then I want to know that, I don't want to know just that the brain kind of looks normal. I want to know what's the size of the hippocampus, what's the connection of the hippocampus with the rest of the brain, and all of those things. So that's happening right now. It will move into the clinical world, in my opinion, in the next 5 to 10 years. Right now, it's primarily a research tool.
So that's when we're talking about the computer analysis. Is that becoming more available? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I mean, the supercomputers are, so one of the, when I lecture on this, one of the slides I have is that every quantitative aspect of imaging analysis had to be done by hand, tracing the structures. When I started this when I was at the University of Texas. Now, we can do all of these major quantitative analyses in a matter of a few minutes. It would take days to do that on an individual patient or client in the past, and now it can be done in a few minutes. And with supercomputers, it can be even done faster.
So the analysis itself is not new. That's something that's backed by research and studies.
Yes, we first published on quantitative image analysis back in the 1980s.
Here, I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Hi, Dr. Ziggler, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, good. You did not do an evaluation on Tanner Horner, the defendant in this case, correct?
No, I did not see him, evaluate him, or anything else.
Have you ever met Tanner Horner?
No.
So you're here today just to testify, I guess, in general or educational reasons?
Correct.
Okay. And you're not testifying that Tanner Horner didn't know right from wrong, are you?
I am not.
Doctor?
I don't know, we heard you.
Did you hear the question?
Oh, right from wrong?
No, I'm sorry. The question was, you're not saying that autism was the cause of the crime in this case.
No.
And we asked this question to all of our experts. But were you paid for your testimony today?
I was.
And what is your total bill in this case?
It's about $4,000.
And is that including your testimony today?
No. It'd be another $1,000 or so for today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Rebrief.
Nothing
No,
further.
Judge, thank you.
May, would Dr. be excused finally?
Yes, sir.
Doctor, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Okay, we're done for the day. I'm gonna come back though and give you some instructions in just a minute, and so I'll be back.
Okay, Cody, I think we both struggled to follow that and struggled to follow the point of it. He never met Tanner Horner, never examined him, and he was apparently testifying for general educational reasons.
Educational purposes, yes. So we're all more educated in terms of a guy that read about some things. So we can all...
You feel more educated?
Not really. I don't at this point at 2:30 on a Friday. But I think that's what he believes, and that's fine. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, TBD, I guess, to be determined. They're just going to keep putting more and more of these type of witnesses there in support of that second special issue of mitigation. See if that carries the weight for them, and that's it.
Because I don't think we've had an expert witness yet who has actually examined Tanner Horner.
No.
No, we haven't. We are 3 days of the defense. 3 days.
You're right,
And not one expert who's actually examined him?
Yeah. So as we stand today, let's assuming the jury has it, first special issue, say they're unanimous, Tanner Horner is a future danger. Now we go to the second special issue. Has the defense presented evidence enough to support a non-death sentence, a sentence of life without parole, in your individual minds, and that would be their determination right now. The state is focusing on specifically that question. You're not saying that autism caused that. Well, they're saying no. Obviously, you can't. They've never even examined this person. They're just reading reports.
Well, some of them are not even doctors. They're not even qualified to make that.
They're simply giving summations and educational statements and general assessments, like that prosecutor pointed out. Not only can you not specifically say anything about Tanner Horner, about anyone, you're just giving a generic profile of what you read about. Yes. So that's what the defense has, and that's what they're going to keep using, presumably, going forward.
Wow. I guess I thought, I don't know what I thought, but I guess I thought we would see something more. I mean, and maybe they're just, you can't have more if there's not more.
There's not more, right.
And that's kind of where we're at. I still struggle to understand why this has to go on for somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 weeks.
I don't know what they could do in a full, what Rebecca told us earlier, but for next week, how that can take up that much time.
I cannot imagine. I imagine there will be many times when I will look at my legal guest and be saying the same thing I've said to you. I know you folks really, I know y'all want Cody back every day, and because y'all have been saying that in the chat, and I like Cody too. He's been great. He does have a real job, and the only thing our legal guests get is lunch. That's it. He got Jimmy John's. So all the legal guests that come on here, they do this because they're, I guess, you're trial junkies like I am.
Yes.
And so.
And I do like Jimmy John's.
And you do like Jimmy John's.
Yeah.
But no, really, but he has agreed. I do have some good news. For closings, which is scheduled for May 5th, we will have Cody Skipper and Terry Bentley Hill in the house. I think it's going to be really, really good. I'm actually looking forward to that. It's going to be great to have two guests beside me. We will just, we'll be able to really parse through those closing statements. I mean, those closing arguments. It's going to be really, really good. And I know it seems like I'm wrapping up, but I'm really not just yet, because I'm pretty sure Rebecca's going to call in. So we're going to chat for a few more minutes until we get Rebecca on the line. One of the things I know is you went back and you looked at Jason Trahan's live blog, because you had not, like a lot of people, you got a real job. You couldn't watch this whole trial from beginning to end.
Right.
But you went back and you looked at Jason's, blog on this. It's just a very good summation of this case. And again, just when you look at that, when you read through that, let's talk about, again, I know we did a little bit earlier, but folks are, different people hop in and out. Walk me through what you think are the key things in this case.
Well, the key things in this case, as far as the future danger question, which one of two the jury has to ask, is what the jurors had to listen to on the audio and the video. It was a calculated decision, a calculated crime. Mm-hmm. He's on these very rural routes, obviously. And just the severity of the crime itself, and then always looked at the DNA and the medical examiner's findings. The DNA, you'll recall that the defense tried to make hay about, well, you can't state with any scientific certainty that she hadn't been sexually assaulted, and of course the ME, as she should have, because she's very experienced in doing this, responded back, well, that doesn't mean that she wasn't.
Right.
There's nothing conclusive that she wasn't, just because if the hymen doesn't have
where else does
injury,
the made DNA come from?
Anything. I mean, you could have digital penetration. I mean, any lawyer knows that. There doesn't have to be physical damage there. And again, where the defense is in that position where there's DNA of his on a 7-year-old little girl's body in places that it should not be. It's not anyone else's.
That's right.
It's his. And there's semen in his underwear. It's obviously his.
And I know this is, and folks, we know this is disgusting to talk about, so we recognize that.
Yeah, but it is. That's what has been discussed in this case.
It's the cold, hard reality.
And it's the cold, hard reality of the world in which we live, and that this little girl's families had to sit there and listen to. And that's the thing about it. If they have to do it, and she's involuntarily sharing her daughter with all of us.
Yeah.
It's very private.
It's painful.
It's painful. It's private. And like I always say, there's just some things, as horrible as they are, that juries have to see, because you wouldn't believe it if you read this. Right. It's the depravity of this human being that gets to breathe the same air as all of us.
Right.
It cannot be matched. So, sure, I mean, the defense has a job to do. That's fine. He's going to get representation. It looks pretty clean to me. I haven't seen anything whatsoever that just jumps out at me. The judge has been very gracious, and number one, who's qualified as an expert. Seems like everyone has been from the defense side. What they say, what opinions they give, even if it's outside of their wheelhouse, because these cases, as you know, are subject to increased scrutiny because you're dealing with the death penalty.
Right.
But I would say you're talking about the main points here: the DNA and his lies. When you box somebody in, and good investigators learned this, they were very good about this when they kept coming back to him because they had the video. They knew he had lied initially about the green van, then he'd lied about the site, and then he'd lied about killing her with the van first before he loaded her in. So thankfully they had all that information ahead of time, and they could apply leverage points to extract and ultimately where she was.
And that guy who, with that company, he had gone out of his way to get those clips because they were having initially the difficulty of downloading that stuff.
Yeah, that is significant. Thankfully the company expedited that, where, they could obtain it, number one, and then get that quickly, because like we were asking earlier between the two of us, if this happens 20 years ago without GPS tracking on a country road, much like Amber Hagerman, this case still unsolved, namesake for the Amber Alert. I actually had her stepfather, he was a victim of mine. I prosecuted a case where he was severely beaten, and we talked a lot about his daughter, and he brought me an old missing persons poster, one of the originals of Amber. It actually hangs in my office right now. It's hanging on my wall.
Oh, wow.
But there are so many similarities to that case factually. but they just didn't have what we have today. We didn't have that tracking, GPS, video recordings, and thankfully these guys, the law enforcement, they worked quickly and they obtained this information, and they were able to get him in. But there was that downtime, like you said, between Wednesday, November the 30th, and Friday, December the 2nd. And there's a lot of people that I think want to know what he was doing.
Yeah.
Other than donning his FedEx uniform and driving the next day
Yes.
through a barricade,
Yes.
complaining to the very cops who were looking for this little girl, smoking a cigarette. I mean,
Yeah,
so just, it's hard for me to say 5 things. That's my answer.
Oh, I know. I'm not.
There's a lot of
Right.
things here. This guy is buried under a mountain of evidence.
Yeah.
That
No,
he
is.
cannot escape from.
Yeah, I don't.
And-
it's not one thing. It's
Yeah.
all the things. It's everything you have in this case. It is. And by the way, folks, Rebecca will be joining us here in a few minutes. She's on. There she is. Okay, Rebecca.
I'm here.
We've been waiting on you. So Cody and I were just continuing to talk about what we just saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, another expert witness that didn't even examine Tanner Horner, just speaking generically about the brain. And so, but again, I just think that the defense is trying to get to that mitigating, for the jury to answer that one question: are there mitigating circumstances that would prohibit you from giving him the death penalty? And continuing to say that his brain shows signs that he is autistic. But I go back to the fact that they've not brought in the person who actually diagnosed him with autism. Maybe that person is not around, but he was diagnosed, according to the family and some of the teachers, when he was younger. And so I don't know why we haven't heard from that particular expert, but all these other experts that are looking at brain scans years later of Horner. So I guess that's the biggest question I have. But also the prosecution is going to also have to show that the first question that the jury's going to have to answer: does he continue to pose a threat? And he has been here at the Tarrant County Jail, and he's had no problems at all. He has not been violent. There have been no issues with him inside the jail. So the defense is going to try to show, well, look, if you put him in a controlled environment, which is jail or prison, he may not pose a threat to society, which would be basically within the TDCJ. And because he's had this somewhat clean record and no real criminal history in his past, the prosecution jumped that hurdle with its rebuttal witnesses. We'll see.
What do you say to that whole he hadn't had any trouble in jail idea?
Well, that's the issue. Like Rebecca said, I mean, the rebuttal is going to come in and close that gap. I have no doubt about that. I mean, you can't, just because he has no criminal history doesn't mean he hasn't done something before.
Right.
He has been caught, and obviously, when he's asked in the interrogation room, he's going to say no. And let's say that's true. I mean, that can actually be true. It does not negate the fact that he's not a future threat. You can't. I mean, the defense is going to make this argument that there's got to be data to measure. There's a prison population. They're going to be, confined, controlled, and that's just not the way it's going to shake out. Even if it's a prison population, someone with this type of behavior and conduct, and the post-act obstruction and cover-up and lies and manipulation, guards, inmates, staff.
There's people that come in to those prisons to do stuff.
I mean, there will be a person to generally say what all these other people have said without really diving into the details of this defendant, and it'll be up to the jury whether they think that's enough or not, or compare other people that, I mean, you've got habitual drug offenders, Tanya, doing a life sentence. I mean, just let's just call it what it is.
Right.
I mean, drugs. There are so many less level offenses where people have got dinged, right? And I understand this is life without parole, but when it comes down to the rubber meeting the road, it's really, okay, are we going to drop to that level because the kid swallowed some pennies, his mother's a stripper, smoked some dope, and he has autism? I would think no.
Right. Yeah, Rebecca, what do
Yeah,
you...
and
Go
Tanya,
ahead.
well, again, having sat through that 1 hour audio and also being in there with Athena's mom testified, I think that jury was very rattled and very shaken up and very emotional, openly sobbing. And I just think, even though you've got all of the defense trying to, prove that that there are mitigating circumstances and that he doesn't pose, it is hard for this defense to overcome the emotion in the courtroom. And the jury, they're humans, and even though during voir dire, when they were individually questioning them, can you look at the evidence? Can you follow the law? Can you answer these questions honestly? I don't know that anybody expected that audio to be as troubling and as horrific as it was. I this vision of what it might be, but when I actually sat through that, it was far worse than anything that you can imagine in your mind, Tanya. And
Yeah.
I just don't know how you overcome that as a defense. I just don't.
Cody, can you ever create enough space between that kind of audio?
I never say never, but this is a long shot. I mean, they're trying to create as much space as possible. How in the world they're going to fill four more days of this? That's space, and the state's doing a good job. These are very precise, succinct surgical examinations, 4 or 5 questions tops, because they know what the answer is. So you're going to repeat it. They're going to repeat it, and again, wash, rinse, repeat, and then when that rebuttal, that's why they're called rebuttal. It's a counterpunch. It's going to hit like Mike Tyson. I mean, it's going to knock them out. So they do that, and then move on to closing argument.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Tanya, I did get to hear one of the rebuttal witnesses, and he's sounds very credible. He talks about, look, I looked at all the same CAT scans and all of the same reports, and he also met with Tanner Horner multiple times, and he thought that he was a liar, manipulative, that he is a sexual deviant. And we haven't heard yet, but you are also going to hear from a couple of the witnesses. Well, at least we heard that during voir dire of these witnesses, the expert witnesses, about Tanner Horner explained to them, the 2 of the witnesses, how he was going to attempt to sexually assault Athena Strand. And they went into some graphic detail about, what he was trying to do in that van. And we know that when we hear the audio, that he did ask her to take off her shirt. And you hear Athena saying, no, my mommy said not to do that. And so and then you have the prosecution witness saying, basically he's just a sexual deviant. There's things in his past the defense has not brought up, where, he has had other things in his past where it comes to his sexuality and his and how he conducts himself with his partners and around other people. So they're probably expect to hear a little bit more of that, of his sexual deviance.
Okay. Well, and one of the things that Cody and I were struck by also is that not one of these experts that we've heard from after 3 days of the defense has actually examined Tanner Horner. They've met him, haven't
Correct.
examined him. I find
You
that
will
stunning.
hear some. Yeah, you will hear a couple of witnesses that are going to say that. The last witness spent a lot more time with him. She is going to be the star witness for the defense, basically, along with possibly one of his relatives. Come up here and talk about what he was like as a kid, and that they are shocked at what he did, and those phone calls that he made between him and his grandma and his mom, where you hear him to explain his actions. We're probably going to hear a little bit more of that in the coming days.
Rebecca, what are we expecting? So we're expecting, do we have a sense on how things are going to go for the rest of the trial?
Well, I think that we're going to hear more of the defense witnesses, obviously more experts. I think there's like 4 or 5 more. And then in between, we're going to hear more character witnesses on behalf of Tanner Horner, or people that can talk about his background, his brother, for example. And then I feel like this is all going to wrap up probably by Thursday. But Monday, we're expecting to probably hear from the rebuttal witnesses as well as the final defense witness. And then it'll go to closing arguments on Tuesday.
Well,
it's anyone's guess how long it will take the jury to.
Well, and I have something to tell you. I've got Cody and Terry Bentley Hill coming for the day of closings. So I've got.
Okay, yeah.
I think both of them will. Obviously, with Terry having been here on day one, and having listened to the audio, and Cody's just kind of fiery. So I think between the two of them, it'll be great. So. Anything else?
And Terry sat there Terry sat in there with me when we were sitting next to each other, and times we would just look at each other, just completely rattled by what we were hearing, because again, I can't really even describe that tape is. And Terry, being a defense attorney her whole entire career and having defended people and seen some of the worst things, also defense attorney, but didn't imagine that it was going to be what it was. And I can only, I feel for Athena's family. They were not in there. They did not hear it. They chose not to listen to a tape, but the jury did. And I'm sure that is obviously going to be very front and center for the prosecution in their closing arguments. And we may even hear a snippet of it. I'm not sure how they're going to do that, if they do, because the court has asked that we not air any of that. And in fact, the judge has sealed that audio tape. It will never see the light of day. It is forever sealed. And so are the pictures of Athena's body coming out of the river. None of that will ever be seen by the public. The judge has sealed it. It will not be released. So if they do decide to play it in closing, I'm not sure how they're going to do that, or if they're just going to talk about it.
Well, the consensus from Cody and others was that it would be unlikely. You can kind of give your reason for that, Cody.
Yeah, I mean, it's much more effective, too, to just have it as a transcript and then read the snippets that you want, that Rebecca was just talking about, which just... it'll cut right through your heart when you just reading it, when he tells her to take her shirt off, and she's saying, "Mommy told me not to ever do this," and after, when she asks, because she's a very wise little girl, "Are you a kidnapper?" And so it will be much more effective and maintain credibility with this jury when Stanton gets up and just takes excerpts of that to add in his clothing, however he fashions that, and I don't think any lawyer with any experience would ever do that again, because they can tell the jury, "Look, this is horrible. I mean, I would never want to put you through that again." Right. And it's nice that Rebecca mentioned, the court is sealing all of those things, because even though the family, like I said, was forced to share those things within the confines of that courtroom, at least she's not going to be exploited in that manner, right, for the rest of the family's life as well, when they're trying to, take probably some legislative measures with the Texas legislature and things, right, like that. So,
yeah, there's just things that people don't need to see or hear.
Yeah.
That need to be, and this is one of them, in my mind. So. Rebecca, anything else you want to add before we wrap up?
No, that's about it.
All right, well, we will see you back on Monday. All right, so Cody, we're going to wrap up ourselves. Any final thoughts from, what you saw and heard today, and just from this case?
My heart just goes out for the family. It's horrible. Really, I still haven't. There's no words that can really describe this, because it's not a run-of-the-mill case that we've worked before. I've worked before. I've seen before, prosecuted or even defended, and the jury's in that position, and the lawyers will keep pushing through. But I appreciate you for asking me to come here. I always enjoy your work, and you are a very big advocate for public access to the courtroom, as am I. I'm a constitutional fella myself, and I appreciate what you do, and
Thank you.
it's important that the public stays informed. And you've got to bring these cases because, as you know, if the public doesn't see them, they don't realize that
Right.
there's that level of evil walking amongst us, or driving into your driveway every afternoon while your kid's playing basketball to deliver a package. And I mean that. That's
No,
not.
I'm with you.
I mean, you can tell your kids to be vigilant and enjoy being out in the country and being outside and doing all the things that they should be doing. But there's just some things that are outside of everyone's control. And just go home and hug your kids and give them a kiss, and read them a nice story, ask them about their day, take them camping, fishing, play sports, be engaged with them. Nothing that these guys probably aren't already doing, but it can happen.
Yeah.
It can happen in an instance, and there's nothing wrong with teaching your kids and making sure they know to be vigilant, even with the guy with a FedEx uniform.
That's right.
It's that implicit trust that can be violated in the blink of an eye. So that's really my only last thoughts on that.
Yeah, and when they say it's every parent's worst nightmare, this truly is every parent's worst nightmare.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, folks, we're going to wrap it up. I will be back at 8:30 a.m. on Monday morning as we continue the trial for Athena Strand and see what the jury decides with Tanner Horner. Thank you for joining us.